Hi, everybody. I'm just waiting for my script and then we will get started here. They're going to deliver my iPad and then we'll get rocking and rolling. So, unfortunately, I don't have any information. Don't ask me any questions. I literally just read for a living. We have a pair of glasses back here. If you lost your glasses, double check. We have a pair of glasses that needs a home. But other than that, once I get my script, we will get started here, my friends. Okay.
So electric. I got sunshine at my feet. Yeah. A whole new perspective, a new possibilities. Yeah. Show me a wall, I'll run through it. Ain't scared at all. I'm going through it. Through it. Don't pass it up. This is as good as it gets. We're feeling alive, ain't got no regrets. We'll just keep on moving till there ain't nothing left. Feels like my heart could be right out of my chest. This is as good as it gets. Yeah, as good as it gets. I got the magic, got tricks you never know. Too hot to handle, got lightning in my bones. Yeah, show me a wall, I'll run through it. Ain't scared at all, I'm going through it. Don't pass it up. As good as it gets. We're feeling alive, ain't got no regret. We'll just keep on moving till there ain't nothing left. Feels like my heart could be right out of my chest. This is as good as it gets. Yeah, as good as it gets. Don't pass it up. No, no, no. Let's go. Let's fire it up. Don't pass it up. Let's go. As good as it gets. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, and welcome to day three. I hope you guys weren't run over by that little robot out there cleaning the floors. My God, he almost tripped me up today. But good morning, founders, innovators, and change makers. Are you ready to kick off the final day of Founders 2.0 conference with energy, ideas, and bold conversations? Let's hear that excitement from the room. We got some coffee. Okay. Okay. I was like, let's see how we do. But over the last 2 days, we've explored strategies that shape growth, leadership, and innovation in the startup world. Today, we're taking things even further. This is where inspiration meets action, connections turn into partnerships, and insights become fuel for the next stage of your entrepreneurial journey. So, as we dive in, remember to share your takeaways, key moments, and insightful insights on social media using hashtag founders2conf. So let's spread the energy, the ideas, and lessons from this room to founders and innovations around the world. So big thank you to our silver sponsors, that's Wisdom Collective LLC companies, and our bronze sponsor, Marketer, and our merchandise sponsor, Fafa Concepts, for supporting this global event. Your commitment has played a pivotal role in making this conference possible and empowering the next generation of business trailblazers. So, to start day three, we are addressing one of the most critical challenges for any founder, maintaining creativity and clarity while managing the relentless demands of building a business. Have you ever pushed past exhaustion, like right now? how, how do you know you unlock new ideas when mental fatigue threatens to take over? Our opening session, Overcoming the Creativity Blocks and Overexhaustion as Founders, will explore all. So please help me welcome our incredible speakers for today. Our moderator is Erica Hansen. She's the CEO and founder of Wisdom Collective LLC, as well as our panelists. I have Samoya Sekana. Nope, sorry, I can't even hear you this far. Samia, perfect. CEO and founder of the Garden Recipe and the Garden Pooch, and uh, Karen Vardenman. Vardaman. Sorry, you guys. I can't hear that far. I'm just like I'm trying to read their lips. Just like cool. Executive director and founder of Working Circle, and then Radhika Dasari, founder and transformation architect of Alaska Solutions, and Dr. Trina Wilson, owner and CEO of Life Counseling and Assessment Center. Please welcome to the stage.
So we have a couple of very interesting questions. We decided to start with some of the challenges first and then work into some of the fun things. So let's just start with we're going to go down the line and then we'll come back up the line. Huh? So the first one's about a leadership shift. So, how does your relationship with creativity change as you move from building the product to leading the company?
Well, thanks for having me here. I'm the founder of a wonderful purpose driven business, The Garden Recipe, that focuses on teaching people about cancer prevention and healing. And so when I launched this, it was not just a solely professional decision, it came from my own journey of healing my cancer. And prior to me having cancer, I had worked in cancer research in top institutes. But I didn't like the conventional side of chemo and radiation and people paying from their heart and soul and then still not making it. And then their families left to pay after the treatments. So I just didn't align with it anymore and I quit the job. And after 1 year from that, I had cancer, ovarian cancer. So then it was like clear I don't want to go on the conventional side. I want to heal my body naturally, holistically through plant-based diet and the wisdom that I have from India and my grandparents. I just did a surgery, but I came back and I flat out refused any drugs, chemo, radiation. I said no. And once I saw the power of food and the spices and the knowledge that my wonderful grandma had given to me in childhood, and going back to plant based and high vibration diet, and managing my stress, sleep, my body came into balance because doctors had told me I would not make it for 5 years. I need chemo, I need to have drugs, and I won't have my periods and things like that. My body came in balance 2 months. Within 2 months, I had my periods. And thanks to God, it's been 12 years. It's going to be 12 years in May that I'm going to be cancer free. And it feels great. So I thought at the time, we go back to 12 years, I need to teach people there's something. There's something the Americans need to learn because they work so hard and they are being deprived of the truth that is so easy to heal, and we are being suppressed too much. So this is how my business launched. Now that is as a leader or founder, the passionate side, the one that you want to give, give, give. So the question is, how did it evolve as leadership over time? Because in the beginning, we are so passionate of helping others. And if you're from your childhood, you're a giver, you're caring, you're that child who is not a taker. You want to give to others, you just give freely. So we launched the business and we forget that this is a business. And I was like, oh, I'll give you free coaching, free advice. Come on over this. And then I realized it's making me go nowhere because I'm not running my business as a business. I'm running it as a free charity. Even charities ask for money, and I'm not asking it, and I'm healing people, without drugs and chemo. So I should be getting paid just like doctors do, if not more, because I am healing them for permanent healing. So, as a leader, I had to evolve and say this giving attitude can go only as far as I want to provide free content, high quality articles, high quality recipes that heal, and a lot of support on stress management, and newsletter goes out, YouTube videos go out. Okay, that is great. But where do I have high end coaching packages so I am supported also in this journey? And so the business can sustain itself in the long run for all to benefit who come there. It's not a thought that everything should be charged, but it's not a thought that everything should be free. So I had to evolve and recognize that, because I always want people to come on my website and leave with really good, soulful information to heal their mind, body, and soul. So there's still a lot of free stuff there, right? Free, valid resources. And newsletter goes out for free. But if you want more, this is a charge. So I had to learn that balance within myself and create that awareness. This is a dysfunctional pattern. As a leader, I cannot lead. Sooner or later, I'm going to collapse and the business is going to collapse. It's going to benefit nobody.
I always tell my nonprofits does not mean no profit.
I love that line. I love that line. Yeah. So this is how I evolved. So let me, you can continue.
Dr. Trina?
I think I'm still evolving, right? I don't think that I've arrived yet in that space because I just I'm not there. Let me just say I'm not there. And I know a lot of people in the room are there, and I'm not there. I am now really just coming to recognize all of the capabilities that I have, unfortunately. I'm kind of late in the game. So now we are putting together an entrepreneurship program that just deals with straight entrepreneurship and strategy. Didn't realize that I had been doing strategy the whole time. Just did not realize that I was providing that information until I met with a young lady out of New York, and she told me about this grant. Applied for the grant, won the grant, and she said, "You are an amazing strategist." And I said, "Really? Are you? I mean, are you serious?" And now that is evolving, right? So I hear you talking about the packages and the programming and all of the things. So people are helping me put that together right now. So they're helping me with the funneling process. I'm also an author. I have several books that I've written, several journals to kind of help reset people, right? To kind of help them get back on track and help them decrease their level of stress, help them with their affirmations of who they are so they can start recognizing who they are as people, but definitely as an entrepreneur. You kind of like have to do a different shift. So I am now monetizing that skill as well, where I have not always been able to do that because I didn't recognize it as being a profitable skill.
Yeah, I found that you start out with one thought of a product
Right.
and then you end up pivoting at some point in time and you're like, how did that happen?
Yeah, I always say to people, I don't even know how I arrived here. Like I woke up one morning and I was here. Like I don't know how this happened, but I'm here.
Excellent. So interesting to listen. I've learned so much during this conference. My name is Karen Bardeman, and my organization is a very small nonprofit called Working Circle. And we are focused on ensuring that wolves, livestock, and people can successfully share the landscape and thrive. Because what sparked me in this whole journey in wolf conservation, I came in as a wolf advocate. Um, was that 30 years after the reintroduction of wolves into Yellowstone, they were having the same conversations, the same conflicts. The ranchers were evil, and wolves were killing. Or the wolves were evil, and it was this constant wolf wars battle. And I thought, here we are, 30 years later, and we're still having the same conversation about this, and we're not getting any closer to creating positive coexistence. So, what were we missing? What did we not see? Why is this not working? And so that became my personal mission to answer the question of why, and then look at strategies to help meet that. And I never planned to have a nonprofit or to be in this position, but found early success through digging deeper and finding some unique solutions. So it's been kind of an interesting journey. I can't say that I'm an expert in anything, so I'm just going to talk from my own personal experience. And, at the beginning, at first starting all this, it was so exciting. I mean, the creativity just flowed. Like, let's find the answer. You're building, you're discovering, you're taking risks. You're creating something new and different that nobody's ever done. And so, of course, that lends to such creativity. And then you're there, and then you've got the day-to-day business, the operations, the finances, the board, and all the things. And it just kind of hit me because I'm more of the visionary creator than the day-to-day, but I had a responsibility, and it kind of dimmed that creativity for a while. But then I realized that creativity just looked different because in my work, it's very dynamic. It's always changing. There's always a new issue, always a new conflict. No two wolf packs are the same, no two ranches the same. There's always something. So, what I learned in order to keep that creativity and to survive as a nonprofit and personally, emotionally, was that you have to be really nimble. You cannot be static. You can't get stuck on a 2 year or 5 year plan. It's important to have that foundation to go to, but you have to be able to evolve to changing circumstances on the ground and do so quickly. And that alone not only allowed our nonprofit to keep evolving and growing as the needs change and to meet our mission, but also enabled for that creativity and that innovation and that excitement to keep going. And so that's kind of what's worked well for me, is just remembering that yes, having that solid business foundation is important, and having that clear mission that you're trying to meet, and then finding creative ways to continue to meet that mission as things are changing on a daily basis.
That's wonderful. Good morning, everyone. I'm Radhika. Professionally, I have been working as an SAP consultant. I did fulfill the business requirements with solutions, wherein I have to focus more on how can I address the issue that business is having in order to improvise their business processes. All my thoughts were, how do I fix it? What would what kind of solution can I fit in that issue so that it is beneficial for the client? So that's been my journey for 15 plus years. Uh, and I was thinking, like, all I was doing is making changes or improvising the systems. Why not impact people's life? So with my experience, what resonated with me, with my knowledge and experience, is finances. How do we manage our finances in a better way? When it comes to leading, it is more of how do we frame a question. It is more of asking right questions and framing the problem correctly. In leading the people, like, it is more of a empowering the team and be open. That's what I'm learning. I mean, all I was doing is looking. I was doing, like, so addressing the issues with the products with a solution. Now, being in a different space, I'm knowing my own strengths, learning. Yeah, that is helping me. I mean, it's more of interacting with people. Everyone comes with different perspectives, empowering the team, thriving, encouraging them to thrive with their own ideas. As a team, we can be, like, stronger and make a bigger impact. That's my take on it. Yeah. Yeah.
For me, my relationship with creativity, I'm a very, very creative person, even though I'm an accountant. And yes, that can get an accountant in jail. So I keep the rules. But, my when I'm very creative, I'm that weird person that puts things that don't belong together, and make them work. And so my biggest switch over was don't go after the ooh shiny for that day. So mine was reining myself in. Um, but I do strategy coaching. I reorganize and fix broken companies. And so there's, 14, 18-hour days sometimes when we're trying to save a company. And it's for like 18 months straight. So it becomes a drain very fast. So our next one is talking about the hidden drains, right? So please tell us about one unseen energy drain in the business that you've seen that slowly killed the founder's ability to think clearly. I'll give you mine first, and then you guys go. What I find that I found with myself as well as others, even though I reorganize companies, by the way, you know you're not supposed to do it, and you still do it as a founder. It's just the way it works, right? It's live and learn. So I find that it happened to me at first, fixed it very quickly when I realized it, but it happens to most founders. They start, they kick it off, they start going, 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 and then somewhere along the line, the stability in the organization, boom, because it there's a lot. You're moving fast, right? So you don't pay attention to that stability, and that ends up draining them very fast because now you're firefighting. So that's the thing that I found that affected everyone because now everything's urgent, or they become the bottleneck because everything's urgent. Let's start again. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. All
Well,
right. So can I do 2 points because I don't think I can summarize in 1 point. Okay. So yeah, as a founder journey, you have more to say. So the first I would say like a wake up call was when I was so passionate and the energy was great and I was just enjoying it in my business for the first few years. And yes, I did get clients and money was coming in. But then I had somebody who I was giving free coaching for 11 months. And that's when I said, and I had to go on a trip. And I said, how come I'm giving this person free coaching and she's traveling and having wine and sending me photos while I'm healing her cancer? Imagine this. Imagine this. And I am left counting for pennies and I'm giving her free coaching. And that's when I said, I am not doing any more free coaching. It ends at 11 months because that was way too long. Okay. Way too long. There's nobody on this world who would have done that for her. And that was a wake up call. I said, what am I doing? This is a dysfunctional pattern in me. I should have just charged her from first month, and the second call came when life happens. So I've had a life up and down, like I shared in my health conference and throughout the past 3 years. Even when I had cancer, one thing that absolutely was my best friend and helped me immensely was my own savings. Because at the time when I had bleeding for 3 years and then my cancer came, it was my tactical thinking of planning for the future for myself and my dogs because I was like, we are together, me and the dog. And I don't want anyone interfering and saying if I have to quit my job when life happens. So I had rock solid savings by God's grace, and that was saved me. Now, fast forward to few years when I'd become an entrepreneur and become a more of a giver, then unexpectedly, my father passed away from the cardiac arrest in May 2023. And so I had to be there more at my parents' home, and we had rituals and stuff going on. So that took time away from my business. But worst tragedy happened 2 months later. For me, one of my most dearest dogs that I've ever owned, and I rescue dogs for the last 22 years. One of my most amazing, dearest dog, she passed away, and that was like, boom! My internal system was losing motivation at this point. So I had to take up another job at where I was living to make sure that we have, money coming in, me and the dogs, and so that job took my time because I became an on-site manager at the property I was staying at. My business took a even more bigger hit, and soon I found myself drained. I was managing three a job, two of my own companies, and then dealing with my own emotional grief of losing my beloved dog. So I think life happens, and that it also comes to help you if you look at it and change the narrative. It is to wake you up, because then I realized had I done the right steps in the past few years of my entrepreneurial journey, I won't have to take this job even if tragedy happened. I would still have rock solid savings like I had when I was working, and I used to save from every paycheck. And so I was like, never will I be in this situation. If some tragedy happens, be it. But I will have rock solid safe. And that made me even more stronger as a founder, as an entrepreneur, because I know I don't want to be in that space ever again. So now I am more open hearted to charge people in exchange of energy. I'm giving you something and you're giving me your money in exchange of price. It's a beautiful exchange.
So a lot of founders go through the holy crap, now I have to get a job if I don't make this work,
Yes, yes.
right?
I'm in
Uh,
a ditch.
yeah, a lot of people there, and there's some that step back and say, okay, I'm going to go back to work and work on the business in the backside and then build it. And that is a very, very hard decision if you've ever had to set in that position. But it makes you motivated when you get back to it, right?
Right.
Dr. Trina,
Absolutely.
how about you?
Absolutely. I think in owning a counseling center, I hear a lot of things and I hear a lot of different situations that people are in. And I think one of the things that I listen to and I've heard the most has been a relationship based situation. Whether you are married and you're going through pressures or strain within your marriage, or whether or not you're trying to decide, like, I'm growing and he's not growing, and now we have to part ways. That is a hard situation. But it's also a hard situation in relationship to your children, right? And if what they need, and are you capable of providing what they need, and are you present? And then the relationship of, what am I going to do? Like, I've abandoned myself as a person. So I need to have relationship with myself. And how am I going to do that? And then the last thing about relationships is that you may start at a certain position in the relationship with the people who you have employed, and your mission and vision have they've remained the same, but yet the people have not grown, or they decide that they don't want to do anything anymore to help you grow, right? And everybody has a maturation process.
See, at that point, the energy is draining,
It's
right?
draining.
Right,
It's
because
draining.
the whole company's energy
The
changed.
whole company's energy has changed. The whole structure has now changed, and now you have to revamp it and decide what you need to do, right? And what needs to happen within your company.
So I also am going to break the rules. I've never been one to follow them. I have 2 points. Sorry. So the first is that um, I think for me one of the biggest energy drains early on, and I still have to fight this, is that the work I do is so dynamic and there's so many aspects to it, and our nonprofit's pretty niche focused. But as we started to gain more recognition, we had other NGOs or wildlife agencies or supporters saying, you need to get involved in this policy thing. You need to get involved in this advocacy thing. You need to get involved in this legal thing. And we don't do policy or legal or advocacy. And I felt like, oh, I had to keep them all happy and kept trying to, get caught in the weeds, kept doing all these other things. But what it did is it took away from my ability and our staff's ability to focus on our mission.
That's right.
So I'm a very strong believer in having that clear mission, not the things you do and how you do it, but that clear why you're doing what you're doing, that ultimate goal, and that helps you stay focused and not get caught in those, going down the rabbit holes.
Right.
And that really helped me because it was getting caught in the weeds, so to speak, that was always draining and compromising the ability to
That's
do
right.
what we're supposed to do.
Right.
So that was the one thing I learned, and again still struggle with that. But the other one is that this work that I do is different because most people in this arena, they're either pro wolf or pro ranching. It's us versus them,
Right.
one or the other. But I'm both. I love wolves and I love ranchers, and I believe that both can successfully be on the landscape. But what was happening is I was getting pro wolf advocacy groups saying, oh, you've sold your soul to the devil,
Right.
and then getting the ranchers, oh, you're too wolfy. And so being in this middle space was just hard to navigate, getting beat up and not having that community. However, I was able to kind of turn that into our superpower because by doing that, recognizing the value of both, I was able to bring those folks together. And instead of being an energy drain, it ended up becoming, like I said, the superpower to finding the solutions that worked. Um, and that's kind of what led us to be able to do what we do. But still, every day, it's it's an ongoing something you have to remember and battle through.
That's great. For me, as a founder, the energy drain is not always a dramatic crisis. Uh, it is like the quiet leaks that we take hundreds of daily tiny decisions every day. Maybe don't even notice unless we put a number next to it. I mean, so the way I approach those decisions is like I put in a weightage. Like if I have 10 decisions to make, I put in a number which one is priority and does it impact my organization positively in the direction of my mission and vision. I always, I mean, when I'm going out of the way or derailing from my vision, I always make sure come back to my why. Why am I doing this? So that anchors me to go in the direction of my vision and prioritize my energy to the respective choices I make on daily basis. That keeps me on track with the those unquiet leaks that we don't even notice. It does play an impact on us. We don't even understand, like over the period of it compounds over the period of time. It is daily activities that compounds over the period of time. It is good to realize them early by doing the self check-in. Am I doing it right? Am I focusing on my why that is driving me to go in this direction? So I'll make sure I'm revisiting my vision every day, twice in the morning when I start my day, and also when I'm ending my day. Yeah,
Love
yeah,
that. Lovely.
yeah.
The next one, we're going to pivot a little bit and talk about resets, right? So, how do you rebuild a space for thinking and innovation without slowing down, your momentum and growth? So, one of the things that I found is I will go, go, go until I drop. So, I have to consciously like stop in my space. So, I structure certain things that are very draining, like answering emails, doing approvals. Like with emails, I answer them 3 times a day, right? Um, but the biggest thing that I found was taking the break. So when I'm working remotely at home, I have a husky. She like comes and pops into my office and she's like, "Hello, mommy. Time to go outside, walk around in nature." So she brings me to the backyard a couple times a day, at least. Sometimes she's a nuisance and joins my calls, um, but she will make me stop. And when I'm at client sites and off and traveling, I have an alarm that I set so that it's a mid morning and an afternoon. Take a break, walk around, talk to the everybody around you. Just take a break for it can be small. It can be 5 or 10 minutes. Just get away from the work, right? And that's what's reset me. How about your resets?
I love that you brought the point of your husky because I'm an like dog crazy person. Okay,
And
so
huskies are crazy.
yeah, but my crazy is like having 7 dogs right now. As I speak, they are with a wonderful pet sitter, so I was able to come here, but they are the love of my life. I don't have human children yet, but dogs are. I've been rescuing dogs for not 22 years now. So I was going to bring this point, whether it's my own cancer healing journey or as an entrepreneur. Dogs do My dogs have definitely helped me keep me healthy because they do have this ability to take me out of my mind, out of the overthinking loop, and it's going to go worse and self inflicted anxiety thoughts and things like that, and you're going out in the sunlight and walking barefoot. The other thing is, my beloved grandfather used to say, whenever there's a problem in your mind, sleep on it. So what he meant was, it was so true, as I've realized going through life, just detach from the problem, and that is when the solution shows up. So thinking of the same problem, you're maximizing its impact in your mental capacity, and it's becoming big, big, big tiger in the room, okay, as so to speak. When you detach from it, you don't give it power. It loses its power attachment to you. And you sleep on it means you just completely put it away, take a rest, take a break, go out with friends, have it with your dogs outside, whatever grounds you. Listen to some meditation music, have good food. Oh yeah, cooking is one of my recharging activity because I'm very passionate about cooking plant-based meals, and I have a YouTube channel, The Garden Recipe. So these things bring me back. And the other thing that I ask myself, what is it from my business activities that I enjoy doing, bring me back to life? Like, okay, I still believe in this dream. It's going to happen. The why, like Simon Sinek says. And what are the things that are draining me? And I often find it's usually one person or some client or some email or some comment that I have to reply to or something like that that's draining me on this side. And
What's lifting me up is usually working on my website and beautiful, making it like a nice article or publishing it. So I will focus on recharging my battery, doing the things once I've categorized in my mind what's draining me and what lifts me up. Okay, let's do the one that's lifts me up. We'll take care of the other one when we are recharged. Okay, that's the better approach instead of just pushing, pushing, pushing. So that's just my.
I have a sign on my wall that says, "What crazy idea will you actually make happen today?"
That is a wonderful idea.
Wow, I like that side. I'm gonna borrow that. Um, for me, I think one of the things that I do, one of the daily things that I do, and my team thinks that it's just absolutely crazy, is I like getting into the shower. I will take I mean, just any kind of, spearmint bath or, a lavender bath or whatever. I probably take 3 showers a day. I just love the feeling of water, hot water on my body. That kind of like resets me and it just rejuvenates me. And I just love vanilla and lavender. I love the scent of it. So I have it everywhere. So if you come, if I smell like that, that's probably why. But I just love those scents, and that's what it is that I do to kind of help me reset on a daily basis. On a more global basis, every 30 days, I reassess the people who I have around me. And I teach this a lot to a lot of the entrepreneurs that I now provide strategy sets to. You are only as good as the 5 people around you, right? And I just try to do it every 30 days. And then, me, the compassionate person in me, I kind of give a person or two, okay, I'm going to give you an extra 30 days, right? Because you weren't really, I didn't see a whole value, our
You weren't at
morals
your
and values
best.
aren't
You weren't at
lining
your
up.
best for the first 30
You know
days.
what I mean? Like maybe them.
Try.
Yeah, the imposter showed up here for the first 30 days. Let me just see about the second 30 days. But we don't need to do waiting until the end of the year and we're going to figure out what we didn't do well for the whole year, right? I do quarterly updates with my entrepreneurs as well, and we try to figure out what your goals and your vision and your mission is, just to make sure that you're still doing your why, right? Because what happens is you get off basis, right? And you start in like going in a different direction. And I love the way that you say that you end up in the weeds. So it's sort of like, you're driving along the highway and next thing you know, you're all off on the shore over here. Like what happened? Like you don't see the road? Like just get back on the road.
That's the Ushinies.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. But rather than doing that, quarterly after 3 months, let's just take reevaluation every 30 days and just see where we are and just see who we have around us. And those will be the energy drainers, right? And those will be the people who we want to give our community service to and help. But at the end of the day, what are they adding? Are they adding value? Are they taking away value? Are they adding value to others?
And we've called them energy vampires.
Yeah. Well, I haven't called them anything yet, but I mean, I might borrow that. I might borrow that.
That's a good one. So I really, when I was looking at this question, it hit home to me because after doing this for about 16 years in this particular role, I've been struggling with that feeling. That's just why I enjoyed your talk so much yesterday.
Thank you.
Um, just how to reset and how to, get that feeling back that I had and that passion. And it really did. What one of the things was it came down to that passion. How do I get that back? Because obviously in a nonprofit the mission encompasses the cause, but it's the passion of the people that move that cause forward helps to advance it. And if with the day to day and the operational stresses, fundraising, managing the staff, the board commitments, all the things, sometimes that can, wear down on that passion. So for me, I've been trying to just step back and remember that feeling, And when I first started this, I spent a lot more time, instead of doing the operational stuff in the field, tracking wolves, spending time with the ranchers, riding the horses. And so I thought, you know what? Need to get out there and remember what that feels like. And then just going back and looking at old grant reports early on and the excitement in my words of like, we did this, we did that, um, has been really helpful as well. And then in yesterday's session, a gentleman who's known as the Orange Man, I believe, he made a statement that
Eric.
really, Eric, okay, it really hit me. He got up and he said, "What are you without your title, or who are you without your title?" And I thought, wow, I'm not just, executive director and a founder. I'm a wolf advocate. I'm somebody who cares about the ranchers, somebody who cares about wildlife. That's who I am.
Yes.
And it really sat with me. And it just, I could feel that passion rising up through that. But on a daily basis, um, break up my day. I am an early morning person, so I'm up at 5. But at noon, I go to the stables or ride my horse, spend 2, 3 hours, and then I come back and work late. And that's how I recharge every day.
That's great. For me, reset to break that chain of thoughts and chain of activities we are in on daily basis. Um, I spend myself. I believe in meditation, breath inhaling and exhaling that will diffuse all the thoughts which are not serving us. That is one way of reset for me, and also. I do believe in self care. It could be a good food or taking care of yourself. We may not think of ourselves uh, focusing on what we are doing. It is sometimes important that we take time for ourselves. That will definitely, in a way, I intentionally want to do something, a different activity which I have not done, which will help me to unlock something new in me. So that will make me happy. That is the way I reset myself. Yeah. Thank you.
There's one more question about epiphany. One word. Where do you get your best creative ideas? Where they just show up?
Okay, sure. So I do travel for work. It is sometimes between the exhaustion and the reflections, a sudden idea it does strike. Since we are in new places and we interact with new people, that is how a new idea strikes in me, in different odd ways, actually. Yeah.
For me is when we're traveling for workshops with our team and we're just, on the road between locations. And what I find interesting about it is that there's no performance pressure and there's no like a meeting or retreat where people feel like they have to come up with ideas. We're just talking, we're conversing, we're sharing, and then ideas flow and creativity happens. And we've managed to come up with more ideas and solve more issues in a 2-hour road trip than in months of trying to figure out a problem.
That's because you're trapped in a car.
Yeah. Well, first I want to say that my daughter's name is Epiphany, and so that's my moment of clarity, exactly there. But I have my biggest moments of clarity, unfortunately, between the hours of 2 and 4 a.m. And that's when I wake up, right? So if the Lord is telling me to get up, I'm just gonna wake up. But now He's saying, no, I need you to get up. I'm like, okay, now, all right, all right, all right. First you were saying wake up, now you want me to get up. And that's my moment of clarity. Those are the hours that I do my best work, between 2 and 4 a.m.
That is so wonderful you said that because I always get my most creative ideas when I'm most relaxed, and it usually comes as an answer in sleep. So go figure. I think that's probably because the mind is not overthinking; it shuts off, and the subconscious can take over and give you the deepest answers. The second would be when I'm writing things. I think there's the magic to writing, like the old school way, not writing on the internet, but like with pen and paper, and that is when you write what is on your thoughts, and then suddenly the answer will come somewhere in the middle of all that gibberish in your mind coming out. Oh, that's where it was. So I think writing and kind of like calming the mind and during sleep time. Yeah.
So I am also a 2 to 4, but I'm still awake. I sleep in shifts because I don't sleep very long. Yeah. I get more sleep when I sleep in shifts. Um, it's when the house is quiet, but it's also when I'm in the shower. I don't know. You're running through your
I
day.
actually that was
Yeah.
in the shower.
You
I am
should identify with that,
many
right?
people have it that way.
It's like you're running through your day. What's going on? What do I have to do that day? And you're like, oh, I could do it this way.
And I think water has the most
It's a
healing
healing effect.
yeah, and it washes off the previous energy that we have of worry, negativity, or what people inflict on us. And I think many of my answers have come in the shower too. And a lot of people I've heard over my journey, that is during the when they're taking a shower or taking a salt bath. It takes away all of the negative energy, and that is probably because of that. And yeah, I do have it in the shower too. Yeah.
But animals help too though,
Oh,
because
big time, big time.
they're always happy to see you. I mean, unless you have a
No
cat,
judgment.
and sometimes they just want you. They just want you to be away, out of their way. But
I've just learned to always keep a pad of paper and a pen with me at all times because I never know when that I don't. And then I think I'm going to remember, and then I don't. So bedside always.
well, thank you so much, everybody, for the panel, and we happy that you guys showed up on the third day. So kudos to you guys. Appreciate everybody. Thank you so much, lovely ladies.
Thank you. It's an honor
Thank
to be
you.
here.
Thank you.
One more time for our panelists. So let's move on to our next session. Every company, that one thing they've been meaning to fix, but never quite get to. Old systems, outdated processes, things that still work, but not the way they should. The challenge in doing it without breaking everything else. Our next session, which keynote titled Legacy Modernization, Turning Enterprise Risk into Controlled Agile Transformation. It's about how organizations are upgraded what exists, managing the risks, and still moving forward with speed and confidence. So please join me in welcoming our speaker, David Siegfried Eisel, the Group President and CTO of Helvic Mines and Swiss Shores LLC. He specializes in the large scale monetization initiatives, including legal system replacement, data migration, AI enabled automation, and regulated platform transformation. Hello.
Thank you. Good morning.
You beat me to
Thank
it.
you. Yeah, so hello. You see, there is a nice presentation. Honestly, we will not walk through that presentation because it doesn't make sense. You will get the presentation after if you want. The event organizers will send it out. But I would not like to blast you away with a lot of technology and technical stuff and so on and so forth. I want to go in a discussion with you. So first of all, let's go for a language class. You know, probably some of you know me already. I'm from Switzerland. So, what do we say in Switzerland for hello, good morning, and so on? Does anybody know? Beside you, you're from Switzerland, I know. So, if we say hello, but during the day, in the morning, late, we have one word. It's grüezi. So that's why let's try to say all of you grüezi. Yeah. And if we, because we are a bigger audience here, we want to say grüezi to everybody. So we say grüezi miteinander. Grüezi miteinander. That means hello to all of you. So great. You see, in this on this event also you can learn something new. Yeah. So when we talk about legacy modernization, replacement of mainframes, this is not a hype topic. Everybody is talking about AI. Hey, this is fancy. This is cool. This is wow. This is blasting us into the new orbit. Yeah, in any time. You can do some potions. It's my opinion. You can do some potions in AI, which is wonderful. It's a wonderful tool. But if the foundation is not given for the data, if you don't have clean data, if you don't have clean processes, what will happen if you leverage bad data? What will happen? Does anybody know? Yeah, we name it pretty straight in Switzerland, shit in, shit out principle. If you have rotten data, if you have rotten processes, all of that, yeah. But this is not a bad meaning when I talk about legacy modernization or mainframe stuff. This is running since decades. So this is really old term, long running. The governments are running on that. All the backend systems. IBM made a shit amount of money the last, well, let me say 40, 50 years. And it's still good, robust, solid. Because the business process, the technical stuff, the infrastructure all was in one bulk. And it is still. And mainly in all the regulated industries. We talk about financial service, health insurance, hospitals. In the back end, most of them, they are still running those massive big systems. And what we are doing the groundwork that on top you can put proper AI. So we are working on those old systems. And let me give you, oh, my watch is talking. I'm sorry. No, I don't want to listen to music now. Thank you. Yeah, but this is a good example. Sometimes those devices are doing whatever they want. I have not asked for. Anyway, yeah, so last project we did was an insurance project, big insurance company from Germany, 2.5 years project, only for 10% of the legacy modernization. And they have spent with a team of 250 people, 65 million euros, so 70 million euros for that. And it was a success because on top of that, they could add now AI, digital processes, analysis, synchronizing between hospitals and health insurance processes, all of that. But anytime in life, companies must start on that because who knows what is the most popular coding language on mainframe? COBOL, correct. What is the average age of a COBOL developer? So I'm a young one. I'm in the middle of the 50s. So you see, the problem is that also the technology experience and knowledge is dying out because they get retired. We have a joke, Swiss people like to have also sometimes black humor. So we have a joke. Where do you find COBOL developers? At the cemetery, either they are underground or they condolence. So, but saying that, let me give you a practical example. Who has rented a rental car here in Las Vegas from the airport? How was it? How was your experience? Not bad? My one was shit. I arrived Sunday. The plane was late. I arrived at the airport. I needed to queue for the bus. It has taken 45 minutes till a bus came. So you still say that's good? Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I have not had a drink, so it was a shit process. So saying that, has taken me 45 minutes for 8 minutes ride. Then I arrived at the rental car building. It has taken me 2 hours to get my car keys of a pre-booked, prepaid car. So in total, about 3 hours. My flight was 1 hour late, so in total, I have lost 4 hours, and I was really not happy after a long haul flight from Europe. So, but why I'm telling you that? This is a classical business process. How would you like to put AI on top of that? How shall that work? If online booking, prepaid, all of that is not working yet. So we have to clean out, they have to clean out all those processes. It's not about the people working there at the counter. They did a great job. But there were only two because of cost reduction. Two people for about 50 people queuing for a car. But I think everybody will understand based on that scenario. What does it mean to replace existing business processes, legacy systems, things like those? Because otherwise, we never will really arrive in the AI space. And my friend here from Switzerland, he has shown on the other presentation yesterday something about AI, what we can do. But really, when the foundation is not given, it can't get better. And we want to improve all of that. And this is what we are doing mainly. So we look into those systems, we analyze those systems and try to figure out in which slices we can modify that, we can extract that, we can optimize that so that it is at the end on a new technology. Because as said a little while ago, you don't find anymore really a lot of those COBOL developers or assembler macro developers, which is the next level of missing people. So, and we tried in many projects. I'm doing that since 25 years about already. So we have tried with a lot of different AI tools. We have created own AI tools to analyze the code. But the difficulty is, I don't know if anybody knows assembler and assembler macros or COBOL language. To analyze that and to extract the business logic out of the code is almost impossible. So, yes, it's the language and it is the way of how you have coded in the past. You have enabled business processes in the code. Today, in today's development, you have business owners, you have product owners, you have people which understand the business but don't understand the technology, and you have coders. And they work together most times in an agile team, in a scrum team. So you have developers, you have QAs, you have all of that. Yesterday, at another session I was, anybody told me about or was on the stage and saying, QA, for sure we can do code QA with AI, but if the business process is seamless, if the business process is as the client expects at the end, because all what we are doing is only for to make the client happy, because then we get the money of the client. Pretty much simple. As more easy it's in the front end, it's more complicated it can get in the back end. And so that's why to break it up, to figure it out, what is this part of software doing? It's a lot of analysis and activities. But saying that when we do that proper in a nice way of documentation as well, then we will succeed and then it can be used. Then we can put all the data together in a data lake, in a delta lake, and can extract it to analyze it. Because let me give you a practical example out of one. And insurance is always a good example. You know, if you have an insurance, you have a car insurance, you have a fire insurance, you have, I don't know, whatever insurance. People in Switzerland have about 3 times more insurance than they need. I know it by myself. And I don't know how it is in the US, but I think it's not really different. Perfect, yeah. So, and saying that, in the earlier days, those insurance companies were working in silos. So if you have had a car insurance, your data was stored here. If you have a health insurance, your data was stored there. And if you had some others, it was stored several times. So instead of they have, let me say, 5 million clients, the truth is perhaps 1.5 or 2 million clients. The other are doubled from the other areas in the same company. So if you want to clean out that data, you must enable your system that the systems can talk to each other. To explain it pretty simple, forget about the technical, because technology can be solved, we all know. But yes, saying that, this is the thing. And on a panel yesterday, I was saying, and this is why I have put this here on the highlight. We have to engineer the risk. We are in Vegas. Most of you like for going for gambling. Why not? I like blackjack. Once in a while, it's nice to go for gambling. But if we talk about business, gambling is not acceptable, because you need to know how much it will cost you if it's not working. And then you can calculate, okay, I take this risk. Fair enough. The same with all these cybersecurity topics you have to touch in such a process. The rules, the regulations, all the stuff which any Europe, we have GDPR. Here in the US, you have a lot of others, but for US also you have to respect the GDPR if you have clients from Europe and so on and so forth. All of that is a risk you need to calculate. You have to have the documentation on that. You need to be clear and transparent. And as I also was saying yesterday on a panel, in Switzerland, we have the mentality, the money we don't need to spend, we don't need to earn. So we can also optimize our profit in the way of reducing costs or risk, because risk is always an amount of money you have to have in your back pocket, because if it's upcoming, you must be able to pay it. Otherwise, your company is getting down. And for sure, most of us are talking to SME clients. Those projects which we are here doing mainly are for enterprise clients, governmental clients. But it doesn't matter. At the end, we are acting with people. At the end, there is an end client. And believe it or not, I had a also not so great experience getting my social security number here in the US. Um, when I'm here in the US, I'm living in Florida. So I was thinking, hey, pretty cool, requesting an appointment online. What happened? I got an appointment to go to the office for requesting an appointment to getting an interview. Okay, was confusing to me because um, in Switzerland it's a little bit different. If you have a new employee, new hire, and this person has not a social security number, you can request it online. It takes you 30 seconds. Done, and it will be digitalized, processed. No complaining, no blaming. Don't get me wrong. But so I went to the second appointment. That second appointment was 9 weeks later because there was no other available in the availability of the authorities and in my flight schedule because I was back in Europe that time when the next was available. Long story short, I went to that place. I had all my documents on my iPad. The PDFs, the registration. Yeah, you're always, yeah, you're already confirming my story. Thank you. So yeah, I went to that office, walked in. The first thing was what happened was a lady next to me came in with a water bottle. The security has sent her out with the water bottle. It's not allowed to have anything in the room, in the waiting room. Then, yeah, I was sitting there. I was figuring out how I get my appointment because my stupidity, sorry for that, I was expecting I had an appointment at 10:10. So I was expecting I get an appointment at 10:10 at the counter. No, I had to go to a machine and take the ticket. And so at the end, I had my appointment at 10:20. Why I'm so precise on that? I went to that, and the guy behind the counter told me, I need your printout of your confirmation of the appointment. And I said, I have it on the iPad. I can show you my iPad. No, I'm not allowed to take the number from the iPad. I need to have a printout. I said, really? So saying that, I asked him, where can I get a printout? Can I send it to you by email and you print it out? For sure, I will pay for it. Yeah, you know the story. We have not spoken about, but you're fully in that. Thank you. Yeah, so I asked for where can I print it out, and he said about 3 miles down the road there's a Staples. You can go there, but you have to be back in 25 minutes. Then my shift is done, and then your appointment is expired. So, and here is the case number. He has written it by hand on a yellow post-it paper. I said, give it to the security and tell the security that you will be returning. Otherwise, he has to decide if he will let you in again or not. So saying that again, did that. The security said, yeah, if you're back in 20 minutes, I'll let you in. Otherwise, not. Go for a new appointment. So I was driving down by hell, not watching for the police, went down, got a printout, drove back. Yeah, got the, could get back to the counter, showed this, and really that guy only has taken the number which was written on the printout, which was 100% the same number which was shown on the iPad, and I got the things processed. And I said, okay, what's next? And he said, yeah, now we have all data in the system. You have confirmed. So your appointment today was only for confirming what you have entered in the system online. And in about 6 to 8 weeks, you get your social security number if we don't have additional questions. And yeah, I was lucky they haven't had additional questions. So after about 2 months, I got my social security number. But this is again something just to give you out of a real life example what legacy systems mean, what mainframe activities mean. And we have to clean that out. That's why I'm really happy when we can work on that. And after that, anybody else is doing the AI work on top. We are only preparing the foundation. I'm because I like technology, I'm really into technology. I'm really, I think, well aware of all the AI, but we don't do AI working in our company. This is what I decided for, because there are other companies which are much better on that. We have went to the gym the last 25 years to train our muscles on legacy modernization, on analyzing those, on preparing all of that. But there are much better companies which we are working with or handing it over. That's fine. But coming back to that, we have to engineer the risk. At the authorities, often they don't care because you have to wait. Differently in the private industry, because coming back again to the example of insurance, because they want to make revenue sales. If they can't deliver proper, they will not sell. The people will be unhappy there, and the clients will move to new online insurance companies because they don't have the history. They don't have an insurance history of the last 3, 4 decades or more. So they can build the stuff new. If you are a new startup, if you are a new company, if you have the greenfield approach, you don't need us because you don't have the legacy systems in that instance. You don't have it in that scale. But I just wanted to give you a little bit of feeling on that. What does this mean? And also in the slides you can get after, I have brought in some numbers. What does it mean if a legacy system is not working for a day? For an insurance company, for a travel agency, for an airline. And you will see massive numbers, not only because the legacy is not working, the mainframe has a problem or so, also because of the fines. They have to, for example, a financial industry company has to report a technical issue. If this technical issue is longer than 4 hours, then it can start already with a fine. Parallel to that, if they have to trade on the market, they will lose some more money on the trading or whatever. Yeah, so you see, and all those things you will find on the slides. But I was deciding and thinking, and I hope you like that I don't walk through the slides. I give you only the main page. But this is something, and that's why, and I really like that my marketing team has decided for the chessboard here as the logo. We have to strategic think about what is our approach, what is our need, and how do we execute it. And it has to be step by step. It can't be in a big bang. Honestly, I never have seen a big bang really working. Never ever in my life. So you need to slice it in a logical way. And this is the hardest fight with the top management when you talk to the C-level people, because they want to have it modern. They always bring the buzzwords agile, blah, 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 blah. But they still go for micromanagement. For what do I spend my money? What do I get out of the dollar? All that stuff. Yesterday, we had a nice conversation on stage about, yeah, what is the benefit to the client? Because we want to sell to the client. And if the client understands there is a benefit to him, he will stay with us. Honestly, I don't know how it is with you, but when I talk to clients, especially in the US, they ask me, what do I get out of a dollar? What is your hourly rate? We never go for hourly rates. We give a firm fixed price. We do an estimation and give a firm fixed price. But this is something we have to educate, especially purchase departments in the government, because they ask for hourly rates. But what is the result on that? There is no solution. And I don't know how long your sales cycle is, whatever you are selling, how long your projects are. Our sales cycle is pretty long, 9 to 18 months for one deal. But the projects then are between 2 to 5 years. So in comparison to the sales time and to the project time, it makes sense. But saying that, it's really often difficult that we are in that, let me say, chicken and egg situation. What is first? What should come first? But based on that, I hope I could give you a little bit of what does it mean, legacy modernization in your real life. That's why I was thinking to give you some real life examples, which everybody has already had in his life. So saying that, I hope You have not expected a hardcore technical presentation. If you want, I can do it outside with a coffee later for you. But yeah, I hope I could bring you a little bit that foundation thinking, because we always need to think about the operation model. And it is not about legacy only, it's about any business. We need to know our operation model, we need to know the governance, and we need to comply. If those three things are given, we have a great chance to succeed and also to survive in the industry. And saying that, yeah, if you have some questions, feel free to ask, because I'm done. But I don't do a mic drop because otherwise things will. Seems not. So I have killed you. No. So saying that, thanks for the audience. Have a great time and have fun in Las Vegas.
Perfect. One more time for our panelists. Thank you so much. And now up next, we have a panel discussion. As startups scale, changes often outpace solutions. How do you keep up when your system, processes, or tech starts to lag behind your ambition? What's the secret to tackling lingering issues without slowing down the process? In this session, tech debt and growing pains, fixing what's broken while moving fast, our panelists will dive into real world strategies for addressing bottlenecks, streamlining operations, and keeping growth on track, all while maintaining the speed that drives success. So let's have a warm welcome for our moderator, Chris Burns, CEO and CSO of Techie Gurus, and panelist Rohit Gupa, the founder and head solution of Incuta Consulting Inc., and Dr. Trina Wilson, owner and CEO of Life Counseling and Assessment Center. Hi, thank you guys. Trina Wilson.
Okay, Chris, this is going to be interesting. I don't think the other panelist is here, so it's just going to be Dr. Trina and me. I'm Chris Burns.
And I'm Dr. Trina with Life Counseling and Assessment Center.
She's not technical, and I am, so this is going to be a fun conversation. I run Techie Gurus. I run a cybersecurity and technology company for small and medium businesses. We help them develop security and technology plans. So tech debt is part of that.
Right.
Ones that they should have that they don't have
Mhm.
today. So, and what do you do?
I run a counseling center, and we do a lot of interfacing with different
Okay.
companies. And I am not tech savvy at all, and I believe that's the product that I'm bringing today is what do we do in those tight places?
Okay.
And we're gonna go from there.
All right, we're gonna shake this up a little bit then. Let's go with what tech debt is. Tech debt is when you move really fast and you outpace your technology,
Hmm.
right? So I deal with a lot of manufacturers and things like that, and they just don't upgrade. So the last speaker was really good about talking about legacy systems.
Right.
They will burn you
Yes.
at the end of the day. So how do you guys handle your technology?
We currently utilize a tech company that comes in because I am the person who wants to hold on to the old system.
Okay.
So I am the person who does not want to merge, and I don't want to learn, and I don't want to do all of the things. But that's the wisdom that we bring is why we bring in a company that can do all of those things.
So do you who's ultimately accountable for technology in your company then?
Oh, I'm
Your ultimate
responsible
account.
for it
Okay.
because I am the founder and I
Uh-huh.
have a problem with control, right? And um,
All right.
so, because I want to hold on to the legacy, the
Yeah.
legacy that he spoke about, right? I don't
Yeah.
want to utilize or lose any of those files or information or data on my previous patients, and because that's what it is dear to me. But companies like you
Yep.
come in and help us understand that we don't have to lose anything, that we need to upgrade and we need to move forward and we need to integrate and do better.
How often do you have those conversations?
I've been made to have those conversations more frequently than I like,
Okay.
because the system is now slowing down because
Uh,
it's too old. So I am now having those conversations probably quarterly. Hmm.
okay. That's pretty good.
Hmm.
I would say quarterly or every 6 months at least.
Hmm.
Annual's too long. That's
Yeah,
just too
it's
long of a
much too
cycle.
long.
Yeah, it's
I've
way
had too
way too
many
long.
crashes, and
Oh,
I want everybody here to understand. Please listen. Do not follow my direction in
so what she's
that.
saying is her credit card is has a high balance. Protect
Absolutely.
that. Yeah. Because that's really what. Oh, you're here. Oh, yeah. Come on out. Yeah. Reed's here. All right.
Good
Grab a
deal.
mic.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Done. Okay.
Introduce yourself. Well,
Yeah, it's on.
Hello.
yep.
Yeah.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Sorry about this. I was told it's 10:15. My name is Rohit. I'm co-founder for Identica Technologies Private Limited. It's basically a system integration organization
Hmm.
working in network, data center, security, cloud, and open source. So that's what we do. It's a bootstrapped organization, three founders.
Wow, I love it. Hmm.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about tech debt to you? What does it mean to you?
Yeah. See, I've been talking to a lot of people and especially founders,
Hmm.
uh, and what they are skeptical about is, do I invest on day one
Right.
in tech? My submission is, and it's coming from my own learnings,
Hmm.
is you should invest in tech, but not too much. I mean, the if I have to put it, it's a very thin line. You need to be on top of numbers always, right? Without tech, you don't have that. And
When you talk about tech sprawl,
Hmm.
that leads to more tech debt down the road, right? Because you still have
yes,
to manage that.
right. So you need to avoid the sprawl,
Yep.
but you need to have a debt, is what I'm trying to say.
Hmm.
So how do you manage speed? Because founders they want to move fast,
We do.
Mhm.
right?
Yes,
But
we
we
do.
but we also need to slow down, take a breath,
Yeah.
and manage that. So how do you do that with your customers?
Oh, so see, as a founder, you want to be on top of the business. You don't
Right.
want to be into operations,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
And having a any tech. So, for example, I use only two stack in my organization. One is Zoho and one is Microsoft, right? And everything works around that. I have done a lot of integrations
Hmm.
within this stack only,
Okay.
right? So if I have to say what are my payables, what are my receivables at any given point of time, I have that kind of visibility,
Hmm.
which helps me manage my finances. Right, being bootstrapped, obviously you are short of money always.
Always. Always.
Right, so that helps you do a lot of planning. It helps you avoid last minute hassles as well, right? You don't have a credit limit, you don't have enough cash,
Hmm.
because of it you are losing an opportunity as well. So yeah, so that's where I think I'm coming from as a personal experience.
When was the last time you talked about your technology debt? You said quarterly. You review
Hmm.
quarterly. When was the last time that conversation was had?
Actually, I had that conversation maybe about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I'm implementing a new product, a new program, for entrepreneurs,
Okay.
and I needed to try to figure out how to do that in a more effective and efficient way.
Okay. Now you deal with personal information, obviously,
I do.
running a clinic,
Hmm.
right?
And the
So,
HIPAA violations and all the things.
oh man, all right.
Yeah,
So cybersecurity is a conversation as well.
it's definitely a conversation that we have all the time.
Okay. How often is that conversation? Every quarter?
I have that conversation probably more than quarterly
Okay.
because I have patients that I see. And most of what we do is we are visually, we have a virtual platform, right? So we see people internationally,
Oh, cool.
and those rules are different than the rules in the States. So everybody has to be in compliance
Yep.
and it's confusing, right? So I have to rely on my tech guys to kind of help me out with that, making sure that I am in compliance with that. Based on the platforms that we're utilizing. So I have to have that conversation more than I would like to have, because when I have conversations with you guys, it delays my productivity for today.
Do you get legal involved?
I have legal
Okay.
involved. Yes,
All right.
yes, we
Good.
have legal.
Good.
We have legal involved, making sure that we are following all the rules. Because I don't want to like say what my tech guy said, but I thought they had that covered. I don't. I don't want to do that to you. So yes,
No,
we do have a legal team as well.
that's awesome.
Mhm.
What what would you think would be the most common form of tech debt for somebody that's coming to you?
Impulsive buy.
Impulsive bar?
Yeah. Right. So, see, what would happen is, uh, obviously running a business like
Mhm.
you said, right?
Yeah.
You would have a compliances,
Right.
and then you would have security around
Okay.
that as well, around PIS solution,
Mhm.
right? I'm a tech guy in the company, right? So, I can kind of relate to what you were saying,
Mhm.
right? So you would buy some solution
Right.
for security. You would buy some solution for
Mhm.
your main application,
That's right.
and then you would try to work all this together, right?
Right. Mhm.
And that is what I'm saying. You focus on your use case, what you want out of your technology, and then decide what two or three things works for me
Okay.
and how they talk to each other,
Mhm.
right? So that's where I'm saying, so build a workflow around it, build a workflow, and then have the technology pieces fit there,
Mhm.
instead of being the other way around, that you buy something and then you build a workflow on top of it.
Yeah, that's probably what I've been doing.
Well, what do you think about life cycle planning? Because that
Sorry.
life
Life
cycle
cycle
planning
planning.
for technology, that's one of the things I run into a lot with companies. Is they, like we talked about,
Yeah.
older technology and things like that,
Yeah.
legacy systems. They may not have upgraded in 10 years,
Mhm.
so now they have to go through that process, right? And that's really a failure of leadership in the company.
Mhm.
It's a failure of strategic leadership in the company. So how do you have that conversation?
I mean, see, tech refresh is part of thing.
Mhm.
You cannot go away with that. Uh, Primarily because both software and hardware upgrades bring a lot of functionality in, right? Uh, but again, I would again circle back to this point itself, that hardware needs to be refreshed. I mean, it's end of life, it won't wears out. You would have to do that, right? But for any software which you want to do, it again boils down to whatever the new features I'm incorporating. Are
Right.
they helpful for me or not?
Right.
Right?
Right.
You want to put in your money, then you
Yeah.
would want to put in your efforts to upgrade the systems. Does this bring that kind of value? Right? So those are the conversations I have with my clients as well, right? I mean,
Mhm.
if there's an update which is there, it necessarily is maybe useful for you or maybe not.
Okay, let's go back to you, Dr. Trina. When you were hiring your IT company, the tech
Mhm.
people to help you, did they
Mhm.
do an assessment?
Yeah, they
Okay.
they didn't have a choice but to do an assessment because my system had crashed. I was freaking out, thought I
Oh.
had lost all of my data. So when they were able to retrieve it, of course they were my savior,
Yeah.
right? I'm like, oh God, thank you. So I immediately had to go ahead and do an assessment as to why the
Right.
system crashed, and what do you need to put in place. And the company that I'm currently working with, I'm really grateful for them because they work after hours. And for entrepreneurs, we need people to not say to us, we only work from 8 to 6. Well, I'm working from 8 to 6. I need you to work from 7 to 12. Like, what are you talking about? Like, no, I'm an entrepreneur. You should know how this works. I'm not the commonality, I'm not the common person. So I need special privileges, and that's what we do as founders. We want to have you guys work outside of that. And
Yeah.
I found a company that says, okay, Dr. Trina, we're going to do it for you.
All right.
Yeah.
There's a saying there, which says that if world is working, IT is sleeping. But if IT is working, world is sleeping because systems are not working.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what we need you to do. Absolutely.
That's not the calls any of us want to get.
Right?
That's not the call any of us want to get. The systems aren't working for some reason. So, what about you? Do you do assessment?
Yeah, we do it all the time.
Mhm.
I mean, primarily that is one of our core business models as well,
Yeah.
right? So what it comes from is why we founded this is, probably there are people who are just there to do box selling,
Mhm.
right? Nobody is solving a problem
Mhm.
for a client. right? So that's what we do, a lot of consulting engagements, we do a lot of business engagement, business analysis as well.
Hmm.
And yes, then we come out with the solutions
Right.
as to what could be the approach.
Hmm.
So yeah, we do it all the time.
I have a really good question when I go and do an assessment. Do you know every application your employees are using?
Hmm.
Uh, so okay, so assessment for us
Yeah.
is from the overall workflows
Right.
perspective, not from the application side of things. So what we do assessments is from networks, data center, security, and cloud.
Right.
How are they configured? How are they integrated? And what are the backup failure mechanisms in place?
Right.
So those kind of assessments we do to make sure the lights are always on.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's
So for
good.
our assessments, we're usually working with
That's good.
executives, small and medium businesses, right? So I'll ask them that question.
Yeah.
I'll ask them,
We don't know.
do you know?
We don't know that. We don't know the
Yeah,
answer to that.
exactly.
We don't.
Right.
That's not our
Right.
job. Like we don't
Hey,
know
do you,
what's working.
do you
Like
know what AI your employees are using?
no, we don't know any
Exactly.
of those answers.
Right.
We have no clue.
So that's where tech debt can get really bad
Hmm.
because you don't know where your data is.
Right.
You don't know what your employees are using.
Hmm.
And you want to know how hard it is to tell a founder that they need to rein that in and they need to choose applications that are for the business.
Right.
That's a fun conversation to have. Let
I'm
me tell you.
sure. I'm
Yeah.
sure. I'm sure.
Because again, I don't want to blame employees because it's not employees' fault.
Hmm.
They're just trying to get their job done,
That's right.
right? And that creates complications inside the business. It's still a failure of leadership at the
Hmm.
top.
Hmm.
So I just want everybody out there to understand that as a founder, you need to have somebody that you trust for technology that's going
Yeah.
to help you have a strategy, help you have a roadmap, help you manage this debt because eventually the debt bomb goes off,
Yeah.
and you don't want that debt bomb to go off.
Yeah, especially if AI is it's not going anywhere,
No,
right? And
absolutely.
we just have to educate ourselves on it and we're constantly running from it, right? So if we don't know what our employees are doing, just like you said, they could utilize anything. And with my situation, I have to be in compliance,
Yep.
right? I'm dealing with HIPAA based information. I'm dealing with people's lives,
Yeah.
right? So I can't afford to have that kind of risk, so I do need to bring it in, and that is why I have to have these quarterly meetings with my people because they have to do a whole system analyzation. They run this whole check and see what's been ran and who is looking at sites that they don't need to be looking at. And all the things
Yep.
that they do for me, and I'm forever grateful because we have to be in compliant, and and people trust us. So in order for them to trust us, we have to have those things in place.
Yeah, because you end up in the news because you had a data leak or something like that.
No, we're gonna end up
That
in the news for nothing like
yeah,
that.
exactly. No, you don't want to be in the news for that. That's
No,
not
no,
that's
no, no, no.
That
yeah.
would be an expensive news as well.
Uh,
Absolutely, absolutely.
although a little off topic, some people are becoming numb to it.
No,
They
yeah.
see it so much that they're
Hmm.
becoming numb to it. And it's actually that's actually a dangerous
Hmm.
precedent to set.
Yeah.
So how how often do you deal with legacy systems when with customers bringing because you're in like the modernization world, right? So you want
Yeah.
to modernize things. How often do customers come to you with legacy systems that you have to then modernize?
Yeah.
Uh, quite a bit. I
Yeah.
mean, see, there are two aspects to it in what we do. One is visibility,
Mm,
right? You need to know what is going on before you take an action on top of it,
right.
right? So, uh, I would say to start with, a lot of organizations they don't even have that kind of visibility as to what the applications are being
Right.
used,
Yeah.
right? And then there are controls on top of it, right? So that is what we try to tell our clients as well. Again, that in fact, before buying into anything to protect,
Hmm.
first have a visibility as to what your users are using,
Right.
and from where what they're using, what is the data they are transferring.
Hmm.
And once you have that kind of visibility, then you have the actual controls in place, right? So from tech perspective, see, there are a lot of options to do that. You so I'll give you a very small example. You can have chat working in chat gpt,
Hmm.
but you cannot do any uploads or downloads,
Hmm.
right? So that kind of controls are there,
Yeah.
but again, it's a function of the workflow which you want to build,
Yeah.
right? So you first need to have a visibility in place, and then you have to have that controls.
How do you get leadership to buy in on those controls?
I mean, fear.
Hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not one fear.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, see,
Yeah. Hmm.
it's
Everybody's scared of me.
Not
Don't
of
be
you.
scared of me. Don't be afraid of me.
Uh, right. See, so the compliances and efficiency,
Yeah.
and obviously the risks are far greater. So everybody understands that, I believe. Uh, People who are sitting here, they all understand that. It's just that how do they implement it is what important.
That's right.
One of the things I've found with businesses is the top doesn't understand what the bottom is doing. And what I mean by that, they're doing the work, but maybe leadership doesn't understand what they're using to do the work. So one of the things that we do is it's not our culture, right? When we come in there, but we have to try to help the people that are doing the work align with the strategy at the top, which is really weird because that should be their job. A lot of times that doesn't happen. So when we come in, a lot of times we work with the individuals that are doing the work and then work with leadership to kind of meet in the middle because that's like so important. It just doesn't
Obviously,
happen.
yes.
It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's very important as well. Yeah.
So what's the biggest mistake you've seen a company make when they tried to fix their tech debt? Uh,
I mean, it's a long list, honestly speaking. Uh, I mean, it's again my personal view as to how people approach things.
mhm,
It could be right for them. It might not be the right approach for me, is what I would say. But again, what I would say is that, as I said in the beginning, having systems in place which are in silos, I think that's the biggest sin, right? You need to have systems working together as one single machine instead of people, different technologies working in different silos. And I think that's the biggest mistake which I can see, our biggest sin, in my opinion. You are spending so much dollars,
Right.
you're spending so much efforts, you're spending so much efforts training the team, but what's the point if the systems are not talking to each other at all?
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
then there's the opposite end of the spectrum. There's people that look at their tech debt and they just have inaction. They don't make a decision,
Yeah.
and that's actually arguably worse than going too fast.
Yeah, yeah, that's always there as well, right? I mean, they say, this is my decision, I would live with it.
Right.
In the end, what would happen is the organization has the debt overall.
Yeah,
That's right. That's
I
right.
I just did a prospect meeting a few months ago with a company that they're worth like $25 million. They have things that are running from like 15 years ago, and the owner doesn't want to make a decision.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which once you go through that, it's like you're like a week away from not having a business if this fails,
Right.
and they still don't make a decision.
Right.
Don't be that person. That's all I'm trying
Right.
to say.
I think in being a founder, that's one of our biggest weaknesses. We have to be open to listening. Like we have a
100%.
problem with listening, right? I I'm saying we have a problem with listening. We have to listen. We don't know everything. I know it's our company. I know, we've built this from the sweater of off of our bra. However, if we could fix our tech problem, we wouldn't need them. We would need you guys. So being
Yeah.
that we cannot, we need to listen. We need to listen to what you're saying. And I am definitely a dinosaur. I do not want to give up the PC on top of my desk. Do not tell me that I cannot write in my calendar. I know I can put it in my phone. I know I want to write it down. Don't know. But at the end of the day, we have to change, right? The world is changing and we have to change
Yeah.
because if not, like you said, it's going to cost us. Now, I have been through it costing me systems down for 48 hours, and I'm telling you, I thought I was dying.
Yeah.
I thought that, oh, this is just going to be the death of me. Like, this is something has to happen. But I could have saved myself a lot of money.
Yeah.
I could have saved myself a lot of time by just listening.
And
Mhm.
imagine if somebody told you it was gonna be 10 days. The
I don't know
vaporation.
what would happen. The Lord
Yeah.
would just have to come and just get me now. You know what I mean? Like, let's just come now, because that would be
Yeah.
just a nightmare. It would be a nightmare.
Yeah, and imagine this in a financial organization.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
wow.
or manufacturing where every minute down.
Yeah, or a service provider. One of our
Yeah.
clients
How much
is
would
a
that
service
cost?
provider.
Every minute down would be how much?
Mid-sized manufacturers thousands of dollars an hour. So
$1,000 per hour. We're not
thousands. It could be
thousands
thousands. Yeah.
s
That's the biggest. Yep.
per
Per hour.
hour.
Yeah.
10 days.
Yep.
In financial sector, the downtime is calculated in minutes,
Yeah.
not in hours. I've
Well,
been to
especially if they're
that
doing
space.
yeah, especially if they're doing like investing or anything like that. That's
So
I don't want to
so
be part
so
of that
we
conversation.
don't say that the systems were down for 24 hours or 48 hours. We say it was down for 2 minutes, and we have to
I'm
answer that.
sweating up here. Like this is torture. Like I
But
cannot even imagine the
but
money that's being lost. But because we're not listening.
yeah, but I think our industry has to change too when we are working with founders
Hmm.
more often than that, because a lot of times IT cybersecurity companies, they want to be the department of no,
Hmm.
and you don't want to hear no,
Right.
right? So we have to adjust to being the department of yes, but,
Okay.
and then give you the but. The but
Right.
is we can do this, but it's going to take this,
Yeah.
right? And traditionally, and I think you've probably experienced this too. A lot of times it's just no.
Yeah,
Like IT tries to say no, cybersecurity tries to say no. That doesn't work. The business still has to function,
Yeah.
right?
that's true. That's true. I mean, see, the problem with that is, in my view, is IT has always been a cost center, right? It's a cost to a business.
Hmm.
People don't realize it takes a robust IT to run a business, right? And
Eh,
I believe that's where those conversations come from.
You you also don't make revenue if IT's
You're
down
not
either.
making revenue.
So
That's the
we
Yeah,
we
problem.
yeah,
That's the
cost center on
problem.
both
see, the
sides, right?
debt center.
Yeah,
That's right. That's
yeah.
right.
And that's probably the overarching conversation here is when you let tech debt get too bad, like fixing that
Yeah.
is a monumental task.
Yeah,
And you can't just do it overnight.
correct.
It's gonna take sometimes it can take months, sometimes it can take years.
Yes.
So
Years.
yeah. Do we want to
There's no rip and replace in this case. You have to gradually
Yeah.
build something
yeah,
new.
you don't want to rip the band-aid off. That's
Yeah.
I think it's a
Yeah.
little
Go slow, please.
yeah.
Yeah.
What do you have anything that you else you want to talk about with tech debt? Because we can take some questions.
Precaution, sorry.
No, we can take
We can
questions
take
from the
questions.
audience.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, please.
Yeah. You
I'm
guys have any questions?
open to questions. Definitely.
Yes, ma'am. Hmm.
Uh, so primarily, it is a roadmap.
Hmm.
As I said, you cannot rip the band-aid off,
Right.
right? Sometimes those are monolithic structures as well. So it's a phased manner approach always. If there's something which is running, obviously it's solving some purpose, right? So you build a parallel system to it, move your users, train
Hmm.
them to that parallel system, and then take it up from there. So it's always a phased approach. It depends how big the data is, how big the organization is, how big the adoption for the users is
Right.
in that organization. It's all function of that. I mean, in my line, the favorite, one of the most things which I use is it depends, right? But yes, it has always to be a phased manner approach. Could be
Right.
6 months, could be years as well.
It's it's always fun trying to figure out because you also have to work with leadership to figure out like how fast do they want it, how fast can they move, like what's the impact of the business as we make this change. So sometimes it could be extended because they can't move that fast,
Hmm.
or they want to move too fast. So you got to pump the brakes. Like, well, this,
You would end up breaking something else.
yeah, let's look at the impact of what this is going to have on your business if we do this way.
Right.
Because I've had some horror stories. We had a company, we migrated to the cloud, and we showed up on site to one of the locations, and they never told them we were coming. Imagine that awkward conversation. So don't do that.
Yes.
Communicate inside the business, let people know, get everybody involved. I think it's the biggest thing is everybody needs to be involved in the business. The people doing the work
Right.
to leadership to really plan this out properly.
Right. What we've done is that we try to um, utilize the time around people's vacations when they typically will take a vacation, right? So, okay, Dr. Trina, we're gonna have to bring the systems down for 3 days, and of course, I'm like, okay, you guys
IT
can
is working.
that is not, we don't need 3 days, but okay, let me just wrap my brain around that, right?
Yeah.
And what we'll do is we'll utilize spring break. Okay. Not only for them, but for us. We need to reset, right? We need to reset. We
Yeah.
need to take a break, and we never take breaks, right? Because I'm always like, okay, well, how many days do you need? 5? Do you really think you can do it in 4? I mean, like, I'm just asking a question, just to, because we don't want anybody to like take totally off. But if we can just take all the spring break off, that's for everybody. People can enjoy their families. They can plan. They come back rejuvenated. The staff,
Yeah.
the bottom part of the staff that we probably don't talk a lot to, but need to do more with. We can plan team building activities during that time frame. So it's very healthy for everyone. Christmas break is another time that we can plan for our systems to be down because I want them working. Why are they taking off Christmas break? They don't need Christmas break off, right? We need it
Well,
off,
hold on,
right?
slow down. IT people need breaks too.
They can take it off when we're working, right? So
Yeah.
this is why, picking out a great IT company like I have just
Yeah.
been so blessed is definitely the way to go because they just make it work for everybody. Of course nobody's going to be working on Christmas
It,
Day, but it just works.
it's all about partnerships, right? If
Absolutely.
you can't hire somebody
Absolutely.
internally to be a CIO or even
Right.
a CISO, go fractional. Go out and find a company that can provide that to you.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Do you? What do you think, Raheem?
Yeah. Uh, yes, definitely. I agree 100%. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's
There's
a question
question
Oh,
there.
question.
there.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Dr. T. Maurice Fowler, author and CEO of Fowler Media Group. I have a question.
Yeah.
How, for founders, how would disruption factor into all that we do? How you talking about, how would disruption, how do you plan for that?
Yeah.
How do you plan for like unintended
In other
disruption
words,
or?
anticipating disruption, like you have a business
Yep.
Right.
and all of a sudden COVID hits.
Mhm.
And this ties in with agile leadership to a degree.
Yep.
So, what are your thoughts on that?
We went through this. So
Okay.
most of our companies, we had already built in remote work
Okay.
to a point.
Okay.
And if you weren't thinking about remote work before pandemic, well, congratulations, you were then. Uh, it's to me, it's all about the strategy and the leadership and
Right.
where the business is. Right, certain businesses can be remote, some can't. Some
Some
can be
can.
partially
Right.
remote.
Right.
That comes down to leadership at the top. What do they accept?
Right.
Right.
So if you accept that people can work remote, which do you let people work remote?
Yeah, yeah, we're definitely virtual since COVID.
Yeah.
Um, we do first business is definitely straight counseling, right? So we're in front of people and we're looking in your face and we want to see your body language and everything else.
Mhm.
When COVID hit, mental health went up as well. So we
Right.
didn't have a choice but to go virtual and we could not stop,
Right.
right? So my IT guys were just so amazing because they kicked in because our platform wasn't big enough to
Mhm.
hold the number of calls that we were getting.
Right.
So they had to go into action quickly. We could not stop. We had to keep going. We had to keep building. We had to keep adding team members onto the platform. And we just have predominantly remained 100%. We're not 100% virtual. I want to say that we're about 90% virtual,
Nice.
but we're
Nice.
not going to go back.
Right.
IT's not going away.
Right.
AI is not going away.
Exactly.
I,
Virtually is not going
Exactly.
away, but we do provide services for those who want to still have face to face services.
and
Thank you.
I'll add to that a little bit. Let's say it's a cybersecurity incident. We're talking about tech debt here, and the more debt you have, the bigger risk you have of cybersecurity.
Mm-hmm.
Have an incident response plan. Know who you're going to contact.
Mm-hmm.
Have your lawyer on staff if you can, your insurance, everything like that. Know what you're going to who you're going to contact, and know exactly what you're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be emotional because you're going to be emotional during that time. So you
Yeah.
want to plan a checklist, everything to go through that, and then practice it. Please practice it. It's called a tabletop exercise. Sit down with your leadership team, sit down with your employees, and practice that plan. Just run through a fake incident and make sure that, yeah, because you don't want to do that during a live incident because then that becomes a different problem.
Great. Sir, you had a question?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm. Mm.
Yeah. why you would not be able to do that. And so you make a business decision to say, I'm going to have an interest expense
Mm-hmm.
to acquire quantum debt, right? So the technology part is very, very similar. You make some short-term decisions. It could be because you have a speed to market requirement. I need to release something in the next 2 months. I cannot afford to wait to do this in the best possible, most secure way, and I'm willing to accept that risk. Uh, and so that becomes a business decision. But then managing that debt is like how quickly do you pay off the interest? That's the second part. And so I find that using that as an analogy helps make that decision. And like there was discussion around IT
Mm-hmm.
being a cost center, all of that, right? And so using this, leaning into the debt part of it, it kind of, I think it helps drive that conversation a lot easier. Just want that
Well,
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
and also use interest as credit card interest. Don't use it as like what you get on a loan, right? So, because make sure that we're talking 26, 27% for some of this tech debt. Because again, as you collect the debt more and more, when that bomb goes off, the impact to the business is much bigger.
Maybe
And
maybe some addition from my side, from the European side and the German side, because in that moment where COVID happened, I worked as a director for marketing and communication for a Nasdaq company, so it was a kind of a interesting thing. And the question was really good. You said, because the disruptive thing happened exactly there. And my advice as a leader is only keep the communication transparent. Keep your employees informed about everything, because otherwise the rumors going up and up and up, and anxiety is rising up. So keep your employees informed, no matter which crisis are you facing. That's my only advice at that side. Thank you.
thank you.
That's a good point. Communication is really key here. Do you have any stories about tech debt? I have one. If you want to hear it.
Ah, uh, not not I could think of, but so to add to your point, right? I'll just say, in finance there was a debt, right, for core banking. A lot of people carried that debt for a long time, but that was a business decision. You cannot move away from that systems because compliances and regulations would not move away from that, right? So the conversations what we are trying to have here in my mind is what you could avoid, right? What you could not avoid becomes a business decision, right? And that's where we end that conversation, I believe, right? What we are more talking about is the unconscious spend you do, uh, which is impulsive, which is not integrated, which is in silos, which we should avoid.
Oh, I like the word silo. Have you worked with companies that they would just buy tools inside of departments?
That would.
They would buy tools inside of departments. There's no oversight at all. People would just buy tools to do their job.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I work with one of the ISPs in India, one of the biggest ones. Uh, so security has their own set of tools. So it's basically it's a mammoth
Mhm.
organization. Uh, Different departments runs as independent companies within the organization. That's how it is. And yeah, the same problem which I was talking, that each department would have their own set of tools. In fact, they would even have overlapping tools, right? A department A might have some tool, department B might have the same tool, not talking to each other.
Which costs them money too,
Yeah.
especially when you have overlapping tools.
And loss of productivity and
Yeah.
visibility as well.
Yeah. Do you know where the data is, right? If they're using 5 different tools, who's overseeing that?
See, that is where the gap is. That is where actually the
W-
gap is.
We work with companies to try to get a list of tools. That's not always possible, but man, some of the stuff that people try to install is epic. We had a guy try to install a 3D printer application the other day on his work laptop. What are you doing with your work laptop? You're trying to 3D print. this is not in a not in a manufacturing facility or anything like that. It was just some random guy that was trying to do 3D printing. So, but we know that we can
Yeah.
relay that to leadership and actually have that conversation. If you don't know that,
That's personal. Yeah.
yeah. What about let's talk about governance,
Hmm.
right? We talked about strategy, we talked about road mapping. What does that really look like? I, how long do you think a roadmap should be for a company for technology in a company? How long do you think you should roadmap for?
The roadmap for governance.
Just for
For my
technology,
company.
like overall strategy and
Overall.
technology.
I mean, governance needs to be always on.
Right.
You cannot skip that piece. I mean, it has to be a continuous integration, development, and assessment cycle.
I I don't think you should roadmap technology longer than 3 years, but I think 12 months is probably more apt to like where businesses are, right? So the problem is technology changes so fast; it's hard to really
Yeah, I need a
roadmap
little
that
bit
out.
more. I needed a little bit more because what's happening is that we're trying to pivot, right? And when we're pivoting, we're looking at trends, right? So we can't stay stagnant for 12 months, at least not in the second part of the business in which I'm doing with the entrepreneurs, because it's forever changing, right? So the concepts are changing, the views are changing, the target audiences are changing. So it's moving. It's moving. So 12 months is going to be too long. And I guess that's why I'm now meeting with them
Mhm.
quarterly, right? To
Absolutely.
to try to pivot to make sure we're doing everything that we need to do. So we're meeting the matrix so that we our bottom line can just yield more.
Well, it's forcing you to make a decision
And it's forcing me.
by
It's
design.
forced by design, and
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm doing it. Yeah, absolutely.
Um,
Hmm.
you don't have to answer this, but do you allow personal devices to be used?
I do.
Oh, okay. This conversation's over. Never mind.
I do. I do. Because you know what?
Yep.
There's the education piece. There's a training piece, right?
I'm gonna really
So,
scare you in a minute.
oh, here we go. Oh my goodness. There's a training piece. And this is what I'm just going to
Yep.
say I do it for creators, right? People
Sure.
who are doing creative things. And
Okay.
because that's a whole way of thinking that a lot of people don't understand, right? So if they're creative and they're in their spaces and they need to utilize these tools and I don't have those tools and I don't understand those tools, don't wait for me to catch up. Don't wait for me to catch up.
Yeah.
Go ahead and utilize those. Go ahead and implement that because you are in alignment with what it is that we're doing. Now, if you're over there doing some 3D printer stuff, like, no, we need to have a conversation.
What
Right.
about you?
No, I 100% agree. Yeah. I mean, uh, being a tech guy, uh,
Hmm.
I love doing this all the time.
Hmm.
Uh, but I think there needs to be a boundary with
Hmm.
respect to what is work related, what is personal,
Right.
right? And as long as we have that boundary in place, either through logical systems in place or through virtual boundaries of data segregation, I think
Yeah, I think that's the
I'm
thing to
I'm in.
talk about is data. Where does your data reside?
Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
Personal devices are very dangerous because what do people do on personal devices? Personal things
Of course.
that you don't control.
You're right.
I agree. I mean, see, if you there's one thought on this which comes to my mind right now is that even if you allow this for creative purposes, let's say, you do have technology to do containerization within an individual's machine as well, right?
Hmm.
Uh, Prime example is you could wipe out a whole machine remotely as well, right? In case of a breach and all. So, I mean, I believe it's more like personal. I allow this in my organization. I mean, you are working on an engineering project. It's a hobby. It's a personal project. I
Hmm.
encourage that,
Right.
right? So I believe you it's more like a business decision thing. But what needs to be the sacrosanct thing here is that the data needs
Right.
to be the business data needs to be secure.
Yeah, that's protected. Like
Yeah.
they, if you are doing something as far as the creative capacity is concerned, there's no need for you to understand the number of clients that we saw that day. Like you don't need to know how much they
Right.
were billed. You don't need to know their address. You don't need to know anything. And the IT department, I mean, well, the security department that we have, that you have to have these codes, right, to get in
Hmm.
if you want to get into that system. So they don't have codes because you don't need to get over here. Like, why do
Right.
you need to be over here?
They're,
You just need to be creating pretty
you're
things.
letting them use public information basically because it's marketing information.
Yeah, just
It's not
marketing stuff,
right.
not
It's not
not the client.
confidential. It's
No,
not
no,
private.
no,
Right.
never. Never.
and that's a big distinction.
Yeah, we have to, but we pay extra for that.
Yeah, you
That
do.
firewall there. We
Yeah.
what is that what you guys call it? Yeah,
No,
we
there's
pay extra for all of those security measures.
yeah, there's a lot of things we like to charge for.
Now,
Yeah.
is that extra stuff we're not supposed to be paying for? Because I'm trying to figure out what's going on
No, no,
here.
definitely yes. You need to pay.
You need to pay more
Yeah,
actually.
exactly. More.
Yeah, definitely more. Um, so I think as we kind of get to the end of this, we kind of wrap this up. We've had a good conversation. Like you weren't even on this panel before, so this is pretty cool
Yeah.
because we get to talk about your business and the things that you've had to. I'm
Right.
sorry that you had to suffer through. I guess we shouldn't be
Now, I
happy
know, I
about
don't
that,
know why you put me on here.
but it's been a good way to kind of add to this because talking about tech debt for 45 minutes is fun with a live participant.
We're alive.
So
Yeah, founder.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, I think we uh, had a use case in front of us through which we could bounce off our ideas. Yeah, that helped a lot.
I'll leave you guys with a story. So we got involved with a company that was formed from private equity. They bought two pieces of another company and just tried to throw a new company together. So they had money, but they also bought a significant amount of tech debt. Yep. So it was a crazy amount of tech debt, and we had to come in there and talk to leadership, and they were full on board. It was a cool conversation to have with them, but we had to plan for about 4 months before we even made a move. And this also was a company that didn't tell the people were showing up, so challenges. But we were able to actually take that company, move them to a cloud environment in a, after the in about 30 days from the time that we got through with planning, and we revolutionized the way they were. They were able to move fast from there. They were actually moved faster than they were before because we got rid of that, and they actually sold for what was it 5 years later? They sold for something like 10x what they actually bought the company for.
What?
Wow.
Yeah. So when you're thinking about tech debt, you also think about how you're going to scale your business. That's
Right.
kind of what this whole thing is. How fast can you move?
Yeah.
I like you as an example because you're now being forced into it, but you understand that you have to have those conversations. That's really part of it. Have the conversation, communicate with your staff, communicate with your employees, and make sure that you understand it because ultimately you're accountable,
That's right.
right? You're accountable too. I'm accountable to my team
Yeah.
too.
That's true. That's true.
Mhm.
100%.
Mhm.
I mean, being an business owner and then doing in consulting, it takes a lot of ownership. You do take that kind of ownership on you, and yeah, it takes a lot of time and effort in that space to yeah. I'm
Look,
I'm, I'm I just went into a different thought tangent.
no,
But
I think everybody has tech debt. I don't think that's really debatable. It's really the question you want to ask yourself is what's it costing you?
Yeah.
correct, yes,
Yeah.
100%.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
So I'd like to thank Dr. Trina right here. Thank you.
thank you.
Where can we find you?
Sorry.
Where can we find you? Somebody wants to connect with you.
uh,
LinkedIn?
I can leave my cards here.
Are you on LinkedIn?
Okay. So, see, uh, we have a website, identica.tech. That's the name of my organization, and you could find us on LinkedIn uh, by name of Identica Technologies. Right. That's where you could reach us. Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
And I'm Dr. Trina. You can find us at www.life, Life, the number four, a life.com. That's lifeforalife.com. And I'm on LinkedIn and I'm on Instagram and just, it's my name. That's it. Dr. Trina Wilson.
And I'm Chris Burns. You can find me on LinkedIn if you look up Techie Gurus, or you can go to techiegurus.com.
Mhm.
So I'd like to thank you guys for joining. This is awesome.
Thank you for having
Thank you,
us.
Chris.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Just flash the light button.
One more time for our panelists. Well, moving on, how do you tell if your idea is truly meeting real need or just riding the wave of the latest trend? Are you building something that truly addresses pressing need or is it just chasing attention? Our next session, Hype versus Substance, your business solving a real problem. We'll explore these questions and highlight why identifying real demand is essential for long-term success. So please join me in welcoming our panelists. We have our moderator, Darrell Coleman, the CEO and founder of DC Design, and we have panelists Manaju Thankar, the CEO, Discroll Associates, and Dr. Carl Forkner, President and CEO of Success Consulting, and John Paul, the CEO, 14th Floor Solutions LLC. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Morning, everyone, and welcome to a session on a topic that I think every leader in this room needs to have with themselves: hype versus substance. We live in an era where attention is cheap, but trust is expensive, especially maintaining that trust. As we move forward right now, almost every product that we see is slapped with a label with AI on it. Almost every founder is encouraged to say that they're disrupting some space. One of the biggest challenges that we face is continuing to anchor to substance over the urge or the tendency at times to follow the hype. This is true both in the for profit space as well as the nonprofit space. No one is immune to it. And so we're here to talk about that a little bit more today. Because ultimately, what we know is that the businesses and organizations that last aren't the ones that attach to the hype. They are the ones that get the ones that get the closest to their customers, the closest to the real problem, the closest to the issue that they are solving for those that they serve. And so that's what we're here to unpack today. That's what we're going to talk about. How do you build something of substance in a world that rewards hype? How do you know that you're solving a real problem and not just riding a trend? And with that, we are going to do an introduction of our panelists. My name is Darrell Coleman. I'm the founder and CEO of DC Design. We are a social impact consulting firm. We work primarily with nonprofits to help them create transformational change in the world. I've also built an organization that is a for-profit firm, and so I know what it means to pass through that challenge of building a team, structuring an organization that's anchored to something of substance. And I look forward to telling you more about that today. I'll pass it over to John.
Hi, I'm John Pohl, career-long marketer. I started my career on the corporate side, serving as director of marketing, VP of marketing for such companies as Dial, Cobra Electronics, Kellogg's, the E&J Gallo Winery. And 19 years ago, I decided to start my own marketing agency called 14th Floor Solutions. During those 19 years, I've had the good fortune of working for dozens and dozens of very innovative companies. And one of the sobering realities is that even the most innovative companies can often fail. And when they do, it's usually because they didn't tell their story well. I have a strong passion for helping my very innovative clients succeed by telling their story as powerfully as possible.
Manoj Thakur, CEO of Driscoll Associates. Driscoll Associates, since last about 30 years, has been installing business operating systems to small and mid-sized businesses. Now let me unpack what business operating systems is. Whenever you all have started as a founder, you started with a paper and a pen. After that, you got into a spreadsheet. Then you got into the digital format of the same tools. Moving forward, you got into an accounting software, CRM, ERP systems, now AI. So all these terminology that you have been hearing, it all forms part of your operating system. That's what we do. And to get you through this topic, we are someone who will translate hype into reality. That's what we do. With that, I will pass it on to our next speaker.
My name's Dr. Carl Forkner. I do two things. My entrepreneurial pursuit is I'm a research psychologist, but what takes most of my time is that I'm the adjutant and CEO for disabled American veterans for the state of Arizona. That encompasses about 460,000 veterans throughout the state. And we are in the process of really innovating how we reach our clients, our veterans, and their families through using technology. And a lot of that has to do with looking at our core competencies as we do it so that we stay within our lane.
Wonderful. So you see, we have a diverse and talented group. Before we go further, this panel is called Hype versus Substance. And what I think what's important to bring to the fore is that those words mean different things for different people. And so if each of you can give us just a sentence, a phrase about what hype means versus what substance means in the work that you do.
In my world, hype is what you use when you don't have anything of substance to talk about. If you're watching a TV commercial and you see a celebrity, the chances are it's because that company doesn't think that their product is interesting enough to hold anybody's attention. Substance is about differentiation. It's having a solution to a target audience's problems, to their needs, that is legitimately and objectively superior to what everybody else is offering. It's great to be able to say that you're the best at what you do. Not many people can say that, but that's a great thing to shoot for. But an even higher aspiration is to be able to say that you're the only one who does what you do, to be thought of as the only one who does what you do. Not many companies can say that. Apple is a notable exception. Apple users don't use smartphones, they use iPhones. And I'm not saying that everybody can become an Apple, but I think it is something that would be very aspirational for companies to keep in mind.
In my way of looking at hype, uh, you may feel that hype is totally negative. Somebody may say so. But think of a journey of a product or your services that you all have found out that this is a need. There is a consumer exists who can be benefited by what you have produced, whether it is service or product. Now, you may have marveled it. You may have an excellent product at that timeline. But guess what? Who other than you is aware of that product or the service that you have created? Now, there are ways that you can wait and see that, okay, this will eventually reach to the end customer or the consumer of your services. Well, that's true, but it will take its own time. And that time may be outside of your business timeline. What you do, we have two options at that point of time. Either you follow your instinct, be the real person, be associated with the product, and keep improving it over and over, and wait that somehow it reaches to your audience and you become profitable. You have an ROI, then you can continue. The other platform that you have is okay, you create some buzzword, you create some noise. In that sense, hype becomes a necessary ingredient for you to take your product or services to your audience. And you can spin it positively. That does not mean that you are not factually misstating anything. What that means is you are true to your commitment, you are true to your delivery system, and all you are looking for that, hey, lend me your ears. I am here that I can offer you better services or product than what you have been using. So they are the two different ways of looking at it, looking at this conversation. It will be very interesting to see the different perceptions that comes from you or from this panel. With that said, I will pass on to.
Yeah, for my organization, hype versus substance really identifies one of our big battles. We look at claim sharks that are trying to get veterans to come give them up to 30% of what they get from the VA for them to help them, whereas we as a nonprofit do all of that for free and have trained people accredited by the VA. Um, and what that means to us is we are not able to afford TV commercials, billboards, radio commercials, and so forth. What we get is social selling because of our substance, because of what we do for our clients, and the success that we bring to them.
Can you explain really quick what social selling is?
Sure. Social selling is we come out and we help a veteran with getting their benefits that they've earned through their service, and they're happy about it. And so they tell their neighbor, they tell their veterans organization that they're a part of, and the word spreads that way that, these guys know what they're doing, and you need to go talk to them.
Thank you for that. So, in many ways, very indicative of the value of what you've provided. I would answer this question by saying that hype versus substance. Substance is when, especially in the work that I do, consulting with organizations that are trying to end poverty, they're trying to really help people move from point A to point B, which is a parallel in business as we try to help customers create some sort of transformation, move from some point to another, satisfy some need that they have. Um, Substance is really knowing what those issues are, really nailing the core things that matter. We call them key leverage points in our work. Whereas hype is often addressing symptoms. It's addressing something on the surface. It might be creating what you're creating because a funder or some other source is saying that that's really interesting, that's really cool, that's what you should focus on. But it's not necessarily solving the root of the issue. And so, as founders, as leaders, we want to be focusing in on substantive change. And so that's actually really what my next question is. So we think a lot as business leaders that we know our customers. Often we like to think that we do, and we assume that we understand all of their challenges. But I want to ask Carl quickly to talk a little bit about what happens when we don't really know our customers, when we build something that's not rooted in that truth and that understanding.
Yeah, it's really important to know your customer because one of the things that you can get caught up in is trends. And trends come and trends go, fads come and fads go. But if you know your customer and you match them to your core competencies, that organization is going to endure and they're going to be able to continue serving the actual needs of the customers.
Building on that, I think the fundamental question I would ask all of you is, when was the last time you had that conversation with your customers? How deeply do you know what their pain points are, what their challenges are? One thing we've discovered in our work is that there are two types of engagement. There is a very organic form of engagement, right? You meet people, you talk to your customers frequently. You may understand to a degree what those challenges are, but that's distinct from having an intention of going in to understand what those issues are, testing your assumptions, challenging where they're valid and where they're not. I'll give you an example from a different space, or give you an example from my work that illustrates this. We worked with a county in Santa Clara. It was called Santa Clara County, to help to develop their strategy for reducing jail recidivism. This is the rate of people going back to jail when they leave jail. We want to reduce that number. We want people to stay free and live lives that are productive to the community, et cetera. There were all sorts of assumptions around what that challenge is, as well as work that was happening. Some of them were directionally correct. But I will tell you that the number one quote that we heard that really captured the challenge around jail recidivism was, if I can't pay for housing, I go to jail. Oh, I thought we were talking about incarceration. I thought we were talking about things that needed to happen behind bars. But when it comes to actually staying out of jail, it wasn't about more transitional housing units. It wasn't about more drug rehab programs. It was about my ability to pay for housing so that I can stay out of jail. Those issues were brought to the fore by a person who'd been incarcerated 3 times and was actually incarcerated while I was having that conversation with them. And so that would be the question for all of you, is to ponder, when was the last time I had that conversation with my customers to understand what they need as well.
Yeah, I spent a couple decades ago 8 years in the consumer electronics industry. Very exciting in many ways, but a very frustrating industry, because I think at that time the typical consumer electronics manufacturer built their product plan not based on talking to consumers to see what they wanted, what they were missing, but looking at what their competitors were doing and then doing the same thing. And if you looked at every category, TVs, whatever it might be, everybody had pretty much the same features, which means that the way you got the sale, if you were a manufacturer, is you had a lower price. And that led to this spiral where every year for many, many years, prices were literally going down year after year in that category. Nobody was making money. A lot of people were losing money. A company called Cobra Electronics was the epitome of that. They'd lost money for 7 years in a row. And they brought me in as VP of marketing to change that. And the first thing I did was to have my team go out and talk to consumers in our different categories. One of the categories is radar detectors. And we found that people a lot of people felt guilty about using radar detector because they felt that it was helping them maybe break the law. They wanted to not get tickets, but they just didn't feel good about it. So we thought, let's come up with a way to make them feel good about using a radar detector. And we came up with a technology called Safety Alert, which would alert them whenever there was a high-speed vehicle, a ambulance, fire truck, police car, train in the vicinity. It would send off an alert because a stunning number of people die every year in those kinds of accidents. So we basically took radar detectors from something that saves you from getting a ticket to something that could save you from losing your life. And the result is within 2 years, we went from number 5 in the category to number 1. Cobra went from losing money to making money. And Forbes magazine named us one of the top 200 companies in the country as well. So that is the power of listening to the people you serve.
I love that example, and just how cleanly substance became the foundation for what you chose to build around and how you turn this organization around. That kind of takes us to the next question, which is let's imagine now we've done that. We've gone and we've had those conversations. We've come to understand what the substance is. It takes years to build an organization that has the right foundation, that's focused on the right things, but we also know that it can be torn down pretty quickly. And so I'd start with Carl, just with a question for you around what does it look like when an organization shifts from focusing on what it does best, right, or begins to chase hype instead? What are the ramifications of that when that happens?
Thanks, Darrell. We had this happen in the chapter that I'm a member of for disabled American veterans. I was the adjutant CEO for 4 years and then the commander slash president for 3 years. We were on an upward trajectory. We had a number of assets, a number of trained people to help veterans. Then I had my change of command. And within less than 3 months, the person that followed me basically tore apart everything that I had worked to build over 7 years. The reputation of the chapter went from stellar to stay away from those guys. Um, he went away. Um, a new commander slash president took over who is still there. And he realized that the problem that the prior guy had had was he tried to do things that weren't surrounding our core mission. And our core mission has to do with veterans, their families, and their survivors. And so he went back to starting with the basic fundamentals of what our core mission is and how to maximize our ability to do that core mission. And as a result, he has, in the last 9 months, restored the reputation of that chapter. And that chapter now, of all the 15 chapters in the state, does 55% of the work for veterans with the VA.
Great, Manoj. I'd be curious to hear if you have something to add to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So in our world, when we try to onboard interest, so somebody's interested, any of you can express interest that, hey, I've heard about business operating system or maybe an ERP system or CRM, and I'm interested in implementing that. That information comes to us. Now, from that point forward, we are going to assess your real need. So I know you are pumped up with the information that you have gathered through different channels, reading periodicals, going to, podcast and all that stuff. What we want you to go through with us to understand your pain point and why are you trying to implement a particular system at this stage of your business. Do you really have a good drivers to do that? If we don't see those data points, then politely we will guide you in a path where you get a little bit of more maturity in the process and what you're trying to achieve. It's hurting us in some way, but we are the one who are giving you some services which we commit by ourselves to say that, okay, this is what is going to happen to you. So we cut through all the noise. It's really another way you can say that where the rubber meets the road. And we don't want to bring you or onboard you as our customer where we can't stand by what we committed to you. So we take you through that process. You may not be ready for next 3 months. You might be ready in next 12 months. We will be with you throughout that process, but we will not get you through the falls start of your project?
This challenge is something that I see frequently as well in my work, and I think it applies for leaders of all sorts of backgrounds, from for-profit to nonprofit. There's this element of you recognizing that there are other challenges out there. There are other things to solve, and there's a tendency at times to drift from what those are. Even in my work, especially, I talk a lot about what does it look like to solve the core problems around an issue, around jail recidivism, around homelessness, around some of these big social challenges. And that can lead to us looking beyond where we're at right now and offering things that maybe start to drift from what the core mission is. This is actually why I think the anchoring to substance and the having those conversations with those that you serve is so important. When you have those conversations, what you hear, you start to hear the same thing over and over. The things that you hear over and over become the things that you lean into. And what we find is that there are 3 to 4 key leverage points. These are the biggest pain points. These are the most important issues often for us to solve in any given area. Any organization that wants to remain anchored to what it does best would benefit from identifying what are those key things? What is the key substance that I'm linking myself to and that I'm focused on? And then from there, we can ask ourselves the question, where might I contribute to things that are outside of that when they emerge? How might I do that? But I don't get pulled into believing those are my core function, right? There are ways to partner, there are ways to collaborate, there are other ways to address those issues. And so I think that sort of builds on those points. But a question I do have about sort of where we're at, right? Because so far we've been talking about hype versus substance. Like all hype is a bad thing. And we sort of began to touch on this topic a little bit earlier. Can an organization succeed on pure substance? Can it do that without any hype? And I'd love to hear Manoj from you and then John from you on this point, just to tease apart a little bit of the language that we're using and how we think about these concepts.
That's a very good question for all of us here in this room to understand. These are all necessities of the society. How, as a consumer, we try to, acquire product or purchase a product and service. Think of a mechanical engine, for example, a car without a lubrication. If you just put a mechanical engine, you don't have lubrication into it, how that's going to function. So some level of tolerance is needed, and that's what hype does to any business. You need to create buzzwords. If you do not, then you need a good amount of capital whereby the goodness of your product or services will start emanating, and you can support, your capital can support that timeline when it becomes a buzzword or when it becomes available to the audience. So there is a positivity associated with it. It all depends how you want to use it. Um, and The best way is to apply it when it is needed, in the amount that is needed, and stay away from the negativity that it can carry and start impairing your brand name. So these are some of the basics that I would suggest to move forward with these two terms. They are not uh, contradictory to each other. They supplement in many ways. And we need to understand where they can supplement each other and where they should not supplement each other.
Thanks for that, John. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on this.
Even the most brilliant products, in most cases, can't sell themselves. They've got to be marketed in one way or the other. Most of us aren't in businesses where we have television advertising or the budgets for something like that. But the way you communicate about your product, your service, whether it be in your website, in emails, on social media, LinkedIn, whatever it might be, it has to be able to do two things. It's got to be able to, first of all, get the attention of your target audience. They're busy people. They've got a lot of things on their mind, a lot of things they're worried about, and getting a message from you isn't on their to-do list. But you've somehow got to break through that and get their attention. And then when you do, you've got to do a good job of communicating why it is that your solution is the answer to their prayers, that it's going to be a significant step up from what they're doing right now. Here's a real sobering fact. If you're in the B2B business, which I assume most people here are, only 5% of all customers in the B2B world are actively looking for a new vendor at any point in time. They've got too many other things to worry about. So if you want to get them to even consider you as a new vendor, it's on you to get their attention. And that's not an easy thing to do. But when you can do it in the right way, you're being clever. And clever is to be two things. To be clever is to be smart and to be creative. And if you can have that website or that email or that post or your logo or maybe even your company name be something that makes people go, wow, that's cool, that's interesting. If it makes them smile, if it makes them laugh, that's going to make them more likely to want to learn more and to dig in. And that's so important because if in research shows that there's a leveraging effect to being clever. If somebody sees something that you've done at website, whatever it might be, that's clever, they're more likely to give you the benefit of the doubt and think that everything else you do is clever too. And that means you're going to sell more product. That leveraging effect is so profound that I've actually trademarked a term for it. I call it cleverage. And it's a very powerful effect that I really encourage everybody to try to pursue.
Carl, I'd be curious to hear if you have anything you want to add to this. I know you talked about this briefly before, but just any thoughts that you have on this.
Yeah, actually, hype is kind of the antithesis to what we have. As John mentioned, most people don't have great big marketing budgets. We certainly don't have the budget to buy a lot of TV time, but some of what we call claim sharks, the people that are out there hunting for our veterans, do. But they have hype without the substance to deliver on that hype. Whereas what we do is we're present, we're there where the veterans are, and we deliver on the promises to take care of those veterans. And so, as I mentioned with social selling, they spread the word about our ability to do that. And if you were to go down to Phoenix, in the Phoenix veteran community, and say Dr. Carl, 90% of the people would know exactly who you're talking about because it's all about presence and coming through on your promises.
I think I would summarize a lot of these points by saying that substance should be the anchor of what you do. And it there's a way to make sure that it is anchoring the work, right? Which is those conversations. I think every example here has sort of had this element of knowing the people you're serving. At the same time, we have to find a way to communicate what we're doing to people. But what I think Carl's example really illustrates is when we do that really well, people begin to sell for us. People begin to talk about what you have. They begin to share that information. And so the substance leads. Maybe it's a different word. Maybe it's hype. Maybe it's buzz. Maybe it's cleverage. Maybe it's something else. But we know that there are these multiple components. I think getting the hierarchy of them right is one of the things that really matters.
Well said.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I said, well said.
I love that. On this topic, right, as we shift and we talk about this, I want to talk about the communication gap, right? So you can have the best offerings in the room, as we're talking about, and the most substantive product, but can most products really sell themselves is the question. So why is communicating substance so hard, and what separates the organizations that do it well, John?
Well, you know, I think it's depressing almost and it's striking that about 95%, depending on the study you're looking at, up to 95% of all new products fail eventually. Up to 90% of all businesses fail. Now, sometimes it's because they just weren't good products. They weren't well-run companies. But too often, even the most innovative companies with brilliant technologies will fail, or at least fail to achieve their objectives. And very often, and almost by definition, if that happens, it's because they didn't communicate their story well. There's something, and this is going to sound kind of boring, but it's very, very powerful. Something that every message, whether it be an ad, an email, a business email, website, a post, it all has to always has to be based around a customer promise. Companies need to make a customer promise, and there are three components to that. The first is that it's got to be something that is of significant value to the target audience, something that when they see it, they go, wow, I want that. I'm not getting that from anybody right now, but I'd really like to have that. That's number one. Number two, it should be something that nobody else is promising that you can own. And number three, it is to be something that you can deliver. You have to be able to give them some evidence or some reason to believe that you can walk the talk. In many cases, they may have never heard of you. They may know nothing about your company. So you've got to build credibility by somehow giving them reason to believe that, wow, these guys can deliver. Now, the Work Advisory and the LinkedIn Business to Business Institute did a huge study of over 700 B2B marketing campaigns. And they found a couple of interesting things. The one thing they found is that campaigns that had a customer promise at the core were 3 times more likely to generate market share increases than campaigns that didn't. 3 times. That's huge. Um, but the really shocking thing is how few people have customer promises at the heart of their campaigns. This study found that only 18% of all companies, and not just small companies, but big companies, have a customer promise at their heart. So it makes you wonder, what if they don't have a customer promise to talk about? What are they talking about? But whatever they're talking about, it's not working and it's not doing the trick. So a customer promise is essential. And here's the good news, though. If you're a small company and you're trying to become a big company and you're having to compete against big companies, if you've got a customer promise at the heart of your messaging, you've got a big advantage over that bigger competitor, because the chances are, no matter how big they are, they're not doing it right either. They don't have a customer promise. A customer promise can be a great way for you to separate yourself from larger competitors that have much greater resources than you do.
So just to add on to this point, customer promise in communication, excellent. You have to make sure that the promises that you are making is delivered in 100% at least 100%. If you can exceed it, awesome, kudos to you. But the moment it goes below that, be aware of it. Your brand life is not going to be beyond few weeks or few months. It comes down quickly. So customer promise, great to start. When it comes to delivery and whether your product has those features and whether you can make it through, keep their smile on when you started your project or service sales order with your customer. If you can transcend that, that is what as a founder or as a business person you should look up to. And that is what we have been seeing in the industry. The failure rate, you all might have seen that, the AI projects has failed 90% of the time over the last 3 years. ERP has been failing over the last 50 years in the 70 to 60% of range. So that is the failure we are talking about, and it's a big money. And all we get very influenced by the marketing campaigns, the buzzword, just staying relevant. Hey, if somebody's using AI, these graphics, can I do it? If I'm not doing, FOMO term that has come up, fear of missing out. So be practical. Promising is one thing. The other thing we would be looking for is how much can you deliver to what you are promising it.
Do you have any quick thoughts, Manoj, on how they can build the systems to support that type of delivery?
Absolutely. So when I will pick up some of the examples what we do at Driscoll Associates, as I mentioned in the beginning, how do we onboard our customers? So no matter how the intensity of customers' requirement is, if they have not gone through our validation layer of onboarding, we will buy more time. We will allow some time by giving some methodological approach to, okay, you need to look into this area of your business because they are not yet ready. Even though we implement a solution, an operating system for them, they are bound to fail. The probability of failure is very high. So you have to nurture your customer, educate them a little bit. It's expensive. It increases your sales cycle, maybe 6 months to 18 months. Those are the painful, undertaking. Now, how you recover from it and how you walk them the tight rope with your promises and how we are going to deliver it, that is challenging aspect. That is where we as a founder and business owner and CEOs need to look into it, whether you have the right team, the right culture, the right way to engage your customers in that format so that they understand what is doable versus what is not doable. That's what we are talking in terms of hype versus substance.
I think, John, your points were really instructive for how small or organizations, right, or organizations that don't have gigantic budgets can begin to compete with the customer promise. I think Manoj you talked a bit more about how we build some of those structures. Carl, I'd be curious to hear from you just on as a last point on this piece about a real example of how you've competed with some who might be anchoring to hype without having the huge budget.
Yeah. The most important thing when you don't have a huge marketing budget is presence. You have to be there and you have to deliver because typically hype doesn't deliver. Um, One of the ways that we're doing that this year is we just spent $80,000 in providing assets to our over 100 service officers in the state to be able to go to where the veterans are. If they're hospitalized, if they're homebound, if they have no transportation, if they're in hospice care, whatever the case, we come to them. We go to where the veterans are because we know they're not going to be able to walk through our door. And we have so many Native American veterans that have been underserved or not served for many decades. $30,000 of that money is going to putting remote stations for claims with a moderator for that station in each of the reservations in the state of Arizona so that they can get the benefits that they served to receive. And our Native Americans actually serve at a 5 times higher rate per capita, I'm sorry, per demographic than any other demographic in the United States.
Just to put a cap on this for people out there that don't have the budgets that they would like to have, maybe this will make you feel a little bit better. Somebody once said that advertising is what you have to do when nobody's talking about you. And think about it this way: what can you do? Maybe you can't afford a TV campaign or even a radio campaign, but what can you do that would get people talking about you? That would maybe catch the eye of the local television station or the newspaper or a magazine and get them to do a story about you, whatever it is that you're doing. That's the best advertising other than word of mouth that you can get. It's not paid advertising; it's something that you've earned. So think about what can you do to get people to talk about you. Darrell, I've got a question for you. The space that you work in focuses on nonprofits and government agencies. Um, how do you communicate substance to a group of customers that aren't necessarily in the market for what you're offering, or maybe even aware of what you're offering?
Yeah, thank you for that. I I chose to build a business in a space that most people would advise you not build a business around. I serve nonprofits. I run a for-profit company that sells to nonprofits, um, a group that everyone knows are often looking for funding, a group that everyone knows have often long sales cycles, complex decision-making methodologies, etc. And on top of that, what we offer is two things. One, we help you anchor to the right solutions, making sure that the things that you're focused on to serve your community are truly the things that will move the needle. So that's strategic planning and strategy and some of those other components around key leverage points. But two is walking side by side with organizations to help them build an organization that can actually handle that structure. When we talk to folks, they're often like, I didn't know you existed. I didn't know an organization like you existed because there aren't many that do this type of work. And so we've had to lean into some of the tactics that everyone here has been talking about. It's really about meeting people where they are, it's about getting on calls with folks, it's about making sure that we understand the substance of need so acutely that we can have a quick conversation. You only have so much time to catch somebody's attention. Can I say something that is going to say to someone, oh, wow, you understand where I'm coming from? Man, I've never heard someone speak to that pain point that I have. I just thought that was part of my job. I just thought that was part of my existence. I'd love to learn more. And so that's kind of how we approach it. I want a quick show of hands, audience participation. That's where we're headed right now. We want to make sure that this is a panel that you remember. And so, a quick show of hands. How many of you have invested in something? It could be a product, a service, a partnership, because the pitch was compelling, even though you weren't totally sure you needed it. Yes. If you ever bought something that you were like, I don't know if I need this, but the pitch was pretty compelling. Okay, cool. Got a few more people. Some of you are like, no, never. Not me. All right. And now my next question is, how many of you have walked away from that product or the organization that was offering it because what they delivered didn't match the promise?
That shows where we are.
That shows where we are. I think that's the definition of hype over substance at times, right? This piece of being inconsistent in what we deliver. And I think that's a major component of what we've been talking about here. Well, I have one last question for all of you first, and it is in one sentence. I want you to entertain this scenario. So a leader in the room has built something of real substance, but they can't break through the noise. What is the one discipline that separates organizations that endure from organizations that fade? And I'll just start here with you, John.
I think it's the ability and commitment to just stay true to your values, to remind yourselves, why did I start this business? What did I hope to accomplish? Um, Obviously, you've had to make changes along the way. As Mike Tyson famously said, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the nose. Um, so you do have to course correct at times, but ideally, if you had a valid reason for starting your business and you had a strong set of core values underlying that, those values should live indefinitely. And I think it's just essential that you check yourselves on a regular basis to make sure, are we staying true to our mission, or do we need to get back on track?
Manoj?
Yeah, that's value is the underlying theme always. So that's a good point. What I would suggest is, challenge that value as if you are customer of your product or your solution. So go other side of the table. Think what you are thinking is a value to you. Is that the same level of value being perceived by your customers, whether it's a product or service? Challenge that, see that how it is mapping out, and work on it till the time you find it narrowly thin, where you see that now what if I do more, it's going to be expensive or it will be out of the market because of the cost repercussions. So keep working from both the sides.
Carl?
In our organization, we subscribe to a singular mission to empower, and I love that word empower because that means we're not doing it for them, but to empower veterans, their families, their caregivers, and their survivors to live high quality lives with respect and dignity. And one of the things that our national CEO wrote about, and Senator Blumenthal and Representative Luttrell both talked about on the floor of Congress, was that words without action are meaningless. And what we do, we don't have the words out there on TV and radio. We have the actions actually going out, learning what our veterans and their families need, and providing that service to them. And it never costs them a penny.
I would answer this by saying I think the organizations that endure are the ones that know their customers, the ones that talk to their customers. If you think what you created years ago, whether you're a for profit or a nonprofit, if you think what you created years ago is something that is going to meet needs today, and you haven't had that conversation, then you might be getting left behind. And so um, we have a saying in our work: you can't design for people you don't talk to. And fundamentally, that is an ongoing process. It's a practice. It's a discipline. It's not a one-time thing. And so that's the thing that I would give to any founder who wants to survive these storms. The world is changing. It's changing rapidly, dramatically, right? With a million different social factors that are on the table. How do we, as founders, as leaders, adapt to that? It's by staying in touch with the people that we're here to serve, to make sure that we continue to serve them. And so with that, I want to jump out to you. I want to see what questions you have as an audience. I told you we were going toward audience participation, and I think we've got time for 2 or 3. Yes. Oh, yeah. Come up to the mic. Actually, go ahead and let's walk over to the mics for those who have questions.
Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. T. Maurice Fowler, author and CEO of Fowler Media Group, and mine is a comment on what you were talking about, being authentic with your customers. I have a philosophy that making money is a byproduct of good human relations, and it's like an example. I'm not going to single out any particular hotel. Getting here and then checking in and get hit with oh, you we need $500 that wasn't disclosed before I got here, and it's like, okay, all right, we can do it, but it would have been nice to know before I got here. Making money is a byproduct of good human relations. When you're straight with people, they want to come back. But if you're iffy, sketchy, disingenuous, then they hesitate. So that's what I wanted to
If you're
share.
taking care of your customers, the money will take care of itself.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Excellent point. Thank you.
Yes.
One of the big advantages I think of the interweb is that just about anything you buy, you can read reviews on. And I don't buy anything without reading reviews. Now you have to be careful because there's some hacking going on, and not all reviews are legitimate. But I've had pretty good luck by not just reading the product description, but checking out not even the scores, but looking at the individual write-ups that different reviewers give. And I think that's the best solution I have for separating hype from substance.
And I agree with John, but I go one step further. If it's some kind of a capital purchase that I'm looking to make, I will look and see who did the reviews, and then I'll go take a look at the companies or organizations that wrote the reviews and see how it helped or didn't help that company or organization.
It's a good idea.
Hi. I just want to mention my name is Monica Robles, founder of Asociación de Emprendedores. We are a nonprofit organization. And to all of your guys' comments, I started the organization with zero money, of course, not for marketing. And to the substance of what we do, which is educate, empower, motivate, and develop the leadership skills and business acumen of the Hispanic community. And for the graduates, they're the ones that have been our marketing agents, let me put it that way, because with their own testimonial, they were spreading the word. And I started in one county in California, and now we are in five because even the cities and the counties and the same people that goes through the program and their internal transformation are our best marketers. So that's about substance. They live what we promise. So thank you very much for the conversation.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from the audience? Then I have one last question for our panel here. AI. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on AI and its impact in this sort of hype cycle that we're in. It seems like everyone is rushed to attach AI to whatever it is that they're doing. Do you have any thoughts for these leaders, these founders, as they think about AI and its role in the work that they're doing right now?
Let me start with this question. Now, your thought process when you hear AI term will be a function of the age group you belong to. It's unfortunately very difficult conversation, but I will pitch it that way. So if you are beyond 50, you will react in a particular way. If you are, say, 30 to 40, your reaction will be different. If you are below 30, you'll say, yeah, life is good. What is the problem? Why you guys are talking so negatively about AI? And the fact remains that is true. AI is you're going to be your best friend that you can think of within your professional work life. Just know how to write it. And if you do not have a way, do not resist that you do not have the information and you will keep it aside. Don't do that, please. There are tons of information available, tons of good quality resources available, particularly from the publishers who are writing these codes, who are creating these tools that they are equally educating all of us. At least they have a very good intention. So if you reach out to them or go to their publicly available information, you can learn a tons of material. So this is going to be a best friend for all of us in this room in years to come. So do not hesitate. And hype is necessary because if that would not have been hyped up, guess what? In this last 3 years, the way transformation has happened, the way usability of AI has become, Everybody is now aware. Everybody has started to use it. At least you write an email using AI. If somebody is giving you a problem, you try to see, okay, what are the alternative thought process beyond my thought process? What a validation process it is. It's a good thing. It's like having a library at your fingertips. What is the problem with it? So embrace it, enjoy it, and you will all have a very, very good experience with it.
Yeah, I would just add that I use AI quite a bit. I treat it almost as an employee, a very smart employee, not right all the time, but often so. And the one thing I would encourage everybody to do though is to find the right AI for you, because they're not all created equal. Some are better for certain applications than others, and of course you have to stay on top of it because they're all changing almost on a daily basis. So I obviously AI is here to stay. I think it's going to on balance be a huge net positive, but it's important to make sure you're using the one that makes the most sense for you.
Carl.
Yeah, I see AI as a member of my support staff. It can help point us in the right direction to enhance some of our functions. But I also see AI as a minefield that I'm walking through because it goes back to the hype versus substance. Um, if you, for instance, have a Facebook account and you go in and you type anything about AI, every other thing on your feed is going to be another AI company trying to sell you an AI product. Um, so you have to be as careful with AI as the other gentlemen have said to make sure that it's a good fit for your organization, your company.
Yeah, I would close by saying I think the fundamental thing I would express for any of the questions we've been asked is about substance. What is it that you offer that people really need? What is it that you offer that is useful? What is your customer promise? And are you still able to fulfill that? AI for me is something that's useful for optimizing aspects that don't violate substance and don't violate that promise. They don't violate what I've said I'm going to offer people. So to the degree that it can be used to speed up efficiency um, in building a document, right, or in analyzing something, or in doing background research, or whatever function that might be in your organization, that would be the ultimate question: is where does this come into play? Because I think, as someone said, it's not going anywhere. If it's only going to become more integrated into the world that we're in, and in fact, it's going to start shifting perspectives very soon as to the speed that people are expecting to get things back on, the quality that they're expecting to get it back at, when they think people will be, or someone or something will be available to respond to them. And so I would encourage every founder to be thinking, how does this add to my ability to anchor to the substance that I've chosen to provide for those that I serve, um, and do it there. And I think we're out of time. So maybe thank you to our panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
So sing on. Oh, there we go. Thank you again for our panelists, you guys. All right, let's see. So now let's turn the spotlight to the trailblazers who are rewriting the rules of entrepreneurship. These are the founders and innovators whose bold ideas, relentless drive, and fearless leadership are transforming industries, inspiring teams, and creating opportunities. Today, we celebrate not just achievements, but the vision, the courage, and creativity that fuels them, and honors the people that make the impossible happen every single day. So, for to present these awards, let's see, I'm getting updates in live time. Beautiful. Let's see. Let's see. To present, how do I do this? All right, let's see. So, first and foremost, we would like to present the certificate to Alan and Kirshnan for the bronze sponsor. Mhm. Yes. Yes. All right. And then now we are going to get into all of our awards for today. I truly don't mean to butcher your name. I'm just really bad at reading. So let's do this. First and foremost, I have Anna Kay for the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneur Excellence Award. Oh, perfect. Anna is the founder of Supreme Health Solutions with over a decade in education. She specializes in turning complex emotional and behavior patterns into simple, practical tools for daily life. Through her work with Supreme Health Solutions, Anna supports individuals navigating life transformations to move beyond emotional overwhelm to build resilience, self trust, and inner stability. Next, I have Karen Vardaman, the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. Karen is the executive director and founder of Working Circle, has over 30 years of experience in nonprofit leadership and wildlife conservation. Today, Working Circle is nationally recognized for its groundbreaking work in advancing positive human wildlife, and Karen's early endeavors were highlighted in New York Magazine in 2019, The Persuasive Power of the Wolf Lady, and she was listed in one of Forbes 50 Women Under 50 Making the Impact in 2022. Yeah. Next, we have Catherine Tumanen, the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. All right. Next, I have Manoj Thikar, the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. Next, I have Mark McLean with the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. We got one. Mark is the owner and chief of Remarkable Cuisine LLC, a private chef and catering business. He has established his firm 15 years ago, and after leaving his career as Wall Street trader and market maker, through the continuous learning, growth, and commitment to seizing opportunities, he has expanded the company to a highly sought after food service group that now includes the Fresca and Supply Room brands. Next, I have Michael Trelizzi, the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. Good thing I didn't see that. Next, I have Nate Evans with the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. Did they give me the right script? All right. Next, I have Rohit Gupta with the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. There we go. Rohit is the founder and head solutions at In Indeka Consulting. Passionate about continuous learning, Rohit finds the sitting in front of his computer is a perfect environment to deepen his understanding of his work and surrounding dynamics. He strongly believes in the power of technology over allegiance, and specific products have been recently become a passionate supporter of open systems. Next, I have Sandra Rema Reddy, the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. Is that you? Come on up. With a master's in architectural economics, Sandra Reddy, CXO and co-founder of Trifecta Projects Private Limited, entered real estate in 2007 and co-founded Trifecta Products in 2012. Today, the company has delivered over 4 million square feet across Bengaluru. Known for her quiet strength and precise execution, Sandra leads this trust, humility, and long-term thinking. I have Samarity Reddy Malarchiku, the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. Next, I have Leo A. Oh, there's a virtual attendee? All right. I have a virtual attendee, so I have no idea what's happening. But Leo Durant is the president of Buffalo Web Products. These are all web. Okay. These are all virtual attendees, so I'm just going to read them out loud for the camera. Next, I have Mickey Beto, Founders 2.0 Excellence Award. Mickey is the CEO and co-founder of Cash AI Technologies Inc. and Geek Guild Co. With 10 plus years of experience building AI businesses, including founding multiple AI ventures, she bridged strategy and hands-on execution. And next I have Mario Sabedes, Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. Mario, the founder, CEO, CTO of Ultron AI and leading authority in computer vision and applied AI. He brings 20 plus years of research, 80 plus patents, 250 plus publications, and over 16,000 plus citations. Next, we have Massey White Knife with the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. Massey, founder and CEO of Hyota Tech and Coda Cree Limited, is a two-spirited indigenous and entrepreneur celebrated for leading successful businesses with a vision of empowering indigenous communities across Canada. Next, I have Dr. Skylar Olson for the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. As chief economic at Frolic, Skylar optimizes housing models that scale affordability homeownership. She helped build the Zillow economics team starting in 2012 and served as chief economic in 2022 to 2025, building the research platform central to Zillow's thoughtful leadership. Next, we have Dr. Shannon Horton for the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. Oh, perfect. Is this you? No? Oh, I called you early? Okay, let's rewind. Let me get through this one first. So, first and foremost, Dr. Shannon, happiness coach at Happiness Matters LLC, successfully defended her doctoral dissertation in October 24 and received her doctoral degree in philosophy at the General Psychology with emphasis on cognition. Um, Next, we have Manoj Thankar, the Founders 2.0 Conference Entrepreneurs Excellence Award. Manoj, he has over 25% years of experiencing leading and contributing to digital transformation initiatives in manufacturing and distributing sectors. He is passionate about solving businesses challenges with simple, sustainable solutions that add value. All right, that went completely seamless, and I saw nothing wrong with that. So that was perfect. Congratulations to all our all of our honorees. Now, as we take a break for lunch, are you ready to connect with colleagues and discover new opportunities? Do take this chance to recharge with a delicious meal while engaging with fellow founders, innovators, and industry leaders. Share your stories, swap ideas, and start conversations that could lead to the next big opportunity. As you move around, don't forget to capture your exciting moments and use the hashtag Founders 2 Point Conference so the global community can celebrate with these achievements with us. So make sure to explore the exhibit booths. And while you're on a break, discover cutting edge technology solutions, innovative products, and the teams driving tomorrow entrepreneur landscape. So if you're curious about the upcoming editions in Dubai and Singapore, please make sure to follow and visit our registration desk. They will have all the information for you. And now we will be breaking for lunch and we will meet back here at 1:30. So we'll see you soon. Thank you. Well, hello, everybody. Hi. I hope lunch was really good for you guys. Now, let's quickly begin our post lunch sessions by turning our attention to a few critical questions for our founders. Have you ever felt like the consistent grind was taking a toll on your energy or focus? Can building a successful company coexist with maintaining a balance and clarity? For our next session, Stop Glorifying Hustle Culture, Building Without Burnout. We'll dive into these questions and explore the realities of entrepreneurship beyond the nonstop grind. Panelists will share personal stories, practical strategies, and insights on leading and thriving business while staying energized, inspired, and resilient. So please join me in welcoming our panelists. I have Erica Hansen, CEO and founder of the Wisdom Collective LLC companies, Nikki Cruz, founder and owner of the Joy Inspired LLC, Jev Wary, the principal advisor at Mavericks LLC, Brenna Velasbino, the owner and clinical director of Joyful Journeys ABA Therapy, and Dr. T. Morris Fowler, the CEO and author of Fowler Media Group, and Ryan Hodges, the co founder and CEO of Marketer. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hello, everyone. So, we're going to start talking about the hustle culture and how it can overwork and burn everybody out. Can you hear me? So we've built a few questions that we thought were really interesting to try to give us different perspectives since we all had different backgrounds. The first one, we're going to talk about performance versus pace. So, what's one signal to help a founder recognize whether they have a hustle culture in their own company or not? So, we're going to start to my left with Dr. T. We'll go down to Jeff, and then I'll answer, and then we'll continue.
One of the things that founders always need to be aware of is objectives, right? You start with your objectives, what you want to do. And I'm a U.S. Air Force veteran, so that's kind of the way I say it. You can say your mission or your purpose for your business. All right. So once you get started and you get moving, okay, pace has to do and follow productivity. All right. So one of the things that you can gauge is each day as you're doing what you do, be aware of yourself. All of this starts with self awareness because it's tied to self care. All right. You want to get what you need to do done, but you want to do it in a way where it's not taking you down. So the way to gauge that is to become self aware from the beginning when you start and start just noticing yourself during the day. Am I feeling anxiety? Am I tiring myself out? And that's a good place to start. And of course, we'll get into more later.
Thank you.
All right, I'm Bree Valdespino. I own Joyful Journeys ABA Therapy. So that is doing therapy with children on the spectrum and other developmental delays. So with that specifically, burnout is huge. So as the founder, as the clinical director with each and every one of my employees, I always do check-ins because you have to have a certain amount of patience, understanding, empathy, and really truly the drive and the love for the field to be able to continue working in the field. There is a very high turnover rate, but luckily with my company, I have so far been able to avoid that. And truthfully, I just let everybody know I have an open door. I have on my calendar the ability for them to go in and book one-on-one sessions with me, whether it's in person, whether they want to do it via Zoom, so we can have those check-ins. So there are times where I've had people come to me and say, you know what, the caseload I have, it's high rates of behaviors. Each and every kid is very aggressive all day. Can we switch up the schedules? Can we try to find some balance? And I will always say yes. And I already try to be intentional about that just to make sure that everybody has their peace of mind and is able to show up because we have to go in there happy motivated, over the top. Like if you have kids and seen Miss Rachel, that is us every day, all day. So that balance and making sure that that burnout is not there is just it's essential to the whole function of it because without my staff, my business won't work. I need them. And so because I know that and I have that value in them, always do my check-ins.
Well, I'm Nikki Cruz, and I'm all about joy and the joy factor. And when you recognize that the joy is missing, that's when you know you're operating in hustle culture. And it really is that simple. That's when you get to slow down and look at how you can reevaluate. That's it.
Well, then, I actually have a lot to say on this topic because all of my clients are actually founders. Funny enough, I work with a lot of startups, and there's something that's really common in startups that is, having that hustle culture. And a lot of founders do feel that it's necessary to get things off the ground, right? So there's a certain thing called 996, right? Which some people might not be familiar with that, but what it means is basically working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. It's typically found in like Chinese culture really, but it's been brought over here and accepted by a lot of like Silicon Valley founders because once again it's really about getting their stuff off the ground. And I myself, I also do work 996, which is not really fun, but the point is about building dreams. Anyways, point I'm getting at is that I don't really see it all the time as like a negative thing, but to tie it back to performance versus pace, you really have to consider yourself as a founder and for your team. Is this heightening our productivity, or are we crossing a certain threshold where
Yeah.
we're plateauing and we're just starting to hit that wall, right? Are we kind of like pushing the boundaries, so to speak? Are we moving the needle, so to speak, or are we kind of just working harder and harder and harder and not necessarily finding a certain level of productivity that we're looking for? So I think approaching this, you have to have that happy balance. You have to really understand you know what am I actually getting back as an ROI from what I'm putting in. And the only real way to do that is to kind of take a step back and really understand when performance is actually starting to dip because of the excess amount of work, but also being able to maintain a certain pace to stay ahead of your competition and such.
And my perspective, I kind of piggyback on some of those things, but because I reorganize problem companies, a lot of those people are already maxed, right? They're ready to quit in some cases. So I've seen hustle culture and where it ends. So and when my group comes in to fix these things, if they're having some major cash instability, we're working, 18-hour days, like 7 days a week, sometimes traveling on top of that, right? Just to stabilize them. And sometimes it can be for, a year to 18 months. And then the project goes on for another year. So what I do with my organization actually is on Fridays, we don't like do full days with clients unless we're in crisis mode. Once we hit that first stabilization, then everybody takes a few days off, first of all. But on Fridays, we do half days. And that half day is usually a training day. And training day sometimes translates to boondoggle day, where you're unplugging, you're going to a barbecue, whatever it is, a baseball game, whatever, because you gotta decompress. So as a founder, for you to look for signs, so here's some of the ones. Uh, is it harder than it should? If you step back and go, why is this so hard? Right? That usually means you got signs that there's something off. Or you go, something just feels off, but I can't really put a name to it. Sometimes it's driving into your culture and you're not the only one feeling that, right?
Mhm.
So I think there's all of those things. But when you have instability in your low in the rest of your organization, that puts pressure on everybody. So if you're constantly fighting fires, if everything is a dumpster fire and everything that you put on your list as a priority for that day never got done because other urgencies came up, you have a problem. Let's talk, because it's only going to get worse. And then you're going to hit hustle is no longer hustle. Hustle is over the line. You're going to lose people. Retention's going to be bad. Eventually, it's going to affect your cash, your health, and everybody else around you. So that's what I found. And I'm usually in like the middle of it's already over the edge. And so I'm very aware of that for my teams as well.
Yeah.
So our next question is about team impact, right? And we're going to start with Jeff, right? So there's a theory that some founders believe, which is if you slow down, it will hurt growth and you'll lose momentum. So the question is, do you subscribe to this theory or have any thoughts about it?
You know, it's so funny because I do subscribe to that theory. Um, I have this thing about me and during the time of building my own company that I always feel like I'm behind. No matter, how much time I'm putting in, no matter how much I've gotten done for the day, how much I've gotten done for the week, how many things that I managed to do to like move the needle. I just feel like I'm always behind, right? And I've heard other people say it as well. Like, when you're kind of like in that grind, that's how you're going to feel, and that's how success is going to actually feel up until the point where, you kind of cross that threshold, right? So, you know, the funny thing though is that I'm actually cognizant of the fact that I'm not behind though. So it kind of creates this weird dynamic for me that just keeps me going and keeps me urgent without making me anxious or, maybe even like, overly concerned about my situation, right? So to answer your question, yes, I do subscribe to that theory, but for anybody else that does feel that pressure on their backs, you really have to kind of stay objective about it and kind of go through those emotions, but also accept the fact that you're doing what you need to do and you have what it takes, right, to keep going. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. I don't subscribe to that theory at all. And I do understand that when businesses start and we get to do some hustle, but we can go overboard. We can be pushing to produce so hard that what we're doing is just doing output, output, output. And where's the strategy that's going to keep us going? If your business cannot survive when you are not pushing, something's wrong. So there is a time where you get to take a breath and go, okay, what do I put in place? I'm slowing down from the production, but you're not slowing down from your business. So there is a difference in how you see it. You continue to build your business, but slow down in the hustle and build the strategy that's going to sustain you long term because you're going to wear out if you just keep pushing and don't have the structure.
So
Wow, you know it's coming, right? You know it's coming.
I'm a little in between, right? So I definitely subscribe to that theory, but I had to learn to set boundaries. However, it was hard to ditch the idea that I had so many things to do. So I decided to duplicate myself. And so I started outsourcing. I started getting leads on my team and started to delegate tasks so I can still get everything that I need done in my mind to make me feel nice and calm, like I got all my goals for the week done without having to actually do them myself. So a little bit of a mix, I would say.
Okay. This is a paradox for me because, on the one hand, I have a philosophy that in order to get things done, you must do them. But at the same time, doing nothing sometimes is doing something. So, when is it time to move and do? When is it time to stop and do nothing? Now, that is again goes back into awareness. But as a young executive years ago, okay, working in corporate America, the problem that we had, and I come out of a manufacturing background, Japanese engineers were working, okay, and it was great competition at that time between the US and Japan in regards to automotive and engineering. So the Japanese engineers started having a situation where they were literally working themselves to death. They were just dropping dead. So one of the things that was done to combat that, because obviously, you want to succeed in business, but I have a saying: a person that's deceased can't even have a bad day. So that's that. I mean, that's the ultimate too much. So Kaizen, and a lot of you probably, you know what Kaizen is, continuous improvement, right? So the philosophy of Kaizen works very well here as a founder, okay? Small, daily, consistent. improvements bring milestones of progress and success over the long term. The problem with the hustle culture is also what drives that is trauma. It's not just I got to grind or I got to do or I got to get this money. It's trauma, man. I come from this and oh I don't want to be like them and oh I got to run it and you start running and your running looks like success. But what's driving to success is the trauma of the fear of what you're running from, and that a lot of times is not talked about, addressed, or even realized by the person who has the success. See, having $1 million is great, but when you have that mindset, now you want two, now you want four. When is it? You have to define when did I get a milestone that I can just do nothing. Now, as a writer, I've written 25 books, okay? So when I write a book, I have to stop. Yes, there's a deadline for the next one. But see, in what I do as a creative, my mind drives, right? So you have to have your balance.
Wonderful. So I am in between, like Bree. And let me tell you, I am a person who loves to phase things, right? Because you can ease into it or ease out of it. You can put different things in place and you can get rest breaks in between. I subscribe to yes, it is a good theory, especially in the beginning, but you have to recognize when it's no longer serving you. Right. So, phase one, when you're kicking it off, yeah, full tilt, pedal to the metal. Let's make it happen. Small team. We're doing a lot of stuff. Let's get our goals done. But at some point in time, you have to pull back, do the reset, and say, okay, is this serving me now? Or do I have like the pot of gold that I need to go to phase two now, which is maintenance with intentional growth, right? That's where the different shift is.
Yes.
Now, one of the things that this panel debated when we met was the definition of hustle. Dr. T brought part of that up. So we were like, no, hustle as in overworking, right? But we also talked about hustle as a work ethic, right?
Yes.
And sometimes that work ethic kind of goes on steroids for some of us, type A's, right? I'm guilty. And not everybody works as a type A. Yes, I will send emails at 3 a.m. But yes, my team knows you're not expected to answer until you're back on clock. So, finding those balances and yes, self-awareness does become very important, especially when you're a type A and your team are other types, right?
Yeah.
So now let's talk about hidden trade-offs. So, what are founders unintentionally sacrificing when they normalize the overwork, either in yourself or around the team? So, Dr. T?
When you crossed that line, and I took a deep breath because I remembered my journey, and it's a really powerful thing. When you cross that line and you fall into that situation, what you sacrifice is what everything that really matters to you. That's what you sacrifice. Your relationships, your significant other, your children, your friends, and ultimately yourself. You see, nothing works unless you do. And if you're not working, everything starts at the top. You're a leader. So if you're off balance, your organization cannot be on balance. It doesn't work like that because everything starts at the top. Okay. So what you have to do is to understand, and I have a really good story, and I'm gonna make it really brief. All right. Um, I was traveling a lot. Okay, and I mean a lot. And I got home on a Thursday. I spent time with my kids, and I was married at the time. And I had to leave out on Sunday, and I remember to go to Kentucky. Okay. Um, Sunday came, and I backed my car out of the garage. And at this time, I'm like 30, 31, 32. And I got my wife and my daughters looking at me in the garage, standing as I'm, ready to go. So out of nowhere, my little girl, the youngest one, bolts out the garage, wraps her arms around my legs and said, Daddy, Daddy, you can't go. My family's Latino. Papi, papi, tú no puedes ir. Te acabas de llegar. You just got here. You just got here. No, it's not fair. No, it's not fair. And I looked at this kid and I looked at everybody else, my wife, kids. I did that 3 times. And I said, okay, where you want to go? And I knew I was making a career decision. But I said, okay, where do you want to go? And immediately they loved Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut was good back then. The Vamos a Pizza Hut, and it was a big old party, and yay! And Daddy was the hero, right? So let me continue. I walk in the office on Monday, and my boss, I used to call him Jack. He was Jackie, but it's Jack. Jack looks at me, he says, "Aren't you supposed to be in Kentucky?" But I was an executive then, so I had the flexibility and leeway. I said, Jack, I'll tell you about it. We never needed to have a discussion. He understood because that's the way we really had a real team. But that's one of the stories. See, that business unit, the parent companies are still in business, but that business unit went out of business in 2005. But today I'm still the hero of my children because I made that shift and understood that. And now I'm 62 and I'm still hero. So that's what you sacrifice.
Tough to follow. Um, so a lot of what he said, and my main thing was mental health and health in general, my body. I felt, I started my practice when I was in the third trimester of my third kid. So I set myself up for all of the chaos that I had brought into my life, which is fine. I'm the person that will do it, act now, and I'll deal with the rest later. And I realized after I started to see my health start to turn on me, I'm sleep deprived. And so that causes your mental health to be, not aligned with what you would like it to be. So then as a mother, I might get overstimulated more. I was forgetting things that I shouldn't forget. And I was trying to show up in ways that it just wasn't possible. And in the field that I'm in, the demand for providers like myself and behavior analysis, right, is so high. There's
Yeah.
very limited BCBAs in Las Vegas. So a lot of the clinics out here have 6 month plus wait lists. So as an emerging practice out here, I had clients back to back to back to back coming, and I'm just like, yeah, like welcoming it. I had no boundaries for myself. And so it got to the point where I looked at myself and I didn't see myself anymore. I didn't feel like myself and I wasn't acting like myself. And so I had to make a change. And so thank God for my village. My mom, my aunts, my husband, everybody came through, and my staff. Like, we're like a family. And I make it a point because we do all in home therapy, but I still make sure that we all know each other. We have meetings in person. Right now, I'm trying to plan a field day for all of us for team bonding. And because I've developed those relationships with everybody, they all stepped in when I needed them. And I was honest and transparent with everybody and was like, I'm not good right now. I might need a little bit more help. Please help me out. And so that has helped me get to the point where I'm at now, which I still truthfully will have my moments where I'm burnt out, 3 kids in a business and it's growing. Of course, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that it doesn't happen. It does. But I started to implement my own practice, behavior analysis, to myself because it doesn't just apply to people on the spectrum and with other developmental delays. There's organizational behavior management. So I began to apply that same science to myself and to my business and to my staff. And now I can work on my mental health. If I need to go and just chill out and get my nails done, go get a silk press, then we're going to do that. So just prioritizing that and knowing that it's still important as growing my business. And so, yeah.
I so love that, Brie. And I think we get to remember always to be our own best clients. What we practice and what we share and train others to do, we get to do for ourselves. And yes, of course, we think that when we put people under pressure and we put ourselves under pressure, the only thing we're sacrificing is sleep, right? Uh-uh. We are sacrificing so much more. The creativity that is there when we're present, the communication between our teams, even from ourselves, the clarity we have, and we have a mission for our business. We have a vision for our business. And when we're exhausted, we no longer are focused on that. And we're no longer walking in alignment with that. And when we exhaust our staff because we're running on hustle culture, they are no longer able to work in alignment with that. And as leaders, we start making decisions out of reaction instead of alignment when we're exhausted. So, yeah, we get to be our own best clients and listen to ourselves and take that break.
Weller, you guys are not gonna like this because it's about to be a hard left turn over here. Because first of all, I'll start with some of the founders I've worked with and what they are unintentionally sacrificing, right? And very much everything you guys described. You're unintentionally at times sacrificing, your mental health, your sleep, your just overall physical health as well. At times, it can get really intense, when the pressure builds. But I wanted to kind of shift the perspective real quickly and talk about what you intentionally are sacrificing, right?
Mm.
And when you're building a business, you have to sacrifice things in order to be that person,
Yes.
to move the needle forward, in order to reach that level of success. I mean, you just can't have everything that you want without actually taking the time to consider the things that you don't want as well, or take the time to consider the things that you're willing to give up to get to that point, right? And I'm sure all of us can relate to that. Every
Yeah.
one of us here have had to intentionally sacrifice something to build what we're building, right? So, me personally as well, I'll share a story about some of my personal sacrifices. And, when I was building my business for the first time, the first year I was in for myself, everything was going, somewhat well. Managed to turn a profit that first year, so I'm thinking to myself, all right, great. POC knocked it out of the park, right? Now, it was the second year that really started to beat me down because, no matter how hard I was working, things just started falling apart. And that's when I started to think about how much I was really juggling, at that time. And I went through a period where I very intentionally decided to remove certain elements of my life, intentionally sacrifice these things because I just knew they weren't going to serve my purpose going
Mm.
forward. And it was things like, going out often with my friends on the weekends. It was things like, taking some time to myself during the daytime to just, relax or like, recover. But it's, when I really have reassessed it, I was thinking to myself as well that I could have been doing more in those moments. I had more left in me, right? Even furthermore from there, my girlfriend at the time left her right then and there because I really wanted to take some more time to focus on me, and all of these various sacrifices that I really took in those moments. I didn't take them lightly. It wasn't a thing where like, oh, I'm just throwing things out of my life just so I can do me, right? It was me being very conscious with myself and acknowledging that all of these pieces that I'm intentionally removing from my life and or sacrificing, I know I'm putting them away because of a greater purpose that's pulling me at this current moment in time. I know there's a call to action that I'm going to respond to, and I know that these things just are not going to fit in my future that I'm walking towards. So, realistically, there are some things that, very much unfortunately will unintentionally happen, during the journey of like building your success. But there are some things as well that you need to be very mindful of, that you do need to leave behind in your past. There's some things that you do need to just kind of remove out of your way as obstacles, because without that intentional sacrifice, I mean, I guarantee you're just not going to be able to manifest the life of your dreams and the life that you want, right? So, I mean, that's kind of my take on it as well. But at the end of the day, always be mindful of what you are sacrificing.
So to piggyback on that, I do resonate because when I do have those tough moments where I do realize I am sacrificing certain things for what I want, I just tell myself, okay, work hard now so I don't have to later.
Hmm.
Build what I have to do now, do what I have to do now so I don't have to later, because my goal is freedom.
Yes.
Truthfully, that's my goal. I want to be able to go visit my kids when they're in college and stay for a month if I want to at an Airbnb. Like, that's my end goal. So if I have to do all this now and then have the moments where I do sacrifice, my sleep for a couple of days, then that is just what I have to do because it is what it does take to get to the goal that I want. So I guess I'm a in betweener with that too.
Well, can I just add to that that I totally agree. I think that the point is not to let that become the culture. It's to not let it become the subconscious rule of thumb. but an intentional choice because we do make sacrifices and we know where we're going. And if we don't have the joy, if we don't have the joy of knowing where we're going, we don't have the strength to get there. That helps us make those sacrifices. But if we just end up subconsciously making those sacrifices because we're pushing to get the next bit out and the next bit done, we're not going to have the strength to get through those choices. We're not going to have the strength for us to keep going afterwards. So, yes, I agree, but it can't be the culture
Right.
of just push, push, push. Has to be intentional.
Right.
Amen.
Absolutely.
So, Bree, you hit on a point. On my wall of affirmations, it's not about the money, it's about the freedom that comes from the money. And every single founder has that in the back of their mind, whether they've expressed it or not yet, right? So, for me, um, it took burnout to really see it. And I've worked corporate consulting and everything else in between. And I worked for an organization that, you wanted to take a day off to go to the doctor and you had to jump through some hoops and then you got the cold shoulder and it was a really bad hustle culture, right? And so it made me realize one thing that every founder needs to realize. Can anybody tell me in this room what is the most valuable resource in life?
Time.
Time.
Time. Why?
Because you can't get it back.
Yeah.
You can't get it back and you can't increase it,
Yeah.
right? Unless you do mini me stuff, right?
Yeah.
Where you get mini me's. So it took me breaking down to say, I can never get this time again. And that with that, not getting that time again, I realized that weren't the relationships, right? Things were falling apart in the personal life. And it really made me realize that when that company was having me travel, I went 3 months, had 5 days at home, and they were not consecutive, right? And then I had to move houses during that time, and I couldn't even get time to look at other houses. So the next thing that is the lessons learned. So, yes or no, have you ever been burnt out? I said yes. And then what did it teach you? Mine was one person cannot save a company, right? No matter how hard you work, the company is not going to survive or not based on you, right? Even if you are the founder, you cannot do it by yourself. So, Dr. T,
This is so so revealing. At age 54, my mother was dying, and I was sandwiched between my adult children with children. I actually went through that. Yes, I was in a hospital looking up at the ceiling, and I was dying, and I knew I was leaving here. I saw my heart. I saw the machines. I can honestly say I wasn't afraid. I'm a doctor, but it is in divinity. So me and God got a relationship. And the thing was, in that moment, I began seeing I wasn't taking care of me. Okay. I wasn't taking care of me. And I just said to myself, if I get up off this hospital bed, things are going to be different. I didn't say, God, oh, if you do this. No, I didn't make, and I can honestly say that I didn't make no promises, no nothing. I just said, if I get up off this hospital bed, things are going to be different. And when I got up off that hospital bed, 2018, and I'm just going to share, I found that I was septic and had been so for over a year.
mm,
How am I here? As a veteran, I'm standing in the VA. They're asking me, would you like to donate your organs? No. Would you? No. Do you need another language? No. Okay. And this is true story. So they said, listen, we got to put some really strong antibiotics in you. All right. And as you see, I survived. Then isn't life grand? 2 years to recover, then COVID hits. Then I realized if I'd have got sick 2 years later, I might not be here. So it was during that gap that I started writing, and in that time, to go with Nikki, you see, my first book was vibrational energy. about being in vibrational alignment. And I learned if I shift into vibrational alignment with Source, okay, then as the scripture says, goodness and mercy shall follow me. This is not about religion. This is esoteric wisdom hidden in plain sight. Okay? Goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. What's the condition? Vibrational alignment. So when you shift into vibrational alignment, then I realize I don't have to pursue, I don't have to push, I don't have to hustle. See, we say what is for me is for we, then we go out and act like nothing is for me unless I take it. You see? So we speak words and then we do the opposite of what we're saying. And I'm going to end with this. I came up with a syndrome that I call the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker. Everybody's got bread, everybody's got meat, everybody's got light, except the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker. Why? They didn't remember to take care of themselves.
Wow.
I want to add really quickly what they don't tell you about when you do spectacularly crash and burn is how long it takes to come back.
Yeah.
Even if you do nothing, it is still a long road to recovery. So it's best not to get there.
So I think my perspective is a little different generationally. So I'm a 96 baby in the cups of millennial Gen Z, right? So mental health awareness is much more discussed in the community, online, and through friend groups and family. So because of that, I was able to recognize things early on because at the end of the day, your mind controls your body. If your mind's disrupted, your body will be disrupted and you will get other things like the sepsis situation or stroke or other things. And because I am aware of that, I was able to be hyper vigilant when it came to my body and my mind. And so thankfully, and I'm grateful that I did have that knowledge and just being in the mental health field in general to recognize these patterns early. So my burnout was a little different. I think I was able to kind of interject at a good point early on in my life, um, and recognize that it just comes from being in survival mode, from being conditioned to be in survival mode because my parents were in survival mode and their parents were in survival mode, right? So breaking those generational habits and understanding that it's okay to now let that go and to be very, very intentional on breaking those habits that we were taught. So my situation, maybe my burnout looks different, but I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful that I was able to. And then even being on this panel, I am learning how bad it really can get. So although I'm up here, I'm still getting educated and seeing, you know what, now I really have to prioritize all that even more. I can't go back. I can't get back into old habits and I have to continue to push past it even when things are growing faster than I wanted to and just understand to keep those boundaries so it doesn't get to that point.
Oh, it's awesome being on a smart panel where people recognize that burnout isn't just the physical burnout. It comes from up here. It comes from that place where you've been pushing for so long. Your body has been saying, help, help, help. And your mind has been saying, no, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. And they get into war with one another. And I experienced that. I'm total Jesus freak. And it's okay if you're not, but he was a cool dude.
He was.
But, so my foundation is scripture, is alignment with God. And having that alignment is the foundation. When you get out of alignment, you start getting burnt out because you're running, trying to pursue something that was never meant yours to carry. And I remember sitting down, getting client checks in, being successful, and sitting there feeling empty. And that was my first sign that I was burning out.
Wow.
My success meant nothing. There was no passion or joy behind it. And I realized I was out of alignment. And if your success is costing your joy, you are burning out. And that is not what anyone needs in life. I don't believe anyone has a purpose that they should burn out creating. So recognize when you're out of alignment and you're losing the joy, that's the first signal.
When I'm coaching, I call that the hollow.
The hollow, yes.
First of all, Dr. T, the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, I really like that. I really did because, you know, taking the time to really consider like taking care of yourself. A lot of times I catch myself in my grind, and I'm an extremely resilient person, right? Because of just the pressures I've had to face and what I've had to overcome and the weight of my ambition and everything else. But it really made me, stop and think about like my overall, you know, what am I how am I really producing in these moments where I'm just kind of pushing to the absolute limit when I'm actually breaking through my limits and pushing boundaries, right? And there was a significant moment for me back in the day, um, about 2 years back, where it was in that dark moment where I kind of started stripping things away out of my life to kind of pave the path forward for myself. And the thing is that I was actually working 7 days a week, right? Because I'm like, the sooner I get to my dreams, the sooner I'm going to be at the happiest moment in my life, right? However, what I was not thinking about is, how little sleep I was getting, right? How much, time I was kind of just focused on work versus just kind of pushing people out of my life, right? And, it made me really think about, oh, okay, I do need to make a few changes here. And I do need to actually like take some time to recharge because that burnout moment was, I got up for work this morning. Typically, during that time, I was starting at like 4 a.m. and ending at midnight. And so I could not function that day. I mean, I was staring at the computer screen, I'm telling you, I was falling asleep staring at the computer screen. I'm wondering to myself, is this? I'm not even getting anything done, right? And just sat there for a few hours, and I remember kind of just taking a step back, taking a breathe on it, and I live in South Florida, so the beach for me is like a 15-minute drive, and so I was like, you know what? We're going to the beach. We're going to go for a swim, and we're going to take some time to really think about, how we're going to kind of come back and take on the day, the next day that is. But, I really, on the way to the beach, I really started to think about the fact that, like, you have all this resilience, yes, but, you're still human, right? You're still going to hit that wall, and you're still going to have to face the fact that you do need to rest, right? So, I took the time to really meditate about that on the beach that day. And, that became actually, funny enough, weekly practice for me. For me to, on Sundays, instead of starting work, what I do is that more or less kind of like rearrange my apartment, like just do my chores, generally speaking, just make sure my environment is, in alignment, actually. That's why I call it too. And then thereafter, head to the beach, go for a swim, and take some time to really think about, the week coming, if you will, right? And I'd use that Sunday as just that recharge day because, being in that state where I just completely crashed at my desk, it made me realize that, look, like part of being productive is also resting, right? And you learn that the hard way at times, but you learn it one way or another.
Yeah, and you know that it's wrong when somebody's talking to you or you're reading like an email or something, you reread it or you're hearing them but you're not hearing them. They sound like Charlie Brown's teacher. You guys remember that? It's like wah 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 and you're like, I didn't get any of that.
Just drones out.
That's a clue. You should like unplug.
Yeah. And just to, can I just add to that? We build our dreams and we push towards our dreams, but our company isn't the only thing of our dreams. Our company and our business is what's making our dreams possible. And by the time we get this company built, there's no people left. There's no life left outside of it. If we go in like that, we have to broaden it. Our life is our company and our company is our life. We can't separate the two if we are the leaders, but we do have to understand how to integrate both to have our dreams come true.
Now, before we wrap up our panel really quick, I want everyone in this room, I want you to stretch, just stretch for a minute, right? Then I want you to say, I am agile.
Imagine.
I can do this.
I
I can
can
do
do
this.
this.
And I freaking rock.
But I
And I
rock.
freaking rock.
There you go. You're all founders. So thank you very much for hanging out with us, especially on the third day. You guys are diehards. Congratulations. I have some notebooks here, the little orange notebooks. They're great for your bag. I do not want to carry them home. Please take some. Thank you guys. Thanks,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all.
Great conversation.
One more time for our panelists, folks. That was a great reminder that constant hustle is not always the answer. Sometimes the real strength lies in building with clarity and stability. So now get ready to rethink your customers see, feel, and interact with your product. Moving to our next session, interesting title. Your users aren't stupid. How bad UX drives customers away. The speakers will highlight the critical role of UX and customer loyalty and growth, share real world examples, and provide actionable strategies for designing products that keep users coming back. So please welcome our esteemed speaker today. We have Jalen Etham. He's the founder and CEO of Jointly, and Joanna. Oh, just kidding. You're gonna be solo today, right? Yep. Please welcome to the stage, Jalen. Of course, I will.
Uh, is there a way I can get one of the microphones? Oh, great. Is this on? Excellent. Hi, Jathan Elam, CEO and founder of Jointly. We're a design and development firm. I'd love for Jack Douglas to come up here and assist, if at all possible. Brilliant individual that I've met here at the convention as well.
Fitting because you helped us out in the opening uh, day. We didn't have enough people, so you helped, and so the closing day I helped. So
Appreciate that. Thank you. Can we get him a mic? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, please feel free to stop doing that. We don't need those. And if you want to have a seat, um, I have no need to stand. Um, now we don't have everybody here to do the entire panel, so there's no need to be super formal about it. And while that is one crazy title, we didn't come up with it. But the the point of the talk really is to be more interactive with the audience and for you guys to basically hit us up with information that maybe you have in your world where maybe you've experienced some issues with your site, your product, your digital life where you think maybe there are issues you can't figure out quite why your users aren't going where you want them to go. They're not landing on the pages you want them to land on. They're not interacting with your product in the way you want them to, and you can't quite figure out why. We would love to help come up with some solutions, direct you towards ways to solve that, or at least get numbers around why that might be the case. And if not, Jack and I are just going to talk about ways to do that up here between the two of us. But it would be probably way more productive if it involved us helping you get where you needed to go and generate the sales that you're hoping to generate. How did you do it at um, where you work, Jack?
yeah, so
Mike.
it's been an evolution, and so what we do now is we use different AIs to analyze our site for SEO, search engine optimization, GEO, which is generative engine optimization, which is a way AI agents go out and find your site. We look at latency, but most of the OpenAI's Codex can do this, and so can Claude's by Anthropic. And so we ask generally like what the best version looks like, what are the standards that we want to match, and then we set that up as a test group, and then it goes through the site and will test the pages and tell us how fast they are, whether they're optimized so other AIs can find it, and things like that. Credibility
Right.
sources.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there. I'm gonna first. Does anybody have this issue or want to know how to break that down? That was a lot of complicated stuff. I can't tell. I see some smiles, but I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, break it down. Okay, so you mentioned several things in there, and so let's first start with like how are you deciding what to measure what against? So for yourself and within your own industry, how did you know what to measure? what you were getting against in the first place.
Well, so you have to know what good looks like. You need to know
Right.
what your competitors are doing. So we look at what the competitors are doing. We look at real
How
time.
did you find that information?
Uh, we use AI. So
And you asked it what?
yeah, you ask it. It's like, okay, well, what are my competitors? What is it they're doing? What are they doing that's getting traction? And then we like to look at social media to get more real time feedback on what's trending because things are moving so fast now that we generally update on 2 week cycles now based on what competitors are doing.
Okay, perfect. And was that, I don't know if that was clear or not, but you literally ask AI what is best for what industry are you, or is anybody in consulting? I would be a little more. There you go. So you would be specific on what that is, but you want to know what are the specific numbers that you should be measuring against for that. Question.
So I'm an esthetician, and so my thing is drawing in customers, consumers, and product. How can I apply that?
Ooh, I'll take the first stab at that. So first off, you would ask Claude, what are the base numbers for what you just said? Because estheticians should be getting in my area. I would be specific to area. I don't know if you feel the same, but that's how I would do it. I would want to know that, right? And if there are certain specific areas you're looking to break into, right? A new region or whatever, I would ask that information as well. Almost wanted to have those two separate numbers. What- She wants to know what the number of base numbers are. So in this case, we're measuring the amount of attention your site is getting. And we can say you can measure that in several different ways. Page views, time on site, bounce rate. Bounce rate is how quickly do they leave, right? Like let's bounce. So great. So how do we measure those things? That would be through Google Analytics. If you don't have that set up, setting that up now is a better time than never. Um, some of that information is published publicly, and that's essentially what Claude or I I apologize for this mic. I don't know why. Um, operator error, folks. Um, yes, there you go. Those are very specific. And the more specific you can be, the better off you are when talking to an LLM. They're going to want to know some of those specifics. Claude specifically might even ask you questions to get you to be more specific based on what that you're asking it. To answer your question again, if you haven't installed Google Analytics, which is free, all right, that's you go to analytics.google.com. It will walk you through it. It's easy, but it's annoying because Google doesn't make it as easy as they could. Honestly, it could be a lot easier. Um,
I agree with that.
thank you. Yeah, it just is. Um, it's very confusing how they've set it up. My organization is like that's kind of where we come in. We tend to do that. Um, for organizations, we set that up along with several other things in the process of setting a foundation for an organization or a company to make sure that they have that in place so when they come back within a year they have all that data ready for when they want to make changes. They may not even know we did it. They probably don't. They don't even remember. But it's there and it's set up and they're good to go. And in his case, right, he needs it using that data in order to expand upon other ideas. Um,
Right. A simple thing you can do is just search your name. Don't type in your website, just search your name in the search box and see how you come up. The way search is going to be done in the future is going to be AI agents are going to be finding your site. So it's very important to understand that and understand that your credibility that can be verified is going to be gold for you and your business. So that could be something like if you volunteer at the community center and you offer your services there, then and that's a something the newspaper picks up. Well, that's something you embed in your site, and all of a sudden you're an expert in your area. So when AIs are looking for it, they're going to recommend you before they're going to recommend your competitors, maybe, because you've done that.
Okay. All right. So I have a question. I have a product that I am soft launching, um, but then I want to kind of get some insight about the main launch that I'll be doing probably June or July for this product. It's a health tracking journal, and I work with high functioning fatigue business owners, founders, professional women in the midlife season. So, what would you suggest? Because I'm still building out that banner. I have a wait list, all of that for that now. So I wanted to do the soft launch. And then what would you suggest for the public launch?
take that one.
If you can get somebody that will endorse or partner with you in an area that you don't have influence, that's a way to go up much quicker as far as your business, because trust is a big deal, and it's a bigger deal now than it's ever been before because we have AI. So we don't know what's real. Am I here? Am I a hologram? What is this? And so that's what people are thinking when they see something on the internet. So it's very important if you already have a trusted partner that has influence in the area you're trying to break through in, then that's going to get you ahead of other people.
From my perspective, I think you definitely want to do your basic searches for your audience. You want to get those out of the way, and you want to know what to expect. You can set up, um, you can set up, um, like monitors for those, and to get emails back based on how those perform. So that's one way to kind of see how that's rolling out. It's basically just a keyword monitor. That's a also you can set that up, via Claude or something like that as like a little skill if you wanted to do it that way. There's lots of ways you could go through it, but basically you're trying to just monitor what's happening on the web in these sectors so that way you know what's going on. Um, the soft launch is really just more of a it's really out there, but we didn't tell anybody, and except for family and friends.
Well, it's more within my community because I do have a podcast. So it's several hundred people,
Sure.
but it just kind of, that was my plan, my plan, my launch plan, start soft,
Right.
get my
And
feet wet.
it's a good one. I completely endorse that. We do soft launches as well. I would just make sure that your analytics is hooked up for that, so you can see how that performs. And I personally would say, go back through after you've soft launched, within a week or so, and do some user testing on that audience. Sometimes issues arise that you might not know that were there, or awesome things arise that you did not know were there that you want to maybe call out later. Um, you wouldn't know unless you actually hit people and find that stuff out. So we do a lot of user testing. So
Thank you.
yeah,
I have a question as well when you're ready.
yeah, go ahead.
Um,
So as far as the SEO optimization, when I put my name in Google, my website is the first one that comes up because the website is my name. However, I'm also want to be able to attract. I have a medical practice, but I also do virtual coaching. That's global. I have a special niche for type 2 diabetes reversal. So, how do I get higher up on the SEO chain for people who are looking for a diabetes reversal solutions or coaching and don't necessarily know me yet? So, how can I get my website higher up on that chain?
Are you are you certain those individuals are finding their solution that way?
I mean, people look on the internet for everything, right? So, some people, if they just search diabetes reversal, I want my name to come up high on the list.
Okay. There there are still ways to be able to accomplish that from an SEO perspective that your existing site is certainly doing. You want to make sure that your site code is organized semantically.
What does that mean for a
Yeah,
non-tech
that's a
person?
great question. I just use an annoying word. I knew the minute I said it, I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to explain that one.
Translation.
Yeah, yeah. Um, Semantic arrangement. So the way the HTML for sites can be built today, right? Within the HTML, you can now have, header actually say header, nav actually says nav. You've got, your title, H1, H2, H3, H4, H5. All of those coded elements are in a certain arrangement and collection. The section of the page, is sections. I can even show you an example of it after if you want to come grab me. But and within each of those, right, there's like a certain beauty to the way that code looks and how it like breaks down. Um, that's how website crawlers like once that's arranged and written in such a way, like those
So it's
crawlers are
something that
able
has to be set up on the back end in my website. Is that what you mean?
uh well, that's still the front end, but yes, that
Front end.
yeah,
Okay.
it needs to be written in such a way that those things can read it really well.
Is that something that somebody who's not tech savvy can do on their own, or do I need to
It is.
yeah.
There are platforms that when you build on them, they're doing it for you automatically. Yes.
Like what?
um we use Webflow as a partner. Some of the other existing sites do this as well. I think Squarespace will do this. um I'm some of the other, like, you're kind of restricted via like their template structure and what they have to offer creatively, but it will do it. Yeah. um as you can tell, I'm not a huge fan of those, so I'm
You
not gonna.
also need to make sure that your business has been verified on as a Google business profile. It's a basic thing, but if you haven't confirmed your phone number, then that you get dinged for that.
Yeah, he's not wrong there. Like, if you haven't set up your business profile with Google, I mean, that's another big one, even if you're online only, you know.
So that's just in the Google account.
Yes.
Go to that
Yeah, there
section,
is a
your
business
settings, your
profile inside your
business
your
profile.
Google account.
Yeah, Google business profile.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then people can't leave you Google reviews until you have that as well,
Exactly.
right? Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Um, the only reason I asked that first question about are you sure your customers for those products are finding you or want to find you that way is because a large number of people, and it will only increase, it will not decrease, are finding who they want to shop with and the products they want to buy, not from going to Google, but by going to OpenAI or Claude and searching for that thing there. And if your site is not helping you be prepared for that environment, that's a larger problem in from my perspective. In order to have your site or structure set up for that, like, that's a huge miss. um, if you're not like setting your site up with a JSON file of its structure and uploading it, or the platform you're building on isn't doing it for you, you're in trouble. So
Okay, so when you brought up Google, that made a question. What do you think about the Google ads? Because I have a business profile. I don't have reviews as of yet because with what I do, I generally, it's difficult for
yeah.
people to want to leave reviews, but that is something I'm wanting to look more into. But what do you think? I'm constantly getting the email on, you've got a $500 Google ad credit. Like, what's your take on all of that?
Do you feel like your client base are the type of clients that look look for your business that way?
I have actually had more clients from Google and AI searches than Facebook, social media, any of that.
Okay.
So
Well,
it's
from
making me start
searches or from
thinking
ads? Uh,
searches.
okay, there's a
Yeah.
difference, and
Yes.
I think that's key. Personally, I don't know how you feel about it. There are some businesses that are better equipped to be found via an ad. I think it sounds like you have a very similar business to mine, um, and I also looked into the same situation. I just didn't feel like I was going to be reaching CEOs through like a Google ad that was randomly popping up while they were just one day searching on the internet for golf clubs. Maybe, but it just didn't seem like like putting the time and effort there was going to be worth it for me, and so I didn't. Um, I could be very wrong on all of this, but I don't think I
Well,
am.
and it's changing fast because the people that were spending a lot on Google ads are getting less of a result because their sites are not optimized for the AI agents to find them. So like for example, Google has got Gemini now. So it will summarize the results for you. So instead of you going through and looking at a bunch of blue links that you're going to pick like a traditional, I'm going to pay for this ad and I will show up when people are looking for something. It's not showing up like it was before.
Yeah, and those people are not happy about it actually, right? Like the fact that it will summarize your results at the top in that Gemini section and prevent people, and it does me. I mean, I would rather read that than the results. Like from scrolling through all those pages is a complete upender of an entire economy, which is Google Ads. So, and that's why I do suggest that you look into or solve that issue with your product and site as soon as possible. Otherwise, you're not going to be found. The AI agents are not going to recommend you, to people who are looking for your product. Right? That's where you want to show up. So, what else we got? That all sounded like gloom
The
and
other
doom.
thing is, and we mentioned this in the first group that we had, that you can ask ChatGPT or whatever AI you use, put your website in there and say, what calculator can I put on my website that'll be a valuable thing to my target audience? Because if you give somebody something that gives them value, then when they really need it, when they decide they're going to pay for your service or take it to the next level, they're going to think of you first because you thought of putting this very helpful calculator on your site. And that's pretty straightforward. And probably AI would even create it for you as HTML and you could paste it into one of your pages if you have access to that.
Yeah, and we actually had a woman do that in that talk that we were discussing. She was sitting right here. She was like, how would I get that to work?" And we were just like, "Well, just ask, Claude to build that for you." And from her phone, sitting here, like it did it, built it, she had it in code, ready to go. And she was like, "Oh my god, I can add this to my site right here." We're like, "Yeah, you're good to go," from her phone. So like we're in the age where if you're not providing value to the user any other way than just spouting information that anybody could just make up, you're not providing value. You literally have to be creating something that your users want to use that refers to your brand in some capacity, that gives them value and feels like you're treating them like a human and creating trust. This is a good thing.
And you would have link backs to if you have any positive news, like a good review on social media, for example. You want to link that back to your site because those are credibility signals, and that's what AI agents are looking for is credibility signals. And I'll mention one other thing. As far as the structure of the site, what AI agents are looking for are like atomic blocks. So a statement or a question or a problem and then the solution underneath it.
What
How do
else
you
we got?
build the HTML link into the website? Where do you put that? Like it's not something that's visible on the page, right? You said putting the HTML, pasting the HTML to the website. How do you do that?
If I would guess if you hadn't done that before, do you have access to get to the back end of your website?
Yes.
Well, maybe just find me after this is over. I'll
Yeah, we
do
can
it
help you
for
with
you.
that.
Okay,
And then
thank you.
you can watch me. You know how to do it. I think it'd be easier
Awesome.
Yeah.
to do it than to explain it.
Thank you.
If we had a way to hook up, we could just do it here live, I guess. That'd be fun.
Normally, that's what I normally do
Yeah.
when I do a presentation. I'll ask and kind of take a poll from the audience,
Yeah.
and then people nominate what they want to see built, and I'll build the app live. And so, and
Yeah.
we'll vote on the nominations,
Yeah.
and then I build the app live there.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Jack's so fun. Right?
I'm a visual learner. I like that.
Right? Yeah.
So like the lady that you mentioned in
Yeah.
the first talk, she came up to me this morning and told me her husband told me about an app idea that they had. Well, I basically took it off the website, created a video explaining the app and a blog about it, and then created the app.
Nice.
So we
Nice
all
job,
have
Jack.
these capabilities here. You just don't know that you have them
Yeah.
yet because the technology has moved way faster than people have realized.
Yeah. That's true. I just did this with a bunch of college students, art students, for over 3 days. I had them come up with ideas on how to, ideate on a product. They were able to visualize it, of course, but then I was like, hey, that's only half the book. We're only halfway through. Like, you've got to actually build this for real. I think that's when the reality hit the wall for a lot of them. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, where's this data coming from for this weather thing that you just built? And they were like, I don't know. That's not my problem. I was like, it is today. So that became a real thing that just kind of blew a lot of their minds. Like, well, where am I getting that? Well, did you try asking Claude? I mean, there are places where you can get free data on weather that's just being published for whatever region you're looking for. Sure enough, like that group found it, got Claude to hook it in, and off they went. And now we have working real world products. That was pretty like mind blowing for students who were able to actually design and envision a product, but had never been told that they could really create the other end. And we ended up with some projects that literally felt like end of the line products that could go out to market after that. Like the university didn't know what to do with it. Um, and that's just designers. Like we have a whole room of entrepreneurs right here that can do this, with their own power. So this really wasn't meant to be a talk about AI, but we really kind of went that way, didn't we?
I think people just want to know how to make their business. I think everybody here just wants to figure out how to get more customers and better quality interactions and all the same things. AI is just a tool. I don't recommend leading with AI because there's a lot of AI haters, but it's technology. It is a tool. It's very powerful.
I would agree with that. In our organization, we tend to do a lot of myth busting on AI because when clients come to us, they think, I mean, slap a a chat window on my site or or on my product. And a lot of the times when we do incorporate AI, it's solving operational problems on the back end, for them as they are growing, or finding new ways to use AI and other interesting ways to crunch data for their team. It's not the forward facing thing that you would think of. You don't have to stand in the doorway. Come on in. Come on. What else we got? Yes. We could totally talk about UX design. I think that's what we're supposed to be talking about. Okay, what about it?
Five to 10 UX. All right. Give us the top 5 to 10 UX must haves, trends, and must not haves of 2026.
Yeah, that's a good one. UX stands for user experience, and it covers both, like, how the user both interacts with your website or your product online, also visual as well. I would say that more brand focus than less. You're seeing a return to that because of AI. At least we are. Um, uh, a lot of how we work is showing brands how they can infuse that back into design systems in a way that is very holistic. Um, and but it's hard if you don't know how to do that in a systematic way, and in a way that can scale. I mean, it can go off the deep end pretty fast. So that's one. Um, there are certainly visual trends that are pretty hot, but from a user experience perspective, like motion is if you're not including motion on your site in some capacity, you're not really you're not doing a very good job fishing. Everybody wants motion of some type. There are varying levels of how much motion they want to include, right? Some is I like for all the elements on the screen to sort of fade in as a person scrolling down. I want it, others are like, man, I really want things to animate in such a unique way. And when you get there, like, there's a description of how my process or my product works, and that's animated too. And man, the animation, it's got to be all over the place. So there's varying degrees of this, but with the advent of like better JavaScript libraries and better tools, to build those animations, people are starting to expect that premium level of animation of some type to be included in their product. And if they don't have it, then they don't feel like we are standing out from the everyday template. Um, and rightly, they kind of should. Um, no one wants to feel like their site was AI generated or appears to be AI generated, because you're starting to see a lot of that. You're starting to see a lot of sites, from people who are just vibe coding something, which is another term I'm sure everyone has heard to some degree. Um, and no one wants to feel like they fall into that category. Um, so there's a lot of how do we stand out from that?
What are the tells of a vibe coded AI generated site?
Yeah, yeah, good question. A lot of yeah, a lot of AI generated websites are going to base a lot of what they know to build off of just basic UI frameworks, user interface frameworks, things like uh, Shad CN or Material UI. There's a whole slew of these. Some are better than others at being able to handle it. There's nothing wrong with it with UI frameworks at all. Like, they're brilliant. We use them too. It's how you use them, right? We use them as a starting point. You know, you can think about it like a we use baking terms a lot at work. So it's like a bread starter, not your finished product. That's not bread, but a lot of people think it's bread. So, you don't that's not bread, but some people will serve it to you and they think that it is. And so the end result there is you feel like you've got raw materials served to you as bread, straight out of the UI kit. And they're reused, they're repetitive, and they're not done in such a way that feels very creative. Um, if you are using them as a starter, then you're using them to start literally to create a structure, just a scaffolding, and you're overlaying brand, you're overlaying creativity, direction, and inspiration on top of it. And from there, you have something new, you have something proprietary. That's what people are looking for the most. And that's usually what people pay the most for, also.
Speed is very important. People are impatient. If they click on something and they don't get what they want in a second or 2 seconds, 3 seconds, they're on to something else. So you can make something that's awesome for you looking at it there, but you need to make sure that it's loading so that people are getting to be able to see it. And architecturally, you have to make decisions about how you handle the videos, and is that dragging your site down? Do you want to embed videos that are on YouTube, or are you going to do it a different way? And these are things that'll affect the speed of your site.
There's some ways to counterbalance some of that, just by having some, like, uh, depending on who you work for, just like some standards in place to help like solve some of those things. Like, my organization, we've got ways to like handle some of those things. Not all, but like at least from across the board, we've got like, here's how we would solve some of that. Depending on where you're building also has limitations that matters. Speed is a thing, and while I do agree with, my handsome friend Jack here, um, there is something to be said for doing certain things slowly, and branding is one of those. While we do it very quickly, we still do it, most of it by hand, and there's a certain element of that while we could just throw some ideas in AI and have it spit them back out at us, um, is lacking soul, which can't be replicated. Um, and whether you feel differently about that or not, it's entirely up to you guys. I'm not poo-pooing on logo generators. They're great for what they are, but if you're looking for branding that says something more about who you are, it's best to use another person who can learn what that is personally and then express that in a personal way. That's going to get you there much faster than trying to teach a machine how to figure it out. However, there are other ways to use AI that, like what we have used to speed up the process of actually building products. So once we have that brand in place, we've been able to use that to then create a proprietary design system, an actual end product in roughly 2 weeks using AI. For us, that's pretty damn fast. Um, and that's specific to a brand, and that's specific to anybody. We can replicate that across the board. That used to be 6 months or longer, and we've compressed that into about 2 weeks. And that's not skipping any steps. That's literally just giving AI all the steps, and it squishes it down like a Scooby Doo. So there we go. That works.
Question. So, in this day and age of like, vibe coding and also platforms where you can just spin up apps, just generate apps in general, right? How would you kind of like account for, one, usability and two, user experience? Like, how do you maintain that, when you're just, kind of spinning up apps just like that,
Yeah, that's a great question.
You've got to have alpha testers. You got to hit friends. You send it out to family members, and they'll tell you what you need to hear. You just got to listen to them.
Yeah, that's you can't go wrong, with having actual, alpha and beta testers. We have, however, we have built in the was it the WCAG usability guidelines into what our product builds products with. So it has those limitations and will not crank something out that defies that. So some of like AA limitations you can use as basically as levers and go, don't give me something that comes back that someone with blindness can't see, or a green red color blindness can't see, or things like that. So there are some things you can cover, but not everything. And that's where putting it in front of another human, you can't go wrong. But you can stress test some things, which is helpful. It speeds things up a little bit, but not 100%.
And we have AI agents that check for all those things before we send it out for testing to make sure that we're in compliance, depending on what vertical we're in.
Yeah, man, and I mean that's been one of the best uses of it too. It checks and gets things that you might even a human might miss, right? Like we'll make allowances for as long as the user experience works. We might make allowances for the visual, things like that. Are we at time? I think we're at time. My handsome friend, everybody give it a hand for Jack. Stepped in out of nowhere.
One more time for our speakers, folks. Up next, we turn our focus to an exciting challenge and opportunity for founders everywhere. Competing with legacy brands, how startups can win in sales markets. This session celebrates resilience in startups that dare to challenge the status quo. Our expert panelists will share inspiring strategies on carving a unique path and thriving in markets that feel set in their ways. So please help me give a warm welcome to our panelists. I have Marissa Murgatroyd, the co-founder and lead strategic and facilitator at the Experience Group, and Mark McLean, the owner and chief at Remarkable Cuisine LLC.
And me.
Oh, perfect. You are not in my script, so please introduce yourself, my friend. I got a microphone right over here.
We need another chair.
Okay.
We have one more coming in. Hi. All right.
Hello.
Hello. Beautiful. So, Jeff, you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Absolutely. So, hello everyone. Jeff Ray. I am actually the founder and principal advisor at Mavericks. So, I actually work with a lot of startups to help build their engineering teams. So, in the topic of how startups can compete in a market like this, trust me, I've seen it live.
Beautiful, beautiful. So we're just talking. I'd love to really quickly take the pulse of this room before we jump in. Could you all very quickly just call out what field you're in? I know I heard you say beauty, but just to get us pulse of so we can orient this panel towards you. Can you just call out like what field are you in? What's the finance consulting? Yeah. Sorry? Medicine? Mental health? Education? Student? Over there. Where you're what's your niche? All right. Okay. We'll work with who we got.
I mean, we've got a pretty diverse set of verticals here. So yeah.
100%. So, why don't we do a quick round of intros and we can get the conversation started?
Absolutely. My name is Mark McLean. I am the chef and owner of Remarkable Cuisine. We're a food service group that encompasses corporate stores, restaurants, cafes, high-end catering, and kind of just a service that solves food problems. I've been in business for somewhere near, goodness, 14, 15 years. And most of that is kind of me getting my ass kicked. So I'm happy to tell some of those stories about how that happens and efforts to help everybody else here.
And I'm Marisa Murgatroyd. I'm the founder and lead strategist at the Experience Group. And we help design customer journeys that convert visitors into buyers and buyers into raving fans. And how do you really differentiate from other, businesses that are leveraging AI to just automate everything and make a lasting impact so you can get to the top of a market pretty quickly.
Hi, everyone. I'm Johanna Adelinger. I'm the founder of WIT Network, which is Women in Tech Network. It's actually Women in Tech Advisory and Consulting. Essentially, what we do is match emerging talent with seasoned advisors who are already working in the field, bringing them some exposure and some, contact with the field to help drive the number of women in tech up. So nice to meet you all.
And I went through my intro already, but I just wanted to kind of follow up real quickly again to say that I actually work with a lot of startups, right? So I'm curious, just for anybody in the room, is anyone here a part of a startup, or kind of started your own business, or is anybody in enterprise, or you're in a startup? Got it. You want to share a little bit about that company? Just curious. What was your company do? Oh, got you. And you are yourself in that. This is a startup you're referring to, though. Okay, so it's just you. Okay, cool. So I mean, very much on that very same note, the whole topic here is like, how startups really can compete in this kind of market against like legacy brands. So I'm curious, what do you do differently? How do you position yourself on that?
Speak up. And how many other people are just solopreneurs? Like your business is just you? Yeah? Okay, beautiful. Now, how many of you have more of a company or an enterprise with 5 to 10 staffers?
Cool.
All right, excellent. Yeah, so I think one of the things in terms of that I've seen, and I've worked with helped almost 20,000 business owners launch, especially solopreneurs, and develop as coaches, as consultants, as service providers, is one of the, if I were to start from scratch today, I would say defining a micro niche. And most people don't go micro enough, but really considering where can you provide depth rather than breadth. So there's a guy who all he does is he changes 150-foot tires, and he gets called in and he gets paid $50,000 a pop to change gigantic tires. And I think so often, people enter the market and they're trying to solve a big problem. And when you try to solve a big problem, there's a lot of other people solving the same problem who may have more expertise, more credibility, more relationships, more access to tech and resources than you. And so the question I always like to ask is, what is the smallest possible micro niche? And a niche is really at the intersection of who you serve and what you do. And you can get more specific in three ways. You can get more specific with what you actually do, which is changing 100-foot plus tires, right? You can get more specific with who you serve. He didn't need to get more specific because he's so specific about what he did. And you can get specific about with how you do it, right? So, as a financial consulting organization, is there a group that you could serve and you could serve so well? And the reason to serve them so well is that you can be marketing in a way that it feels like you know their situation, you know their problem, you're in their minds, you know exactly what keeps them up at night. And for any of you using AI in your business, you see that context is king. So, knowing the context that surrounds their business and being able to speak precisely to that will make them feel like you're the right person for them. It's like shining the bat light and saying, for the anyone who's got 150-foot tires, I'm your guy.
And just to add to that as well, because Marisa, you make a really good point about really finding your micro niche. But my friend in the audience over here also made a pretty good point about being agile and being lean. Because while you're in that startup phase, you realistically, yes, you're still kind of like in somewhat of a discovery phase. but because of that, you're able to kind of maintain a certain course where you have versatility in how you direct your business, right? Now, I've seen a few startups that have kind of gotten off the ground, but then the market changed, the landscape changed, and then they have to pivot, right? Now that kind of does create for somewhat of turbulence, really. And you're going to definitely be pivoting a lot when you're trying to find your micro niche and whatnot. But having that kind of I guess guided way to kind of pivot without breaking, kind of bend without breaking, if you will. That's something that you're going to kind of need in a startup arena, right? But I was curious, being that you have like worked with a lot of women in tech and emerging talents and whatnot, and you're introducing them into the market and whatnot. Are you actually introducing them to a few startups too? In that case,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the the businesses they work with are startups. So essentially, it's individual women who contract as tech contractors in multiple different fields, or they have a small advisory firm, them, on their own. So yes, they are being introduced to startups and to, let's say everything that is, that's new and dynamic. Um, I think maybe just one piece to the sort of niche market is also to think about that niche market's pain points. So, for example, if you have a market, a young market that has very little time for, or has very little time in general, right, to spend on any kind of application, any kind of UI. Really looking at making it simple, making it user friendly, making it something that's understandable, and addressing that, what we just spoke about with the user experience, making it something that makes them feel smart, makes them feel good, makes things feel easy. That's also part of it, so it's the niche market, and it's also those pain points that you can address when you're looking at the niche market. um, and I think one other thing that you said, in terms of the business model, right? So, think about the areas, for example, that, you know, seem impenetrable because they've been done the same way all the time. That's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to change your business model. For example, if we think about subscription, that's all we know now. If we think about, cable versus Netflix, we have completely changed the way that we used to know things. And that's kind of the way to think about it is, what can we do to, you know, address a market that doesn't even know that this is the way that we're going to be coming to them with the same product. So it's really, again, changing the business model and, really to that niche piece of it, finding their pain points and addressing those pain points. So should be sort of my.
I'll say this that what you guys are mentioning as far as the niche market and finding something small, it's easily described as finding the problem and solving that, but mainly also the one that other people don't want to do. I love that statement because I talk to people all the time and they say, "What do you do?" And I say, "Well, we solve food problems, but the problems people don't want to do. And the hard work is what people don't see. That's obviously making great food, of course, but then getting it to a venue or getting it somewhere and feeding 100, 200, 800 people at one time. It all looks great when it comes out the end, and but sometimes it's a duck in water. It's a little bit painful. However, I know that nobody else wants to do it, and I'm really good at it. So a different definition of finding that niche market is saying, well, just like that 150-foot tire, these are the jobs that nobody wants to do. However, they are 100% needed. The other thing I want to mention, when you guys talked about change, which is inevitably is going to happen, and every sort of business has looked at some sort of change, um, embodied it, and hopefully, gotten bigger or done something great from it. And the biggest example, which I would put in front of anybody's face, is COVID. Look at the amount of things that quote unquote changed and changed in a way that all these problems had to be solved. Look what happened to Zoom and Peloton during those times, as far as people who needed to meet and people who needed to work out but couldn't leave their home. I was able to benefit from the change of COVID because people were now in their house. So I was like, wow, what kind of delivery models are we going to make? Because people still need sustenance, which is probably going to be 2 meals a day in some sort of way. After that, the idea that nobody's in the office and then they come back renders empty office buildings or spaces. And then me, as the younger person, as the smaller person, like some of you guys mentioned, was able to come up with a concept that brings in a a better, less expensive, and more agile answer to that question. And then what I do is I make it better. And then I imprint myself on, and I do take some things from the larger companies, which might be, say, a Cisco or something, food service provider that is in one of these big hotels. But I take something from them and then I do it better and I replicate and replicate. So a good talking point and a good speaking point, if you guys want to think about, is how are you doing in solving a problem that nobody else wants to do, and how are you doing it better?
Beautiful. And one of the kind of systems beneath what you are saying is something called a value lever. So a lever is something that helps you kind of move disproportionate weight and kind of punch above your weight. What, what if you might kind of so if you want to kind of be bigger than you actually are, look at the ways that you can provide universally accepted types of value. So what you were saying about these market disruptors, for example, if you look at Uber, who came around and revolutionized the taxi cab industry overnight, what did they do? They made something more accessible, convenient, and easy. But they made it radically more accessible, radically more convenient, and radically easier to be able to just push a button on your phone, it finds your location. You don't have to even kind of plug in a credit card or deal with the whole swiping your card. It's so easy that it revolutionized everything overnight. That's one value lever. Another example is community as a value lever. And so what Peloton had done is nobody had ever made a community a part of home exercise equipment. They added that value lever. There's the value lever of performance enhancement, which is making something better, making someone better at something. There's completing projects, there's achieving goals, there's status enhancement, there's lowering risk, there's lowering costs, there's extraordinary experiences. These are all known value levers. And so if you can look at a particular industry and then see if you can apply one or more of these value levers in interesting ways to create a disruption that solves a bigger problem or solves a more specific problem, allows you to go deeper or do something for faster, quicker, easier, what have you. And with AI, there's a lot more opportunity to kind of create levers or even brainstorm what the disruption might be. One of the things that I've done with some of my clients is actually, how many of you have heard of blue ocean strategy canvases? Which is looking at where is the blue ocean within your market, actually prompting AI to run a blue ocean strategy canvas within your market on all the other kind of relevant competitors. So you can say, here are the top 5 competitors in my space. I want you to use the blue ocean strategy canvas model to analyze what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses and vulnerabilities, and how I, as a one person financial advisor, might come around and disrupt that and actually brainstorm using known tools, but applying them in your particular space. And then applying, say, some of these value levers alongside of it and coming up with kind of a way that you can disrupt. But even within that, it takes about 3 years to find a message market match and to not be too attached to how you want to go to market and allow yourself to evolve with the direct feedback that you're getting from the market to find that sweet spot where people are willing to hand you fistfuls of cash because you're doing something that nobody else is.
A couple things you had mentioned there, funny enough, that you know there's so much opportunity for somebody to actually start, just a business these days, right? I mean, beforehand, you'd really have to kind of hit the ground, kind of first of all figure out your ideal, right? After you figure out your ideal, now you go pitch for funding or get a business loan or whatnot, and everything kind of comes together after you build a team and whatnot, right? But it's never been easier than now to actually just sit down, have an idea and turn that ideal into a business, right? But also scale it as well, because besides the various value levers that you were actually mentioning there, something that I've seen with a lot of the founders that I work with as well is how well they're able to leverage AI to really just kind of accelerate everything that they're doing. And I mean, we all hear about like the that one person like unicorn, like a one-person billion-dollar company. It's going to be a thing eventually, right? And somebody's going to eventually crack that code. But I don't think it's going to just be one person. I think it's going to be multiple companies like this, where you see multiple startups just kind of come out of nowhere, identifying micro niches and identifying ways to really monetize whatever the ideas they've really come up with. That's something that I think in this day and age, you know, competing with the bigger businesses and whatnot, I think they should be worried as to like how things are going to really shift, like the dynamic will shift eventually, and you know, we're all seeing massive layoffs as well, right? And I think there's a perspective that some people don't see in between all these layoffs that. Oh, okay, yes, it doesn't take that much people to actually build something nowadays, but that's true in every circumstance, in which case all these big companies are laying off, but now all of these people now have an opportunity to build something themselves, right? So it's kind of like two sides of the same coin, where all you really just need is like a different perspective on how I could start a business these days and how I could make things accelerate that much with AI.
Totally. So the 70,000 people that were just laid off, they become 70,000 potential competitors for the company that just laid them off.
Yeah, exactly,
Right.
exactly, that's what I'm talking about too. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You,
Yeah, I think when we're also thinking about, competing with, established markets, I think another piece that's, really important to think about is the trust that may have been lost by, those larger companies for whatever reason. Um, and making sure that, not that you're underscoring their failures, but they're really maximizing on what differentiates you, and building that trust, in the communication, in the way that you communicate with users. So, for example, having a very user-friendly interface, promoting sort of rapid transparency in everything that's happening. Another example, fast shipping where you can track all of it. Payment systems that are easy to access, easy to track, and are approved. So it's not something opaque. It's not something that is, taking time, and where the user's wondering, what is the message, sort of what's the underlying message that I should be getting from this particular business. So I think it's the communication and really driving the trust through that communication that's really key to differentiating, in a market that is saturated. And again, looking at those niche pieces and their pain points through the communication that you're allowing, you know an interface, whether it's a call, whatever it is that you're doing, that you're doing it in a way that differentiates yourself from the standard and the larger competition.
Well,
Yeah. And
well, well, I'll say one thing about that. You mentioned being able to affect the customer differently, which is so important even outside of tech. People don't understand that the customer, the consumer, everyone you have is a glorious statement in itself, because it means that you're doing something correct. One of my mentors said to me, he says, maybe it wasn't a mentor, maybe it was like Steve Jobs, but he was like, listen, like you can never devalue a customer. They are the people that are paying, and they believe in you, and every receipt that they take from you is a contract that you've executed with them. So um, one thing that large businesses, let's say very large businesses, don't have to do or can't really do is talk to their customers. As a matter of fact, they spend a lot of money trying to. I'll go back to the food and beverage land, where the amount of people that put on receipts, hey, if you guys send a rating or give us your feedback, we will give you some free French fries, or whatever that might be. And it's because they're literally trying to get some sort of customer feedback and recognition, and in fact that how can we get back down to the micro level and figure out what we're doing wrong, because that's what you want to know, not exactly what you're doing right. To go back to your example, you said not only can you provide a better price, you probably know your customers, and your customers say that, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but when he shows up, he's going to get our accounting done in a personal way with a better price, and he cares. That's what it comes down to. He cares more, and it's not that the big companies, large companies don't care. Is that at some point they can't. You know what I mean? They have too much going on, and things become a little bit more macro for them, and they are running their systems and thinking years out. You know what I mean? And they're probably also figuring out how to lay off people. um in the in my industry, in what it means is that, if I can still say to somebody, and this is in a corporate building, who comes out for lunch every day and say, what does your office need? Where are we missing? Does our salad bar not have enough, I don't know, yellow beets for you like they had at lunch? And what can I do to fix that? That little bit right there might change the difference from somebody saying, don't go down to Fresca Cafeteria, or do go down there, and those little points like build loyalty, build value, which is huge, and build your brand. And then they make you somebody that is the larger company is going to look at and say, that's something we got to do.
Yeah, 100%. So what you all are talking about is communication, and you're talking about voice of the customer. And there are different types of storytelling to leverage. And I think that as more people are using marketing, AI for marketing, it's becoming like generic, communication. So the storytelling, there's actually four types of stories. And what you're talking about is what's called a pain point narrative. And some of the kind of birth of modern day advertising in the 1950s, if you look back at the old school kind of advertisers like the Mad Men. Claude Hopkins, for example, originated. He brought toothpaste to the world, and had to sell people on a product that they didn't even know that they needed. So it was really gross. Up until the 1950s, nobody knew that they needed toothpaste. So he had to tell the pain point narrative to the world for the first time to get people to want to use toothpaste, right? And so in marketing, the stories to tell are the pain point narratives. A lot of people jump into marketing telling the story of their solution. But in marketing, you need to meet people where they're at by telling their story and connecting to their pain and then bridging people to your solution. And then the other stories that are really powerful, first, it's to know their story. And the best way to get to know their story is to actually talk to them. And I've got a good example of that in just a moment. Then it's your story, which is your origin story of why you do what you do. And people want to work with companies that have beliefs, that have values, that discover their solution through trial and error, through personal hardship. Like, if would you rather climb Mount Everest with the Olympian who basically got there on his first try, or would you rather kind of climb with some kind of dumpy middle-aged dude who tried and failed like 10 times and made it anyway, right? Like, if you were unless you were an Olympian, you might want to try with the guy who tried and failed and was more like you. Am I right? So there's room for all different types of people. As well, in all different types of businesses, and to share that vulnerability. Then there's a global stories to connect into, how your product meets this exact moment in time. It's a solution for the exact market conditions and the exact challenges people have now. And then there are the stories of your actual clients and their successes and their transformations as well. And those are things that can't be replicated by AI because they're based on your life experience, your direct experience with your clients, your knowledge of your market by going out there, knocking on doors and talking to them, and also your knowledge of what's happening in the world. So communicating in a way that has more of a pulse and more authenticity and having a brand voice is really valuable. A couple of friends of mine have a startup of basically to bring personal assistance into household using operational models to help people basically run their business, their household like a business. And they've entered into 50 cities in just a matter of months. And they tell me that they've gone and they've talked to these families with children who are basically in survival mode. The family's falling apart. The kids aren't getting the love they desire because the parents are navigating jobs and waking up at 3 in the morning to feed and clean and do all the different things. And to be able to tell that story when advertising the solution for personal assistants that are trained and ready to go on operational models that don't need oversight to be able to step in and run your household and bring, connection back to the family, being able to talk in their voice, they've learned so much because if you're not your own target demographic, you need to know them intimately.
You know, something that I wanted to actually point out as well, that when you're actually getting started up, right, when you're actually actually getting your first few customers and whatnot, and on the topic of communication and getting that customer feedback and everything else, you can actually be very engaged with them in those moments, really kind of define furthermore what your product is going to be as well, what your service is going to be as well. That feedback can be really critical to actually like identify and how best to kind of position yourself in the market too. And comparatively, much larger companies now, those legacy stale brands, I mean, We all know them, we all recognize them, sure, but we're all also tired of them. We're all looking for different options these days, right? And that variety that we can now see with the market just being able to spawn more startups, if you will, I think that's kind of just created a much wider breadth. And then now with these individuals, when they can engage with their customers in such a kind of like meet them where they are kind of place, you know what I mean? I think it kind of creates for a more effective way to kind of even scale your entire customer base. And even to like Mark, on your business, you're delivering food, right? You're giving people something that they love and enjoy, right? It's not so much so a product that they have to be sold on. People get hungry, they got to eat, right? In which case, you being able to meet them where they want to be met, that's much more critical to actually really understanding your people and understanding your customers, right? So I mean, me personally, like in my startup, my clients, yeah, I really have to, sit down and engage with them and really understand their businesses. And because my clients are actually startups, really kind of piecing apart what they're doing, but also get into the mentality of the founders so I can get to understand their visions a lot better too. But not just their vision, but their roadmap, how they're really trying to scale up their teams and then thereafter scale up their product and really get to their market, right? So all that to say is that it's a much more intimate place to be when you're in that startup setting and you're really identifying all of these various levers, right, that you're starting to pull.
Yeah, and have you all seen that viral meme of the McDonald's CEO eating a bite of his own hamburger that was all over the internet? And he's like, you know, this guy,
It's like, so
he's
good.
yeah, so good. And takes this tiny little bite, and then he's like, I eat McDonald's every single week, and everybody was all over the internet being like, the dude clearly does not eat McDonald's at all, and he could barely bring it on himself to take a bite of the hamburger, and this was everywhere. Go ahead.
It's I mean, it's funny because you said earlier about the type of advertising. The reason that should have worked is because it was taking the top person at McDonald's and saying, "Hey, try our new burger. It's so delicious." It failed, right? But it ended up being a big rubber band effect for every other fast food company, to their CEO to say, "Hey, I'm gonna take a bite." I mean, even Costco's CEO said, "Listen, let's get this Costco hot dog in front of me," and then he went to bolster it by saying this price will never change. You know what I mean? Like to 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 see something go flat, but then to see how it developed, changed, and then to make the best of it is pretty funny. Have you guys ever seen the basically the fireback wars between like Wendy's and somebody else? Like all they do is just shoot each other down about small things, like Chick-fil-A not being open on Sunday. Anyway, that to not to talk about the big brands too much. My restaurant is a fun burger joint. We have a fantastic burger. It's one of the best that you'll have in your life. And we were talking about like, hey, why don't you just take a bite one day? And I was like, absolutely not. First of all, I got to taste this weekly because I care, right? And I care that what product we're putting out and things like that. The second thing is that I'm still small enough where when I do tell my story and the reason that this started and all everything like that, it makes sense and it still goes back in that circle where I'm capturing value customers and I am hopefully saying that to somebody big like McDonald's, I'm coming for you.
I love
Yeah.
that. And I actually want to ask you a question that I asked you last night at the bar, which is where the best conversations happen. You talk
Absolutely.
about these CEOs that are mocked because they're so disconnected from not just their own products, but from the people who might be using their products on a regular basis. So I asked Mark, if you were to make a perfect meal, say for a client, what would you actually do? And he said, if I sat you down with your husband and your whole team here, this is what I do. And I want you to just share this because listen to his passion, listen to the way that he's thinking about this, and then think, is this what you're hearing from restaurants that are just buying all of their, you know, product from Cisco and, trying to give you the cheapest product or the fastest product or whatever else?
Well, I hope it comes out verbatim, but the point I wanted to make to her is that like I can't tell her what she would make for me because I care about what she wants and her team wants and what she wants to put forward. And then I would take that idea, whether it be I think you mentioned 5 courses, but I would take that idea and then from that baseline I would then create the quintessential perfect menu for that. So the idea is that in somebody in my position, I don't need to simply say, hey, I'm going to cook you what I think is the best. I'm going to take what you want. Um, Figure it out and then put that back in a way that makes sense. So I think we got on topic of scallops, right? And I said the reason I will always suggest a scallop is because of just the methodology on how it works. First of all, it could be raw, it could be seared, it could be, just delicious all over the place. So it's the quintessential perfect protein. But the other part is that somebody was like swimming through the ocean one day and like saw this shell and they were like, well, what is that? Let me open it. Why I opened it? There's a scallop in there and we can eat this. It's going to be, absolutely fantastic. And what it comes down to is that I just care too much. Like I care too much to give the simplest answer of I'm going to make you some filet mignon and it's going to have a bertollet sauce and this and that. It's more so that like I'm going to affect you and find your senses to make sure that your mouth is happy in so many ways that you're going to talk about this meal and this service for at least another year. And you're going to tell three friends, they're going to book me, two more are going to tell three more after that. And all of a sudden, I've opened up this exponential route to not only her network, but to be able to be myself booked for many, many times over. I've built a client base.
But I think that's also, that's the voice of the customer, but that's also showing the empathy that you have. And I think that's something that is, you know, regardless of who the customer is, no understanding that there's empathy there, that there's an understanding, and that there's also the the will the willingness to listen and to find those channels to listen to what they want. I think is really remarkable in the way that some of the smaller businesses can overtake some of these, larger existing organizations. Again, really showing that empathy and having those that open ear through different channels.
Absolutely. It's pretty funny because every now and then I just end up at like a chain restaurant and somebody goes, well, why are you there? And I'm like, well, because they have something. Like something here is allowing them to win. But what they have is science. They put science behind their menu design. They put science behind their products that are selling. They put science behind the bread so that when you sit down, it's given to you, and then you eat that bread, and it provides a certain spike, and all of a sudden you get hungry. But I think I was listening to you the other day, and you were literally, I think it was you were talking about when something meets like a loop in say like a call system or something like that, and all of a sudden somebody gets frustrated, and like you got two times. Is that what you said? Like and when that happens like the second time, and I think we've all been there. You're like, I'm not, send me to a person or lose me forever. You know what I mean? And then that personal aspect is gone because zero no longer works. Zero used to always work. Zero no longer works. So now you're stuck in this AI loop. You can't get to where you got to get just so you can change the shipping address on whatever you might buy. And what's happened again is that that company is now losing a customer, is now losing somebody because of one 30-second failure when somebody put a call in and it didn't go through.
Yeah, so 35% of customers are lost because of one negative interaction, and 85% based on just two to three. And so, what I heard in your answer that I thought was really amazing is you mentioned agility, like was your benefit. But the truth is that agility is a characteristic that you have. It's not actually a benefit for your customer. But when you turn agility into a benefit, it's because you're saying, well, I'm going to, ask you these five questions, and based on your answers, I'm going to create the perfect, say financial reporting, monthly reporting structure designed specifically for you. That's where agility becomes a benefit to the customer rather than just some quality that you have. And what I heard in your answer too was agility phrased as a benefit of the customer. So the perfect five-course meal isn't what I want to cook. It's what you want to eat and the experience that you want to have. You go to one of the 10 Gordon Ramsay restaurants in Vegas and he's going to give you the beef Wellington, right? But you go over here to Mr. Mark and he's going to be like, what taste sensation do you want over five courses? I want to give you land and sea and, all the different elements, right? It's a different approach.
It absolutely is. And what it comes down to it, like I said, is that I care, and I'm small enough to still care. I I fear the day that I won't be able to, but then I champion the day that I still have a staff that cares and that talks to the clientele and says, hey, since we care, what did we do wrong today and how can we fix it? And how can we retain a customer? How can we gain a customer? How can we find another customer and then repeat and do it again through the correct systems and processes that we create?
Yeah, and it's that curation of service that you're really describing there that really cuts through the noise, because when you really think about, how you're engaging in that way, right? Like when you were describing that example, it's like I'm not just going to come out here and just tell you I'm going to make you a filet mignon. You know what I mean? Like you're taking the time to really consider, how best do I even approach this customer versus another customer, right? You're taking the time to really consider, what this person is really looking for you to deliver for them, right? And that, once again, that curation of that service, kind of creates another element of like exceptional nature of your business. And when I say exceptional, I'm not just talking about your business being amazing. I'm talking about it being exceptional from the rest of the larger legacy brands, right? You become that exception that somebody's like, say for example, goes to McDonald's, like, oh yeah, I went to McDonald's, got food. It's like whatever. It's like a second thought, right? But then they go somewhere like, your restaurant, and they're like, oh dude, like that experience, like you wouldn't believe it. You know what I mean? So, and again, that kind of ties back to how well you're able to like just curate that service and that experience for each individual. And I mean, when you're scaling, that's not always going to be the case that you can give every single person that level of detail and attention and whatnot. But in that initial stage, that's really how you kind of set the tone for your business and set the tone in your personal market there. Yeah.
Well, actually, customization is one of those 12 value levers we were talking about earlier. And there's some independent brands like Bonobos in fashion, where they get your measurements once, and then every article of clothing they create is custom ordered to you. You go to one of their stores, they just have one of everything in the rack, and you say, I like this one, and then they customize it to you. You go to Build a Bear Workshop, which was all the rage, and people are making completely custom teddy bears where the core bear itself is the same, but the outfits and what you put inside of the bear is different. So you can achieve meaningful customization at scale, and that is one way to disrupt a market.
Mm,
Yeah.
got you. That's some really good insight on that note, because I mean, I kind of have a lens through tech, realistically. And when I kind of look at, say some of like the scale ups that I work with as well, I think some of them start to really move away from that, though, the whole customization aspect, because the standardization aspect kind of comes in, where it's, we need to really standardize what we're doing, what we're delivering, because we know what works now, we have the formula not down, and now it kind of starts to flatten out to some degree. But I like that insight. It kind of points me in a, kind of a different perspective as well. Yeah.
And there's multiple levels of customization. There's perceived customization. And I would say with Build a Bear, the core elements are the same, but it's just this like final 5% or 10%. And sometimes that's all it takes to radically change something. The core tech infrastructure can be the same.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I was just thinking about this right now. Actually, I was listening to everyone, and I think there's certain things about the creative process and being some, having some unique, selling point, beyond empathy and beyond, finding the niche market that is a little bit like, don't sort of mechanically follow these steps that you're supposed to be taking, because you might miss the opportunity to find something amazing, that is actually the next best thing. So I think, because I just thinking back to, WIT, which is it is essentially consulting, right? For the end user, for the end customer. But the model itself is looking at, is looking at emerging talent and having women, younger women, gain exposure to the market. That's something that wasn't done before. And so, I got to that point by just saying, like, why do I need a consulting company? Why do I need to have employees? And I think, those were some of those points where you kind of, I don't know, to use an example, maybe, you almost like you get sort of stuck on a thorn, that makes you actually rethink something and change your course. And I think that that is sometimes, the best thing, the best way to go about it, and not just automatically follow what you're supposed to be doing. And of course, there are frameworks, to follow, but I think sometimes part of being a unique, or having that unique selling point is being creative, and you have to leave room for that in the thought process. So that's just something I was thinking about as we were talking about the empathy piece of it, the human centricity of it, and really listening. So
Well, what you're speaking to is really this notion of personal alignment. And I think ultimately the best business and the best business model is the one that you want to run for the next 5 to 10 years. And I think people forget about that, and they think that they have to make trade offs that they don't want to make in order to have a successful business. So, this idea of saying, I don't want this and I don't want that, and then using that to unleash your creativity. So, how do I build this in a way where I don't have to do this or this? One of my clients is a retired project management expert. And he said, I don't want to build a massive email list. I don't want to have to take care of a big team. I want to be able to take off 3 months a year. And he had this whole list. I want to enjoy my retirement, which is a time where I just get to do whatever it is that I want. So he came up with this idea of a digital duchy. And a duchy is the smallest sovereign state, and like Duchy of Luxembourg, right? So he wanted to create a digital duchy, which is what is the smallest minimum viable business that I could have that would allow me to enjoy all these aspects of my life, but have these certain things that I just don't want to do. He's like, I'm an educator. I have this legacy I've learned from great mentors. I want to pass that on to other people, but I don't want it to consume my life. And I think that having personal alignment allows you to come from that place of being lit up and passionate about what you do. And, even though business is hard and sometimes you have to make certain concessions or learn things that are uncomfortable and get out of your comfort zone in order to be successful, if you understand what are your non negotiables and build an alignment with yourself so you remain in integrity and congruence with yourself as you build, you're a lot more likely to succeed.
That was amazing. It's so well said because the idea that you're going to start something and it's going to allow you to work less is absolutely crazy. Especially if you want it to be something that works and you feel so great about it. I know that because of my passion, I've stayed at work way too long because then after I'm done following my passion, which is maybe creating a recipe or a menu, I still probably have to fix something. So integrity also is such a big deal because people do something without you automatically can see. I have this notion, this idea that more businesses do what they don't say they're going to do versus they do. And then the ones that do what they say they're going to do are usually people like that are in here or that are over here and that are taking the time to take their passion and take pride in the product and what they're putting forth. My friend over here that said you were running the accountant company, I want to just talk really quickly because I have a fantastic bookkeeper who probably literally saved my business, but she does not deal with restaurants. And then what she saw me as a challenge. She was like, "You have these different revenue streams. You have great contracts. Your accounting is null and void." And she was like, "I'm gonna fix it, right?" And I was like, "Man, I'm so in." And her passion is how she takes every kind of stream coming in, puts into a system which she can read, then spits it back out to you and says, "You either made this much money or this much money or whatever have you, and you've done it in a certain way, and we're gonna fix that. We're gonna make it better." So her system fixed my system, which in turn made her feel better and had her branch out to new clients because for her she was only working with health and wellness, and she was like, "Ah, this restaurant guy is gonna kill me." The example in that is that she stepped out, she changed the idea, she took what I do, made it better, and then she said, "Well, I can do this again and again and again." So in effort to what you're doing, you are so important, and with the passion and integrity, you're gonna kill it.
And in the immortal words of Steve Jobs, right? You gotta have passion, right? Otherwise, you're gonna fail. Because now I've seen a lot of different startups that have really great ideas, and they're unable to really kind of drive the letter forward because of the lack of passion in what they're doing, right? It's people who come up with these ideas that necessarily like they have no interest in themselves, and it kind of ties back to McDonald's CEO, right? You're selling a product that you just don't even care about. How do you expect to really kind of get off the ground, scale up that business? How do you expect to be successful against some of the larger legacy brands that are already in that space? How do you expect to capture market share and really capture the interest of your customers if you yourself don't even have a passion for what you're doing? So I mean, it kind of all starts with there. I mean, it's an inherent thing, and it really comes from a point where you've not you didn't just come up with an ideal, and you didn't just like identify a problem to solve. You really thought about, how can I make an impact in this particular space? How can I bring my passion to a reality? That's where it really comes down to.
I think we're running low on time, but we
Okay.
want to make sure that if anybody wants to say anything, and then I don't think we have time for questions, but if you want, we all can talk to anybody on the side if you guys want.
Yeah, I was just going to add one other thing, which is I think important, especially if you're a small business, and I think, solopreneurs. Yeah, I think that as you're going through all of these sort of motions, it's important to have a network like this type of a forum, a network to exchange with, to understand that they're going to be waves, they're going to be ebbs and flows in everything. And that you're not alone in it, and that there's there there are resources too. And I think that's another piece, is not just the way of connecting with others and realizing we are human businesses, but but also that that you can use other businesses too. You can lean on others and get ideas from them, but also sometimes business, you know, a business plans develop or business ideas will develop from that collaboration. So I think it's just important, really, especially when we're smaller, to find that network and to find you know others to lean on and lean with. So
Hell yeah.
Are we at time?
Yep.
That's why she's waiting over there.
Hey
Well,
guys,
thank you, everybody.
thank you guys so much.
One more time for our panelists, folks. Well, every entrepreneur knows that having a brilliant idea is only part of the journey. But how do you make sure that your big picture vision translates into effective day to day execution? In the upcoming session, The Entrepreneur's Balancing Act Vision versus Execution, our panelists will explore the challenges and share strategies for harmonizing strategy and action. So please put your hands together and welcome our moderator, Kevin Morelli, the CEO, founder of Huntridge Advisories, the panelist, Jamie Beasley, the founder of Econ Develop Ops, Gustin Smith, the founder and chief design officer of Guest Creative, and Rebecca Edwards, co-founder of R&B Advisory Solutions LLC, and Ryan Hodgins, co-founder and CEO of Marketer. Please make it nice and loud for them.
Hello. There it is. So it's 3:45 in Vegas after 3 days and we only have the survivors here. So everybody who's very serious about scaling, we're down a couple people on the panel, but that's all right cuz we have the two best people that we're going to be on here. Um absolutely. So we're going to have some fun, learn some stuff. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves and answer one question, which is in one word, or what word describes the tension between execution and vision at your company and why?
Well, I'm Jamie Beasley. I am the founder of Econ DevOps. We're an administrative support services agency for chambers of commerce and economic development organizations. Um, the word that describes the tension between vision and execution is probably confusing. Because you get a great idea and you're all in, very passionate about it, and it's what's the next step? And once you figure out what the next step, then it's what is the next step? So it's definitely it's a journey. So maybe that should be my word is journey.
I like journey. So where are you on your journey right now? What have you been trying to figure out lately?
Well, I mean, I've got my business started and I've got some clients and I'm just growth. It's really I think what we're all after, it's just growth.
Growth and then struggling with the actual execution of being able to accomplish that growth.
Yes, absolutely. Accomplishing the growth and doing the things you need to do that are it's a lot.
Awesome.
Hi everyone, I'm Rebecca Edwards. I'm a co-founder at R&B Advisory Solutions. We provide risk and compliance consultancy services to small and growing businesses. My journey to being a founder is, I think, non-traditional, but most of us are have non-traditional journeys. I started my career with PricewaterhouseCoopers. Spent about 15 years there in their risk assurance practice. Moved into industry and supported companies with their IPO readiness initiatives from a regulatory compliance perspective, and then moved over to a company called Allegheny Holdings Corporation. There were a multi-billion-dollar organization that owned operating companies across the globe. There, I was the chief audit executive, reporting to the board, and the chief financial officer. In 2022, the company got acquired by Berkshire Hathaway. It was one of Warren Buffett's last acquisition before he officially retired from Berkshire Hathaway. Nothing screams more at you when you're in a really cushy job where you're very, very comfortable. That is your forever home. You're going to retire and you lose your job. And not just you, but your entire team. I previously from that, I thought, we were at a like multinational, amazing organization. And I thought we were the big fish, but come to find out there are whale sharks out there, which is the largest fish in the ocean. And so we were acquired by one of the whale sharks. But that essentially put myself and my team at a crossroads. We didn't want to go back into consultants. Some of us didn't want to. I didn't want to go back into industry. I wanted to do something very, very different. And of course, we were all in this, we were on a life stage. Some of us, were pregnant and had kids. Some of us have, aging parents that needed taken care of. So everybody was in this state of not wanting to go back to the old. They wanted to really embrace something new. And I approached them about starting our practice, essentially. So the folks that are with me right now are my former team from Allegheny. We worked together for many years very happily. And we knew that we had a good product that we wanted to get out to the market. We knew that this was something that we could monetize. And so, immediately launching the company, our first clients were indeed our former company. Many of the C suite had moved on and started their own PEVC backed companies. And immediately after they acquire their operating companies, they call us in to support them with anything from post M&A, integration, system integrations, as well as business process optimization, etc. So, if I had to use one word right now to kind of think about what my major pain points are within launching and executing a strategy, is process or lack thereof. And it's very similar to what you're
I was gonna
saying
say
about
that sounds
journey.
like fancy confusion.
Yes, yes.
How does it, because you're coming from like large
Yeah.
companies, how was the switch? Because when you say process, that's
Hmm.
what makes me think about you're coming from companies that probably had a lot of process
Very well-oiled
to
machines.
now
When I
starting
tell
a
you,
company.
like there isn't even a bottom. That's like zero. It's like you're free falling most of the time when you're trying to execute a strategy. Yes. I will say though, before I went to Allegheny, which is a very, mature organization, I was working with startup companies, unicorn companies that were getting ready to go IPO. And I tell you, my job was to get the company Sarbanes-Oxley ready to be able to go IPO, right? Um, it was Blue Apron. It's a meal prep company essentially. I was packing boxes. Like, I was like, yo, CFO, I'm supposed to be building controls and implementing NetSuite. Instead, you're at a fulfillment center and helping get like work lines in order, pick lines in order, and helping figure out workers' comp. It was an amazing experience, but I think it was probably the best life experience I know of actually being part of building a business. And working with like-minded founders, like they were all very young and had no idea what they were doing. So it was also, I feel, where I was, sort of bitten by the entrepreneurial bug to say, well, if they can do this, I can do this too. Yeah.
So, and I come from a similar background, so
Yeah.
that's why I've made that jump too
Yeah.
myself. So how did, like, coming from somebody who's helped people put processes in place, what's the difference between trying to put it in place at your company versus helping somebody else do it?
Herding cats. It's the best, analogy I can use. It's funny. When we go to a client, I mean, it's so down pat. We can do what we know how to do best in our sleep. But when it comes to ourselves, it's very rare that we take that step back to recalibrate, right? And so I often find myself now, when we launched a company in 2023, I built a 3-year long strategic vision. And now I have to like every 6 months recalibrate, recalibrate, recalibrate. That didn't work. Okay, let's do this other thing. And so when I say process, we don't have an execution framework. Someone said that at the CXO panel yesterday that I sat on in on, and I was like, yes, that is exactly what we're missing. Is we have a strategy. We know kind of sort of how it's like a puzzle of how to execute it. Sometimes it executes really well, sometimes it doesn't, but we haven't defined a definitive, consistent process of how we want to push these strategies out. Um, yeah.
That's great. That's awesome. And I help people put execution strategies in place. So if anybody wants a framework, just message me on LinkedIn and just say founders. I'll send you one. It's a
Thank you.
workbook, but it also leads in to the next question, something you said. So when you find that vision and execution is out of sync, how do you decide what you need to adjust?
That's a tough one. um, I think you have to really sit down and take a hard look at what you're doing and what's not working. Because when you sit down with a vision, it all works out beautifully in your head. I mean, when I started, I had like, within 6 months, I was going to have all the clients I needed, and, all the contractors were going to be busy working full time. Like, it was going to be perfect. And lo and behold, that did not happen. um, and it's just adjusting your expectations to reality, and accepting that just because it's not going as smoothly as you thought, that doesn't mean that you should quit. It doesn't mean it's not working at all. And you just need to kind of look at your process, whatever process you have, even if it's not fully fleshed out, and see, where the bottleneck is, where the gap is, and fix that thing. And you might even need to get help. You might need somebody to, look at it for you, because it's really easy when you're in it, when it's your company, to not see the problem. So sometimes it is helpful to have somebody come in from the outside and be like, "Oh no, the problem's right here. It's really obvious. You're just blind." And not in an insulting way, but it's you're in it. So yes, you are blind. Um but yeah, I think just you really got to take an honest look at what you're doing and how you're doing it, so that you can see what's not working. And sometimes it's hard to admit that there's something not working. But if you don't admit it and fix it, you're not going to move forward.
So on this one, especially kind of where you are with your company, have you had a lot of times I feel that some of the execution problems are people problems. So either training or hiring, like is that something you've experienced while you're kind of struggling with, do I adjust my vision or do I need to change the way I'm hiring or training?
Well, for me, actually, the hiring wasn't really a problem. I found all kinds of experienced, qualified contractors that could do the work. My problem was communicating the value and the need to the client, you know, and that, yeah, it's a little chunk of money, but this is the problem we're solving. But making sure I'm communicating that, clearly and in a way that makes sense to them. But also just getting the conversation started, like the marketing was what tripped me up the most.
I feel you.
And
Yeah.
thus here we are.
How about you?
Um, can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, so how do you decide when strategy and execution capacity are
Hmm.
out of sync, which
Hmm.
one you adjust?
I think it really has to, like you were saying, it really does have to go back to taking a look at your vision and your mission. And I'll give a typical example. I mentioned we had a 3 year strategic plan. We still do have it, but it gets adjusted every 6 months. And it's necessary to take that pause because one of the first things we thought about as a business was, okay, we need to build a book of business, right? We need to find clients outside of our referral network. And so one sure way we thought we would be able to build a business was getting involved in government contracting. We are women founded, we are minority owned, so we were going to apply for the our MWBE certification so we can basically propose for any process optimization or compliance work within the government sector. Um, that was supposed to be initiated last year. It's a strategy we were going to launch last year. We thought that would give us a constant stream of revenue, and then we can just continue to build upon that. When we stepped back and we looked at what we do as a business, we actually are a global firm. So we have our leadership team based in the United States, but our execution team is based offshore in India and in South Africa. And so, in order to, that's part of our DNA, to be quite honest, because when we go in front of our clients and we talk about the value proposition of what we can bring to them, we often talk about it in terms of saving time or money. And a big part of that is the offshore team that we use to help drive that cost efficiency. So we realize the story that we go to with government contracting work doesn't necessarily work or align with our initial vision and mission, nor, I think, from a legal perspective, can we work with offshore resources when you're doing work for the federal or state government. Actually, in New York City, you have to have residents work for you, which we could, but that meant that the strategy would take longer, or the execution phases would take longer to allow that strategy to truly be fruitful. So we had to sit together as a team and say, is this something that we really, really want to get involved in now? Because of the target market we're trying to get in front of, which are small and growing businesses, we do see this value creation measure as very important to our story, or how we get in front of them and talk to them about how we can do things with less time and less money. So we actually paused on that strategy to go forward with government contracting work.
So one of the things that you said kind of sticks out to me. I think a lot of times, like founders, we just sometimes are lonely and we take
Hmm.
a lot of things on ourselves. But you said that you sat down with the team
Yeah.
to kind of come up with a plan and involve them. Is that something that a
Yeah.
strategy that's worked when it comes to
We
kind of
are, I tell
adjust?
people we're a band of misfits. We're like 2 year olds running around with scissors. Like, I tell everybody that we've never, none of us have ever founded a business before, to be honest. And I love this journey because of the team that I have, because we're all sort of equal. I'm no longer their boss, which is weird. It's such a weird dynamic because when we were at Allegheny, they would be like, "Oh, let's call Rebecca and see how we do this." And now it's like, "Oh, Rebecca's not gonna know," you know. How we just implemented a new CRM tool, and they called. We were trying to launch a campaign, and they were like, "Rebecca, do you know?" I was like,
That's not my
"No,
job.
it's not much." Then never done it. I was like, "Did you call IT support?" They were like, "Good idea." But I involve them a lot of the times. One, I'm a leader that likes to take opinions, collective thought. I think we make better decisions together rather than individually. However, you do have to be strong enough to know when to take the lead on certain decisions. So for as much as we can, I allow the team to be a part of the table, and a part of the key strategic decisions for the business.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
great. That's great. I think I can learn a lot from that. I'm sure everybody in the room can. All right, so we're gonna get a little bit personal on the next question. So, what's the biggest vision mistake you've ever made, and what did it cost you?
I make them every day, so I have a ton of examples.
The biggest vision mistake. Well, I think for me, it was, the idea that this was going to be a smashing success within 6 months. And even though, like, in my head, I knew that was probably unrealistic, when hired all my contractors, I told them, my goal is to have all of this up and running and, you know, whatever in 6 months, understanding that that may not happen, but it still put in their head the idea that they're going to have work coming in within 6 months, and they didn't. And so I like basically lost an entire team of contractors. And so then I had to, when I, as work started coming in, then I have to like restart the process of bringing on new contractors, like one at a time, and you know, making sure they understand like, yeah, this isn't full time. It's, 20 hours a month or 40 hours a month or whatever, but resetting realistic expectations. And so that was, kind of embarrassing. And of course, I also had contractors after 6 months who were like reaching out to me, do you have anything? Do you have anything? Do you have anything? And so then I have to go, I'm sorry, I don't have anything for you yet. And so it cost me pride, but it also cost me an entire team of contractors. And so I had to like start over rebuilding this team. So
What do you think you would have done differently if you went back?
I would have not started, I would have gotten the clients first
That-
before I got the contractors. Yeah.
that's something that I think everybody has an issue with because like we'll build it and they'll come, right?
Right. And they don't. And it's so rude now. Well, that was actually because I went to somebody who had started a similar agency before me and has, was very successful. And I asked her, what should I do? Actually paid her for this advice. And and she told me to build my team of contractors. And so that is what I did. And turns out she was very wrong. So
Well, it's a good lesson.
yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
How about you, Rebecca?
You know, I think for me, the biggest mistake I made was running too fast. Again, I'm running with scissors, and I have a great balance with my business partner. She's the builder, I'm the strategic thinker. The problem is I think and then I moved and move impulsively, and she'd be like, "No, stop." I mean, the first year we started the company, I was like, "I'm going to build AI." She's like, "Absolutely not. Like that's not what you're going to do." And so one of the strategic initiatives that I tried to execute, because I knew as collectively as a team we were lacking, was to put a sales team in place. Um, but that, I think, retrospectively looking back, it cost us money, so there's a cost. Looking back, it was done a little bit too quickly, or too, without thinking about, okay, how is this really going to look for us? And what that means is, because we are a boutique firm, a lot of our service offerings are customized to our clients. And that means that the way we win work is through the relationships we build. So you can't just send a salesy email to 1,000 possible prospects to hope that you'll land a work, because a lot of what we do, I mean, we're talking about cybersecurity, we're talking about ERP implementations, highly technical things that if you don't get in front of the right prospect, they're just going to send you to junk mail or spam, or they're blocking you. So there's two realizations in moving that quickly. One, our team wasn't ready for that. Two, we really, again, the reset concept, we really didn't go back to basics and say, okay, what kind of company are we trying to build and grow? And then what came out of that was, again, another re-engineering conversation with the team to say, okay, look, instead of trying to broaden our footprint into a specific industry or geography, let's think about the clients that we're currently on and how we can broaden our footprint on those clients, because it's all about building and protecting the base, right? So we already had a base of client. We were looking to get more involved into the market, right? Project ourselves into financial services or manufacturing. Um, so I think, one, although it cost us a lot, we learned a lot from this process. We learned, I think, even more about ourselves and who we represent and what we stand for and what kind of value we want to drive with our clients.
So a couple of things come to mind when you said that because the answer to your first question was process. When I hear people go out and hire a bunch of salespeople, a lot of times they skip the step of putting together a sales process,
Mhm.
which could lead to some of the issues that you were talking about. So I'm curious, did you have a sales process before you hired?
We didn't. It's actually, I always say every experience is a learned experience. So I never say like, oh, we failed. I go, oh, okay, yeah, that didn't work. What did we not get right? Um, we hired the sales team because we did not know how to sell. Like we come from industry. We're a bunch of auditors. Um, we are the least creative people you will ever find. We do stick figures. Like,
Auditors are totally known for being excellent salespeople.
well, it's funny because when I left PwC, I had been with the firm for 15 years and I was talking to the partnership team about my trajectory to partnership. And I remember them saying, well, you're already bringing in X million dollars in revenues. Like, we want you to go on this partnership journey. It was like a 3-year journey to like become partner or whatever. I was like, I hate selling. I don't want to sell. Here I am today. That's all I do every day. But part of hiring that sales team was indeed to also help us build the process. It wasn't just to just throw a bunch of people out there to try to win work. It was my team is in desperate need of this skill set. Some of us, I'm rusty, but some of us have never done it in our entire career. So we not only need a team to help bring work, but also teach us how to sell that work as well.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yep. Um, I'm just curious. I told somebody this earlier. I was also an auditor, and one of the things I made a joke to somebody and said one of the reasons I left was because I thought about what the best auditor in the world would look like, and I was like, That's probably a miserable person." So I left.
Well, remember, our job is to deliver bad news in a good way all day, every day, and the same people that you're delivering bad news about are the same people that are going to be the ones to help you fix the issues, right? And
Yeah.
so it's all about diplomacy, it's all about negotiating skills. I love it. So I would never shy away from it, but you do have to find a way to like, you know, force that smile through the
Oh yeah.
tears, be able to take the beatings when you absolutely have to. Yes, I've had some pretty big smackdowns in major boardrooms, but as that's why you're hired, right?
Yep.
That's what you're supposed to do. Yeah.
I think one of the biggest misconceptions between vision and execution for most founders is when they're envisioning their business, they're envisioning themselves as a founder and all that comes with, I mean, not all that they imagine comes with it. But when it comes to execution, what they don't realize is that they are a salesman.
Mhm.
I mean, that's really what it comes down to, at least in the beginning, as you're, growing and until you can get an actual salesperson, you are a salesman. That is your primary job. I mean, aside from actually providing the service or the product that you're providing, if you're the one doing it, but you're a salesman, and I think that's the biggest like gap between vision and execution that most founders don't realize, and most founders hate selling.
Because you're not only selling your services to third parties or product to third parties, you're selling the vision to your employees.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. You're always doing that, always and forever. As long as you're a founder, you're going to be a salesman. I'm really sorry to have to break that to you, but that's the way it is.
Um, that's awesome. So what's one thing that you wish somebody would have told you about the dichotomy between vision and execution a while ago?
Well, I think for me, it would have been it's going to be so much harder than you think it is. Even though you know it's going to be hard, it's going to be even harder. Like, however hard you think it's going to be harder. That doesn't mean it's not worth it because you get to the end and you have your own business and you're doing these things and it's amazing. But, it's going to be a journey, and at times it's going to be a slog. but you just have to get through it. And then at the end, or not at the end, but eventually it will be your business. You will be a founder and you will have a team and you will be providing this wonderful service or product. And so it's completely worth it, but it's going to be harder than you thought it was going to be.
If somebody would have told you that, would you have believed them?
I think in my head I would have believed him, but like in my heart I would have been like, but no, because people really need what I offer. So, you know, it's one of those head versus, heart issues.
Um, if I were to like sort of look back, I would say stress test your vision before you go ahead and execute. Um, I learned that the hard way. But again, this is I love the journey of learning. So it's like, okay, that didn't work. Next time we'll stress test it. Next time we'll maybe apply it to one client, and see how it works. And so I think that when you're passionate about doing something, you tend to dive in and you're like, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Yes, there are always going to be
Every
gaps. We'll figure it out.
time.
Well, again, when we were coming up with the name of the company, I was like, solution had to be in it. But, lo and behold, we're trying to find solutions for ourselves and not our clients anymore. But I definitely, if I had to give advice to my younger self before launching the company, would be just, take a step back and stress test your vision before or your strategic initiative before you go ahead and execute.
That's great.
Yeah.
Um, so I got one more question that I did not provide to y'all, but I think this is an important one. So, um, what do you do if you're to determine if your vision is ahead of the market or it's just not going to work?
I did nothing to to determine that. I saw what I felt like was a need because I was solving my own problem. Um, I had worked in both as a virtual assistant and in economic development, and I had seen like economic development really needs this service. I've done both. I understand both. I would absolutely hire somebody to do this for me if that was my if I had the ability to. Um, so naturally, it's a service that people need, and so I didn't do any calculations, and I still think it's a valuable service, but I think stress testing it would have been a better idea before just jumping in.
Yeah, before I started the practice, I had already surrounded myself with tons of mentors who were former, launching a risk and compliance consultancy is your PwC, your Deloitte. There are tons of them. They're everywhere. And so my first thought was, how do I even get into this market in the first place, right? Or is it oversaturated already with the number of CPA firms you see out there? And what can we be doing differently as a company? And so my first thing was I called half of my mentors and I said, I have this idea. Is this viable? Can it be done? And one of them in particular is the former CEO of Code Resnick. And he was like, "Oh, can I be your first board member?" I'm like, "The idea hasn't even landed on paper yet." Okay, but sure. And so he said, "Yes, it absolutely can be done, but you have to figure out the niche areas that you can get into, to support the business." So we started brainstorming about, there's firms that would do work for certain clients but cannot do other work like what we do because of conflicts of interest. So, how do we get into that pool? Similarly, there are industries that certain firms will not support, like cannabis, which is our number one industry right now. Because of the regulatory conflict between federal and state, I think they say the big eight firms, even banks and other institutions, cannot work with cannabis companies, but we can because we are an advisory service provider. So find your niche and then stress test that niche. And so, a big, I think for me, I always go back to what I call my personal board of directors, and they say, I have this idea, what do you think? And usually they're always supportive, but then they give you a lot of caution and a lot of like, well, I would approach it this way. And that's the stress testing bit that I learned from specifically from them.
That's
Yeah.
great. That's awesome. I think board of advisors, especially that are uniquely designed to solve the problems
Yeah.
you're facing in the next 3 to 6 years, is probably a good idea for everybody. Um, all right, so we've got everybody that's serious in here. So does anybody have any questions?
Not all at once.
Oh, we do have a question.
Yeah, I can come to you.
Thinking on his feet like a good founder.
So this is for Rebecca. As a VA, actually, no, I'm sorry. I have a question for you, but this is first in my head.
No
as,
worries.
as a VA, I just hired a VA and I have this product that I want to launch. I'll be doing a soft launch and then a public launch in July. It's a health tracking journal. I'm a holistic health coach and my business is Treasured Wellness. So I've never hired a VA that was successful because saving money, you hire off of Fiverr or whatever, it's been a disaster each and every time.
Oh no.
So this time I actually hired somebody that came highly recommended, all of that. Um, just what ideas would you give me that I can then share with her to really help this journal be successful? Because it's not just a journal, they get me with it. So
Hmm.
it's the only health tracking journal that comes with a holistic health coach. So I really want this to be successful. It's a big labor of love, passion project.
Yeah.
So, and I've never hired a VA that is to the level that she is. So what would you say I should do?
Well, it would, I mean, what specifically did you hire her to do? What tasks,
Mostly for promotion, just helping me with the promotion. I do have a podcast. I've got the website, all of that. I'm getting on Substack. Like I'm trying these things. Of course, social media, but that's not where I want to live. And so those kinds of things. And I know she's like we're in week 1 here, so I, I'm like, okay, so she's got an idea, she has an agenda, and then I have an agenda. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. She's also in a different country, so we have a time zone issue.
right. I would make sure she understands. I mean, it shouldn't be about her agenda. It should be your agenda, and to make sure she understands that, and to make sure she understands your voice. Um,
Yeah.
and I mean, that's going to be she. I mean, you can sit down and have like a long talk with her about your vision and what you want and what you want to sound like. Have her look at things you've published previously
Yeah.
so that she can understand your voice. And for a while, hopefully, it's only for a while. You'll have to check her work, you know, and
Yeah.
so that you can give her feedback on like, no, I wouldn't talk like that, or these are the kinds of things I say, and then she'll learn it and she'll be able to do it on her own. Because the thing is with the VA, they're not immediately out of the box. They may be the best in the world at what they do, but they still have to learn your process, your thoughts, how you want all of this to present, and that just takes a little time. So you do have to have patience.
Yes.
And I understand if you've had all these disasters, that's really hard to do. But if you're having her doing your promotion, I would say make sure she understands it's not about her agenda, it's about your agenda. And have her look at what you've done previously so she can understand the way you talk about what you're offering, and then come back to you with any questions or ideas or whatever. And you just have to check her work for a while until you are comfortable that she understands what you're trying to say.
Yeah, that aligns with what I've already had to check something yesterday. Because it's like just go back through. This is not my voice. Because I mean, I want my hands in everything.
Mhm.
I want to be forward facing. I don't want her to be necessarily contacting clients and all that. I'll do all of that.
Right.
But all the stuff I can't stand,
That's
like
what a VA is for. All the stuff
tracking.
you can't
Yes.
stand.
Yes. And so she's doing great already with tracking, but it's like I really want it to sound like me, which is why I struggle with AI,
Yeah.
and I'm learning.
Which
Okay.
you can train AI to sound like you.
I know, I know.
But it does take time. I
It
mean,
it takes time and patience and like stop being a cheerleader to me because it's like it just creeps me out. But thank you.
yeah, you're welcome.
Can I add to that as well? One thing that I do with my teams is I give them what we call KPIs. So, especially when it comes to promotional elements, I want to, or I ask them, let's review what engagement looks like. What kind of website traffic are we getting? What kind of LinkedIn engagement are we getting? What kind of email responses are we getting? And I usually set a goal of 5 to 10 per month. And so that way, if they see that they're not delivering on those, essentials, then it gives you a chance to pause and course correct. Sometimes it does. When I worked with the sales team, it did absolutely go back to the messaging and the voice. And I would always be like, we don't want to like sell. Like we obviously that's the goal, but you want to put your technical
Soft sell.
expertise in that exactly as well. Yeah.
And I think in with any hire, especially the VAs, scorecards, playbooks, and then scoreboards, right? So the KPI is visible, checking in with it at least on a weekly basis to make sure that performance is where it is, I think goes a long way. Are we out of time? Does anybody have a question?
Do you want to talk a little more about your business?
Oh, so my business is I'm a CEO, executive team coach, and I work with companies, founders that are 3 million to 25 million. My background is finance and accounting, but this topic specifically, I deal with clients every day. So thank you for entertaining me.
We are here to be entertaining. That was the whole point.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you guys.
One more time for our panelists, folks. You guys, we did it. What an incredible 3 days at the Founders 2.0 conference in Las Vegas. We want to say a huge thank you to our sponsors. And we've experienced bold discussions, thought provoking sessions, and a community of founders, innovators, and leaders pushing through the limits of endless opportunities. Looking ahead, we're definitely not slowing down. Up next, we're headed to Singapore and Dubai, and they're shaping up to be just as exciting with fresh voices, bold ideas, and plenty of opportunities to connect and collaborate. And next year in Las Vegas, that edition is already in the works. So if you're thinking about what's next, we've already got you covered. Just reach out to our team, especially at the registration desk, for any more information about that. And as we wrap up this edition, huge thank you to our honorees, delegates, exhibitors, and our wonderful 2.0 team. Thank you so much for the energy, curiosity, and ideas that you brought into the space. You're what makes this experience truly come alive. So we would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our stellar sponsor, the Wisdom Collective LLC companies, our bronze sponsor, marketer, and our merchandise sponsor, Fafa Concepts. So do take inspiration, connections, and lessons from these 3 days with you. Let them empower your ventures, ignite innovation in your teams, and transform the future of entrepreneurship for years to come. My name is Kay Banks, and I will see you guys next year. Bye.